Welcome in, everybody, to another day of the One Win Summer Series. I'm excited to get straight into it. I'm going to be your host, Rob Merrill. I'm going to be joined by Aries and Denog for the panel. For the first point, Aries, starting with you, how are you doing this? I guess it's like early morning for you. I'm not sure which way the time zones are going.
Brother, it's the opposite. We're getting to the night here. It's 9:30 p.m. So by the time we finish today, yeah, it'll be early morning. But no, doing well over here.
Okay, and I can see once again you're on that lovely beach, having a great time. It looks like. Surprised you're even taking a break here to come cast Dota with us. How are you doing today?
Duty calls, basically. I can't let Aries just have all the spotlight for himself, and yeah, it's all about that mental aspect, right? You could be in the coldest ice plunge you want, but as long as you're thinking about the beach, you're going to be A-okay. But these teams, it's only 2 out of the 4 that are moving on forward, right? And it's kind of scary because 2 best-of-1 losses, and you're out of here like we saw with Quest yesterday as well as VP.
Whoa, no spoilers. I haven't caught up. Yeah, I was about to ask you about that anyway. But yeah, looking at it, just to see how it did play yesterday, because obviously I wasn't here. We had Fluke standing in as host, and I imagine he did a great job. But yeah, looking at yesterday, is there anything that stood out to you in terms of seeing Gaming Gladiators took the 2 easy wins? It looks like quick wins, at least from the time. 1 win made it through there as well. So yeah, any games that stood out to you yesterday that I personally should go back and watch? Aries, anything that you can recommend?
Honestly, I think the Gaming Gladiators 1 win game, well, of course, only game, was actually very, very exciting. I think if you probably look at the Dota buff and you see Quinn's KDA and you'll be like, holy crap, this man completely took over. It was a monster performance from him. But there was, of course, you also see like 1 win Virtus Pro. There's a 78-minute game, but that was kind of, I don't know, that got a bit too long. That was too drawn out. Really, I think the Gaming Gladiators and 1 win game was a very entertaining one.
Okay, and yeah, I don't know, looking at that one, a 78-minute game. I mean, the first game that they played, it was only 33 minutes, that best of 1 that they played. What happened there that broke it down so much?
It was just a little bit slow. To be honest, for that best of 3, I was asleep. I was done for that time. So, Aries, he was just, still here, still in the dead of the night. But no, I think if you want a quick watch, though, you have to watch the first game of the entire day, right? It was Gaming Gladiators versus Quest. 15 minutes. It's just bada bing, bada boom. That's how you play quick Dota. GG basically didn't make a single mistake the entire game. And Quest made many. And that is why they were the first team to be knocked out. As, we see Nigma, Beastcoast, Spirit, as well as Entity going on today. And I gotta say, probably going to be favoring Entity and Spirit for this one. I think they're the clear top 2 coming into today.
Yeah, I know. I mean, personally, I've been on some South American stuff. I've watched the Beast Coast team. They've looked really good, but and it is another step up here coming over to the European Dota. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they are going to perform. But maybe it is going to be a step too far for them. Like I say, a bit of a newer team as well. So we'll see how they're going to do. But Aries, looking at these two, which are your favorites? Between the 2 matches as well. Which one are you looking forward the most getting into these first 2 games?
I think the closer one's going to be Beast Coast Entity. So probably I'm looking more forward to that one and to see how Beast Coast, like the test for them, like you said, they've been looking pretty good in South America, but to see how they're able to perform versus some other teams now in Western Europe, and Entity are really the big dogs at the moment in Western Europe, at least in qualifiers. And so probably that one in particular is the one I'm excited for.
Okay, and looking at the matchup, Team Spirit versus NGX, and are you saying that NGX, they aren't back? Are you saying right here and now that you think they're just going to be another team that Spirit are just going to brush aside? Do you not believe in the comeback story?
No, I don't believe. To be honest, you don't know which Nigma is going to turn up, right? Because I think it was maybe Elite League that they played a few months ago, where they came up against Talon and they absolutely blitzed through them in game 1 of that series. I think they still ended up losing the series potentially, but they just looked completely dominant. And in this best of 1 format, if they can do that, even against a team like Spirit, then you don't know, right? That's the exciting thing about this. It really just goes to show that, if you're off your game, even slightly, a team can look to take advantage. So have to say they're probably like my 3rd place pick at the moment, but it's certainly not a guarantee.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it's going to play between them. And just looking at what they've played recently, I mean, comparing that to Spirit, that's had what looks like about a month off, just over a month off here. Aries, do you not think that's going to be something that you need to take into account between these two teams? I know, obviously, the teams are professional, but there is something to be said about the teams being able to come in warm, whereas NGX have been playing all these qualifiers. Do you think they might have that kind of mental edge to Spirit, or a Spirit come into this one fresh?
Yeah, I feel like you can make an argument for both, right? Potentially, yeah, Nigma have been playing a lot more games, but also they've been, the games they've been playing have been some pretty goddamn big qualifiers that they haven't been winning. So what is actually the mental like? You know, you didn't qualify to Riyadh, which is big, and the important one, you really bombed, I don't know, bombed out's the right word. You didn't make it far in the TI qualifiers as well. So sure, like, well, firstly, what's the mental going to be like? And maybe, you know, the reps is a big thing, but then Spirit, they're coming off a really big victory. The last tournament they played was just a little over a month ago at PGL. They had that 3-2 victory over Extreme. So yeah, they're coming off. There's been a lot of kind of criticism to them and not being able to perform when, and sure, like at the big stages they can, but the consistency is one thing. But you know, they kind of shut that criticism down, and you know, we'll see how they're going to be able to perform up against Nigma though to start the day.
Okay, and yeah, that's going to be the second match coming up. The first match for Beastcoast Entity we just touched on a little bit, but as we look to it, we are going to be seeing these two teams coming through, and again, being playing a lot of games between themselves. Beastcoast coming from South America, you know, a little bit different Dota up in Europe. You know, like I said, I've been seeing the meta happen. So, Dano, what are you expecting between these two teams? I've been seeing, you know, South America, a couple brood picks coming out there. You know, we're seeing the cheesy picks maybe being picked up a little bit. But do you think we have to be a little bit more? I don't want to say respectful, but aware coming into, you know, the draft, especially up against Entity, a team that do seem to go on these big runs, you know, these really nice runs.
Yeah, I think the thing with Entity is that they kind of play, I don't want to say predictable Dota, but there is a very distinct Entity style, right? So, you know, you need to make sure that you're focusing the right heroes. We talk about hero puddles, and Fishman certainly has one of those, and he's very, very good on his heroes that he's able to play, but it's just a matter of, you know, are you able to exploit it in a right way? If you put more attention onto the bans against him, does DM get like his Centaur or his Brewmaster, which he's amazing on? And then on top of that, you've got Watson, who's in great form, No One, who's in great form. This feels like a No One patch to me, right? Like, think of the heroes that are strong at the moment. Those are the ones that No One really excels at. So, and I haven't even talked about Kataomi, who I think has probably been their most consistent player over their entire history, of this team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so looking at this one, yeah, because I mean, you get your bans to start off, you only get a couple of them. So are you looking to target out Ares? Are you looking to target out one of the players on Entity, or is it just, like, say, maybe a couple of puddles in there, but for the most part, it is a vast ocean of picks that you kind of have to consider coming into that draft?
Yeah, I don't know how easy it is to target ban someone specifically with a lot of the strong stuff at the moment. I feel like it's also, I mean, again, we were speaking a little bit about it yesterday with it being a new letter patch, so it's going to be, you know, the strategies that people are coming in and what they want to leave in the pool is going to be a little bit different to if the meta, or if we were on this patch for a little bit longer. But I don't think we're at the stage where you're going to, like, ban 3 heroes of one specific player.
Okay. And yeah, speaking about that new patch as well, I mean, we just got 7.36C a few days ago. We changed it up, I want to say a little bit, you know, it kind of put the Witch Doctor on the bench here. I'm still seeing the CK coming through. I'm still seeing heroes like the Tiny being picked up, the DK, you know, even the Shadow Fiend still being fairly popular. Did the patch not go far enough? Did you want to see, you know, these heroes being absolutely slaughtered, you know, taken out of the meta, being completely replaced? Are you kind of happy with how the games are going at the minute?
I'm happy with a lot of the changes that did happen. It's just that some of the changes weren't enough, right? Like Tinker, maybe it was a bit excessive, but kind of in the bin. Willow was a little bit excessive, I think. I think you could have just taken away the Bedlam being able to be cast on allies, and that would have been enough to be it. But they also nerfed, like, her facet with the extra Bramble Maze ring. Lifestealer got nerfed. I think that was pretty reasonable, just because it feels like a really strong core right now. I don't like that they nerfed Meteor Hammer. It really felt like Storm was the only one building it, so, you know, there's that. Witch Doctor still being first picked as well, so there's some argument to say whether the nerfs did go far enough, or if people are just still leaning into it being super busted. We will have to wait and see. But here's what they're playing for, right? It's the prize pool, top 4. If you get past the group stage, aka today, you're automatically in the money. It's just a matter of, are you going to get the lion's share of moving on forward into that top 2 positions.
Yeah, and look at how it's going to break down. So the 4th place on the 5,000, you can see there, that's, like you say, you are in the money, but you want to be going for at least 3rd place, 15,000, 30,000 for the 2nd place, and then 50,000 for that 1st place. So it is your prizes all the way through. And we do have that 3rd place matchup to come through right before the grand finals as well on Sunday. So yeah, you are going to be playing you're getting your money's worth out of it there as well, though, playing through. Even for 4th place, being able to get that 5,000 on the board, really nice prize there. So Aries, everybody wants to be shooting for that 1st place, but who are you favoriting? You know, that we've already seen the team lineups, all 8 teams, a couple of them obviously we've said goodbye to already, but who are you favoring to take that top spot coming through in the grand finals?
I think I don't. If I have to give, it's hard to give a particular team at the moment without seeing Group B. But Gaming look really strong tomorrow. Yes, so I'd probably say it's like Gaming, Entity, or Spirit. But I mean that's kind of a cop-out answer. Right? I'm giving 3 teams, so let's just say. Let's say Gaming. Let's go with Gaming, and then we'll say maybe after today's results, I might say something a little bit different. But they looked very impressive yesterday.
Yeah, and Danag, is that something similar for you? You're maybe Gaming at the top here from how they played, or are you leaning towards another team from what we've seen and what we are going to be seeing today as well?
Probably leaning towards Gaming, to be honest, simply because of the fact that they are boot camping right now, I think in the UK at the moment. So, you know, you've got everyone there in person, you've got that extra layer of connection. Clearly, you know, there's a lot of theory crafting strats going on at this point in time. And I saw a tweet from Celery that was like really happy that he's able to play in one of these short tournaments where, you know, it's bang, bang, done, but it gives that vibe of, you know, really competitive gameplay rather than just a scrim where, you know, people might not be taking it super seriously. People are taking this seriously. It's 100 grand on the line.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like you say, that even for a short duration here, less than a week, but you still serious money to be played for. So the teams, everybody going to be coming into this one taking it serious. I am interested to see where Beastcoast are going to be playing from as well. Like I say, the only South American team entered into this with the European teams as well. So whether they've come across to anywhere in Europe, if they're going to be playing, anywhere here, or if they are playing on that ping difference. So we see as I say, the first match coming up here, going to be Entity versus Beastcoast. So the Entity team lineup on the screen right now. But yeah, Beast Coast. Have you seen anything, Aries? Do you know? Are they over here trying to scrim, practice, and play in these events?
Yeah, I brought that up yesterday. I'm not quite sure if they're here. I tried to look on Twitter to see if they have posted anything, but I didn't see if they were boot camping. So I would have to imagine they are probably, but I'm honestly not quite sure. Hopefully they are, because I'm hoping for some competitive matches. But yeah, I'm not sure. Denog, do you know?
I mean, we'll be able to check in game, right, to see what the ping is like. But if you're not over here, I mean, they have qualified for both TI as well as Riyadh, so maybe they are having an extended boot camp just prior to Riyadh. But if you actually go over to Brazil, there's a certain like coastal town. The ping's only like 80 to Western Europe, so it's not that bad. It's not unplayable. So you certainly can still get like a boot camp vibe while staying relatively local. So maybe that's what they're going for. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, we'll see how that one is going to break down for them. And yeah, if they can do that, I mean, especially if they're over here as well, it's going to be some great practice for them, not only in the events like this, but the scrims, like say for Riyadh, for TI, being able to get all that practice in. I know that the teams that like to do it, we're going to be able to see Beast Coast on the screen here and now. See the roster in full. So looking through, Aries, anyone stands out for you? Are we looking at any playmakers here? Is there anyone that you've seen throughout their career and you think, okay, we have to keep an eye on them, especially today? They might be able to make these moves in the games and be the one that wins it all for them.
Well, definitely, it's probably the young guns you're looking at. I mean, Pike, the carry, and then Lumpy as well as the mid laner, kind of fresh blood. Overall, the other players have been known for a little bit longer throughout the scene. I mean, Moose and Vitali, the big one, and Elmisha even played on Vitali's team for a little bit, Hokori, before Theoloko, I believe, joined for that TI run. So it's really the mid and the safe lane. They are some incredible plays. Lumpy plays a lot of different heroes. He's got a really good Pudge as well, which we saw once in the qualifiers for TI, and he looked great on. So hopefully we get to see it again. He's a playmaker, likes to be very active. Vitali have been impressed with like his Pango. I think in the game 3, the deciding match with Boom and Beastcoast, he single-handedly carried a game with Underlord. It's probably one of the best performances, honestly, I've seen with an Underlord. So that was incredible. I was really impressed with what he was able to do. So this Beastcoast team are young, they're hungry. Moose gave a really cool interview just saying like kind of the mindset of him personally, but also the Beastcoast boys. So they're working really hard, and this is going to be a good test. But yeah, for me, probably looking at Lumpy in particular.
Okay, well, we'll see how they're going to be able to play. And yeah, like you say, the calls coming through. Age 21 and age 18 there as well. We've seen so much young blood coming through recently, the past year or so, that have been super impressive. Not just on Beastcoast, but, through all of those. It seems like the game, we are getting those young players coming in now, which is going to be really nice to be able to keep the scene fresh. But Danog, looking on the other side, Entity have been together for a while, been playing like this. You were mentioning some of the heroes that we might be looking out for. But how do you think they're going to perform up against kind of an unknown factor against Beastcoast? Do they just stick to their game plan? Are they going to be rocking, like, say, more of the same that we've already seen so far?
Well, I mean, Entity, like I was saying, they've got a very set style. Basically, the only one that I think changes in a big way how he plays, or the heroes that he has, is Watson. Just because, he's got the potential for the Pudge, he's got the potential for the Meepo, his TA is amazing, his Morphling is amazing. Like, he has a massive, massive hero pool. So I really feel like you can't necessarily target ban him. It's basically just trying to remove the supporting cast so that he's not able to get the farm to take over games in the way that he does. And, I haven't even mentioned no one, right? Like, it feels like even back when he was playing on old G, he was solo carrying games for them in the in the Western European Div 2 times. So it's interesting to see what they're going to be focusing on for Beastcoast. And I do have a bit of a soft spot for them, right? Because Moose, he's a really, really actual PMA guy. Not like one of these people that just have PMA in their name in pubs, who probably are the furthest from it. He is actually PMA, just constant positive vibes coming through, and I only wish for success for him. So hopefully he's able to get that. If not at this tournament, they're going to Riyadh, they're going to TI, so hopefully that'll be the case. I think we might be about to see some predictions as well as to where everyone thinks the results are going to go today. I don't think there's going to be anything really spicy coming out from that, though, as, pretty standard across the board.
Yeah, and I guess that spot isn't soft enough there for you to be able to maybe back the Beastcoast boys coming through. So everybody coming through on Entity here in this first game. And I actually didn't see how it ended up in that last, yesterday, because I put my predictions in, but I didn't see what everyone else was picking, and I didn't see where it all ended up. So I'm kind of hoping I'm kind of in the middle of the pack, when it comes to the prediction score. But yeah, for now, it looks like I won't be moving on either side here, as everyone does seem to settle on Entity. So looking through this one, seems to be a little bit of a no-brainer. Ares, any surprise? Again, looking at this, everybody's picking it. So why, do you have an argument as well for maybe why we should flip over to Beastcoast?
I'd love to come up with an argument again, considering I covered at least the qualifiers and they looked very impressive in it, but I just think they do seem like a step under, and I think this is just probably naturally what is going to happen. It's going to take a little bit of time for South America, these teams, to be as competitive as the other teams in Western Europe, the teams that aren't directly qualified. And Entity, regardless, like, even though they haven't been having results on any of the tournaments that they've been going to, if they have qualified through a lot of the qualifiers, they've been blitzing through. And now they have Estini, who was really sang the praises of when he was on Nouns, and a lot of the Nouns players were actually very vocal about his role on the team and really liked him as a coach, and we're already seeing that from Entity are really supporting him too. So look, I'd love to try and give an argument for Beastcoast, but I do think they are just going to be a tier under Entity, but it's a best of one, and this Beastcoast team, I really do think it's going to be a big factor. Like, are you playing on ping? Are you going to get some heroes that are going to be comfortable? I think they can do it, but I think it is way less likely it's going to happen.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to give my best pitch then. I know I predicted Entity, but you've got to look at them, like you say, the young guns coming through, and these teams, they can be surprising when they do that. I mean, you only have to look as far as the one-win team about a year ago. Nobody even heard of the team. It was they were playing under, what was the name? Klim Sanic, I think they were playing under. I'd been watching them for about 6 months, and I was really impressed with how they were playing. They get picked up by one win. making it to events. They start getting through qualifiers, start looking really impressive in events like this as well. That's been was being hosted at the end of the year. Unfortunately, we weren't able to make it to a couple of lands, but they were able to come through. And now they're going to TI. And again, a year ago, no one they've been playing as different teams. Munkusha, Chira Junior, Cloud, Twin Strong, Respect, playing on all different teams. They come together into this one roster. Now they're going through into TI. So Beastcoast looking to do. I mean, they're going there as well. They're going to be looking to impress as well. So yeah, maybe we are going to say, like you say, Aries, that one game coming through, we might just be able to get that upset, maybe catch Entity off guard. It is like I can't even say it's early because we're looking at what in Europe we're looking at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So maybe they are still waking up, because we know those gamers, they like to wake up at about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But yeah, Tanog on the other side here. Looking at this matchup, like you say, it is a best of one. So you've already talked about the Entity picks. What are you expecting from Beastcoast? Have you seen any of the gameplay recently? Are you expecting any surprise picks that might take Entity, like I say, by surprise and catch them off guard?
No, Entity are really a team that is very, again, measured about how they do things, and I don't think there's going to be too much that shocks them. They give a lot of respect over, and I think they're, like, I know Fishman watches a ton of replays, for example. That's why I think he's one of the best warders that exists in the entire Dota ecosystem, just because he knows the little windows that he can look to play around to get some deep vision, and he knows how to deward. He's probably better than almost everyone in the world at doing that. So, yeah, I'm really not seeing too big of a window for Beastcoast to be able to come to this one, because to me they're the clear, like, number 2, maybe even number 3 team, right? They're right on the edge there with Boom as to who the number 2 team is behind Heroic, whereas Entity, yeah, they might be, 5th, 6th best team in Western Europe, but they are the clear best team when it comes through qualifiers, and who knows, maybe they even would be beating some of these other teams, your Liquids, your Gamins, your Tundras even more often when they are, put into qualifiers a little bit more often. So I think they're just continuing to grow. I know DM is certainly getting back into his stride, showing the reasons why he was on that really strong VP roster a while ago, why he was scouted out and played for OG for quite some time, and now he looks like he's taken that extra step up again, playing with Entity.
Yeah, and we'll see how it is going to break down between these two teams. Like you say, Entity, top 6 in Europe, maybe top 6, 7 overall. So, they're going to be, well, we'll see how that's going to go for them in the future. But yeah, maybe one of those top 10 teams at Beastcoast, they do need to not kind of take now, but be able to get that information. Like you say, it's still great for the team here. Playing against them, getting that information, getting the replays, getting that experience as well. Because everybody wants the money. Of course, everyone wants the money. That's why everybody's here to play up for this. But you can't overlook the experience that these teams get. You're coming to a different region, playing up in this different, maybe the different meta, the different pick system, the way that the games are actually played out here as well. Because watching European teams, I'm looking through and I'm seeing games ending in 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes out of push here. They're playing this really fast Dota, not letting the carries sit for 20 minutes and farm up. Not like this. Okay, we're gonna set the timer here, and that's when we're gonna start fighting in about 30 minutes. Everybody takes just take it easy, play some PvE before we get into it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Beastcoast react to this one, how they are going to be able to adapt, and like you say, how they're going to be able to come up against Entity in a best of one, because it is all on the line here for this best of one. Just be able to show you're effectively the best that you can do. And looking at these two teams, yeah, I think again, maybe the best of South America coming across here, and one of the best teams in Europe, just being able to show what they can do here, show these power levels as well. And Beast Coast, again, I think they're trying to make the South Americans proud, show that they can stand with the best and perform here as well. So we see how that is going to break down in just a couple of minutes. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to today. And again, I'm really sad I missed yesterday, because the games looking through, they look like absolute bangers as well, especially, well, maybe not that 78-minute game. I think that 78-minute game, I might have been taking a quick nap there, something like that. But getting into the games yesterday, looking through all quality games, it looks like all amazing. Showing what they can do. So I'm looking forward to today, and I'm absolutely excited to be able to host this one. Just be able to sit back and watch at my own pace to see how these teams are going to be breaking it down. So looking at it, like I say, we've got Beast Coast Entity Team Spirit versus NGX coming up, and then after that we have the winners match, the losers match, which are both going to be best of ones. How much, Jerry's, do you think the best of ones affect the teams in terms of just the mindset coming into this as well? Because we talk about the draft, cheese picks, we talk about trying to perform, but actually just coming into the game, you've got to be thinking, it is do or die. How do you think these teams are reacting to the best of ones?
Yeah, I mean, you might see a little bit more safer drafts, but even then, these teams are probably, at the end of the day, like, you have to be confident in your ability to still execute a lineup where you don't have as much security as going late game. And we see Gaming Gladiators did it multiple times yesterday. So I really think the best ones are going to be fine. Of course, you can't make that mistake, but I think we'll still be able to see a lot of blockbusters between these two teams. Really, it's just like, hopefully we don't get any, like you said, another 15-minute game with the GG versus PSG Quest. But I think this one coming up though, like Beastcoast Entity, I know you were saying before about like Western Europe being like very high tempo, a lot of action, a lot of kills. I think South America is one of the other regions that are actually able to match that, and Beastcoast were able to do that a lot in their qualifier run. So I do think this first game, like, it's not going to be an issue, because there has been some like talk of like Southeast Asia, for example, or China for a little bit haven't been able to match like the playstyle of Western Europe, but I think South America should be a little bit different here. So I think your Beast Coast should be okay versus Entity, and be two-phased about a best of one.
Yeah, and they've had a lot of practice looking through the recent history here, Beast Coast, from what they've been playing in a lot of other events. They've been grinding it out. They've been playing in a series that, just in, like say, other events that actually goes on for a couple of weeks at a time. So they do have this experience under the belt coming through. We'll see how they're going to be able to adapt here coming out into this best of one. And you look at it, like say, you look at this lineup and you hope Beast Coast, or at least I hope Beast Coast, like say, going to be able to give us a game Entity there as well. Being able to see what both of these teams can do. And a best of one, we do only get to have one winner from that one game. And but the losers, I keep saying, it's all on the line. It's the best of one, but they do have a second chance here. They do get knocked down to a losers match where they can move on. So they do have that lifeline. And now looking at it again, do you think it's going to be okay for Beast Coast here? They're playing in the European region, but it is European teams they're playing against, so they don't have to adapt from Europe to Southeast Asia, Europe to China, Europe to the North America. How much do you think that affects their game plan coming into it? Either way, winners or losers bracket, just being able to play up against the one region. How do you prepare for that?
I think you just got to play with like what's gotten you invited to this tournament, right? Like I keep talking about the fact that you need to be worried about, the Meepo from Watson and the Pudge from Watson, but Pyke can play Pudge as well. It is their answer to the Morphling, for example, and that's something that Watson does love to play too. So, going back the other way, if Entity don't respect Beast Coast, then they can find themselves getting cheese picked. They're one of the few teams that are still playing Zeus, and they've got 100% win rate on it on this patch, despite all the nerfs to the Lightning Hands, not being like usable on Manta Illusions and all that sort of thing. So, they've certainly got their own mentality of playing. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to execute? Because, in some of those games that we were watching yesterday, like one win, nearly able to get the victory over GG, they ended up qualifying anyway, but they qualified second. It really did come down to GG were just that little bit mechanically better, and maybe, if they aren't actually boot camping in Europe, I said 80 ping if they're playing from Brazil in a boot camp isn't that bad. 80 ping can be the difference, like that 1% that's actually needed to be able to get a little bit further ahead coming out of the laning stage, for example, especially in that mid lane. And I've already talked at length about how good no one is, just individually, and how crazy is that he is still kind of like at the top of his game after so many years playing in different regions, at least 3 different regions, going to lands all the way back till like 2015 with Vega Squadron, and now he's still here at the very top of his game. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, you're making me feel old now, because no one's only 26, and saying he's been going all that time, but it's one of those things that, like say, he's been playing for so long. We'll see how he's going to be able to perform today. Looking at these two teams as well, not just in terms of how they're going to play, but in terms of the draft coming out as well, because we talked about Shadow Fiend and the Witch Doctor coming through. But is there anything you're looking at in the patch that's maybe quietly just getting on with things? Because I've been seeing the Darkseer absolutely ruining teams in games, that just being able to get that vacuum into the wall, being able to set up with something like a Clockwork there as well. Apart from just the teams, what they like to draft, is there anything you think that has to be respected coming through in this patch, just as a hero? Is there anything that you think you can't let through no matter what?
It's you have your classics, right? The Dark Willow isn't one of those heroes anymore. We didn't see that played pretty much at all yesterday, so it's still the Hoodwink, still the Witch Doctor. Shadow Fiend is still getting respected. I'm already forgetting about a couple of the other ones. We've seen some Darkseer bans yesterday. The Pangolier was still getting banned out as well in particular, so that still looks like it's a pretty strong hero overall. So I think it's probably going to continue to be like your stock standard heroes that have been getting banned that they still look pretty. Nothing has changed. I was a little bit surprised that not much is different here with the letter patch. But again, I mean, it was just day one, so potentially things are going to be a bit different. We have 4 new teams to be able to see their ideas on Dota, but it really seems like at least first phase of bans, it's probably going to be pretty similar to what it was with 7.36b.
Okay. And on the other side, Tanog, looking through, first of all, wait, actually, who's got the high MMR? Who should I be really listening to here between the two of you?
Definitely Danog.
Okay, so let's forget everything Aries you said. No, let's not. That's a good opinion. But yeah, Danog, is there anything that you're looking to here as well? Is there anything that you think's a little bit scary? Is there anything that you've seen in the high-level pubs that haven't been maybe executed in the pros yet that you think is going to be one of those things that you just, you might be the next big thing coming through that we have to look out for today?
I think Venomancer's being slept on a little bit. I think Void Spirit, we saw Quinn really go bonkers with it. I think his innate is kind of crazy. The amount of extra magic resist you're able to get, the extra health regen you're able to get. Again, you're a universal hero, so your scaling's actually not that bad. Just from these two teams in particular, Entity specifically, they're picking Grimstroke, and not many other people are. And when you just consider a lot of the, strong heroes right now that kind of do synergize together with that. Centaur Grimstroke, really strong. CK Grimstroke, really strong. All of the spirit heroes are in the meta, so you get an extra form of stun and lockdown to be able to find that initiation. It just feels really solid overall, so I wouldn't be surprised if Kataomi busted it out this time. And I think even the Enigma's being slept on. Anything in my eyes that has flex is always going to be huge if you're able to draft it. So I'm thinking, Weavers, I'm thinking Enigma, Fishman plays it, DM plays it, Kataomi can play it. It synergizes really well with another one of Kataomi's heroes, which has that flex in the Tiny as well. So I think these are the heroes that they're going to be prioritizing pretty heavily.
Is that why we're seeing the Weavers, the Tinies, the Enigmas, heroes like that ban out in the first phase, just purely because they can come through the flex like that? The teams don't want to be having to play that guessing game coming through on the draft?
And they're just busted as well. That's the other thing, right? As soon as Weaver's changes in 7.36 came out, I was like, wait, you only need to be level 2 to have Geminate Attack and Shikuchi, which now has a slow, by the way, because of his facet, and Swarm. How is that fair? How is that... And they gave it, the tiniest nerf in this latest C patch, where I still think it's just way too good to be able to pass up on. Tiny Crash Landing is a stupid facet. I think being at level 12 and just having these constant spikes, right? Level 10 is a spike, level 12 is a spike, level 15 is a spike, 18, 20. It's like you never have a weak point in the game as the Tiny, which I think is just crazy.
Yeah, and speaking about the facets, is there anything, Aries, that stood out to you? I know the Weaver one with the slowdown. Are you not seeing the first few days? It seems like the teams were playing. If you're a support Weaver, you got the XP facet. If you were the carry Weaver, you got the slowdown on the Sakuchi facet. Is there any other facet that have stood out to you that you just think you can't pass that up? On any of the heroes that you've seen, is there anything that's just way too broken not to be picked?
Well, definitely the Witch Doctor one comes to mind, is right. Like you're always going for the Voodoo Festeration. The Hoodwink one, I've been way more impressed with the tree bounce. Pretty much seeing when Monkey King is getting played as well. I don't think this is at the level of the ones that I just mentioned, but Monkey King, I think a lot of people were saying the facet to not get knocked out of Wukong's, or at least it's still the one they're going for. But I thought the other one was going to be contested at least more than what it is. But Simeon's Stride is looking great. But really the ones that the Tinker one was absolutely crazy. The games that I was seeing, when I know it's different now, but there was some in Southeast Asia, Tinker was getting first pick sometimes. It was Your Way, I believe, on TNC that they were first phasing, and that's absolutely crazy to me if I'm seeing a Tinker first pick. I was just watching this game, and Defensive Matrix goes off with a strong Dispel plus getting a blink away. It's like, what is this spell? It's just doing too much. So that's probably another one of them. But that was there's probably a lot more that are undiscovered as well. They just need some minor changes, and they could just be very, very frustrating to play.
Just on that point, just to follow up again, I know you said that the man himself, the NA legend Fear, said that the Sven, what was it, God Strength facet was unpickable, but it really isn't. I think it is really good right now. You saw how quickly they were able to scale when that was picked up. I think it was Kiritich that went it, right? When they were able to just find him time to be able to get out of the laning stage. Yes, early on, it is really weak, but just pick a strong laning support, like a CM, and I think you're going to be just fine. On the point of the Tinker as well, I like the fact that they nerfed the translocator to be a basic dispel instead of a strong one, but it's kind of like what I was saying with the Willow. You took away the Bedlam being able to cast on allies. You didn't need to nerf her facet as well, and I think that's kind of what they did with Tinker, where they made laser not AoE, so you need to wait until you're level 25 to have like AoE laser, where previously it was 50. I think it's just a level too far, and the hero is basically unpickable now, which is unfortunate. So we'll see. We'll see if a few more of these facets are undiscovered. I really think Sapling as well is underplayed on the Treant Protector. It just provides a stupid amount of healing, and I want to see if anyone is going to look to abuse that.
Yeah, well, we're going to be able to get into the draft now. It is starting up just a little bit late, so I think there is the penalty coming out for Beastcoast here, as they were a little bit late. But we are finally going to be able to get into it. And just before we do, Tinker, anyone really bothered he's gone again? Anyone? Hands up? No? Okay, cool. Because, yeah, that hero,
I think it should be pickable. In 1% of games, it should be pickable, just not first phase picked, and not busted.
Yeah, okay, well, we are going to be able to get into this draft, and it starts off the IO being banned out here as well. It seems like that hero's making a little bit of a resurgence here as well in the ban list. I am seeing it being taken away more and more often, as well as the TA. We see the Shadow Fiend as well as the Pangolier being banned out. Aries, any surprises so far? He's lost his voice.
Sorry. I think that the games from that I've been seeing, like, I don't know, the IO is... I'm looking back now and seeing, like, Entity, if they played it in the qualifier run, they only had one game with the IO. So that is a bit surprising. I mean, I haven't seen enough of it. I'm not seeing anyone else, like, first phase ban it, but it must be some respect if... obviously Beastcoast, I mean, they didn't play in any of their games as well, to mention in the South America qualifier, so they obviously feel like they don't have the ability to pick it and kind of block pick it, so they just want to get rid of it from Entity.
They lost the 2 times that they picked at Entity, right? TI and Riyadh qualifiers, I think. But it's just one of those heroes that changes the way that you play Dota a little bit. And I think maybe this is Beastcoast just having a bit of confidence in themselves, saying, you know what, we think if we play just regular Dota, we're going to be able to beat you, which is good. You just want to take away those heroes that fundamentally change the way that Dota is played. I like the fact that they've gotten rid of, again, some of these strong flex heroes, the Tiny, the Weaver, they're gone. TA, even a smallish level of flex coming through there. No one can play it, of course. Watson's able to play it as well, so I like that opening that they've gone for. For Entity, I don't know, do you take away, like, Vitaly's Underlord? Just look to target him a little bit more, considering you've already gotten rid of his Pangolier? No, okay, just a busted Witch Doctor, sure.
Okay. So again, Beastcoast in their qualifiers put a lot of emphasis on strong laning support, so they've already banned one of them in the Weaver, and the Witch Doctor's gone, so Hoodwink is, again, something that they put a lot of priority on. Maybe they already want to... The issue with now, like, a Phoenix getting picked up for Entity is this is a big... You're already showing on NT like you have a super strong support that is going to give you team fight, and when you see someone else draft team fight, you kind of need to follow suit, because otherwise you can get later in the draft and you're a bit stuck and you haven't kind of covered this area that Entity will have a strong advantage in. So I feel like you can go down the route of like countering the egg with ways to hit it. You can go down the route of also having some team fight. And this is an interesting one. This actually, they probably learnt this from Heroic. Heroic, I believe, are the only team, if I remember correctly, that were actually running the Jakiro in the qualifiers. So I'm almost certain they were not the ones picking it up. So obviously, have picked something up from the team that is pretty much the best in South America.
Yeah, I wonder what Entity do now to be able to counter this, right? You would assume it's going to be a position 5 Jakiro coming through, although there's some argument for it to potentially be a core. I've seen it be really annoying with stuff like Witchblade just because of how quickly you're able to attack. I've seen Glipnir Jakiros come through in a lot of the high-level pubs as well, so that certainly is a possibility. Double attack for the egg can be kind of nice as well, I suppose, but you got to imagine that you're going to have some form of attack speed slow coming through there as well. I almost wondered, like, can you afford getting away with something like a Snapfire? I think that hero is being underpicked a little bit. Yes, it is like the classic Phoenix counter, but that full bore facet feels really good for the laning stage, and it just means that you can stay well on the back lines, never really get up into melee range, and be that aura buyer from the support position, which feels really good. It opens up the game so much for your position 3 to effectively just be another real core.
They played it once actually, even as a carry on Beastcoast. It didn't win. They played it versus Heroic and it looked okay, but it is something that they have obviously thought of pretty recently. So we'll see if that's a route they want to go down. I want to correct myself previously. It was actually Leviathan that played the Jakiro, but regardless, it's making the runs in South America. So it gives you a strong laner, and we will see. I was just thinking as well, like Kataomi really likes Rubik, and you see Jakiro. I wonder if Beastcoast ban it, or if this is something that Entity might be considering about having as their double support. Would you want to see the Rubik ban, Danog?
Potentially. I mean, the thing is, if you go Rubik, yes, you're really, really strong late game, and once the team fights break out, but can you do anything early on, is my main issue. Rubik probably not the best at being able to trade with a Jakiro. You just put a few more points into the Liquid Fire or the Liquid Frost, whatever you level up, and then you don't really care too much about the Fade Bolt and Rubik being able to trade effectively with you. Yes, it is nice to have the Ice Path, but you might go ahead and just put 1 point into it, for example. Get the value for yourself and lessen the impact of the Rubik. This is a lot higher damage coming through from Beastcoast, which I do like. So it's going to enable them to pick up the pace a little bit, because that is something that Phoenix does suffer with a little bit. If you're able to get really aggressive early on, before you're able to get into those levels, before you're able to get into more points in the Sunray in particular, you could just get run over quite quickly. So for the rest of Beast Coast draft, I'm just looking for them to just find some reliable lockdown and ways to initiate. So wouldn't be surprised to see Puck, Storm Spirit come out. Even though Puck really isn't super strong in the meta right now, I could see it working.
Yeah, definitely. There's some things like Beast Coast. Yeah, they have stuns, but it's like how easy those stuns going to be able to connect. And we know no one really likes his spirit heroes, and I mean Puck as well, like you mentioned. So there's a couple other things, right? You haven't particularly addressed the Phoenix in regards to killing the egg, and you are very reliant on magic damage at the moment for Beast Coast. I know you're only 2 picks in, but we've seen previously like DM likes his aura builders. Of course, he can play some other heroes as well, but if you want a hero that can buy pipe, already a lot of the damage is going to be mitigated.
Yeah, for sure. I have to wonder as well, like, do they worry about the cores just doing all the damage? Okay, might be just a Centaur Rubik combination. Feels like a pretty solid lane. I know I've just mentioned why Rubik might not be amazing this game, because you've got ways to be able to go around it. The other option that you can go for is something like a Shadow Demon, where, you provide a little bit of that extra save for your team. I just feel like, again, they might be lacking damage, so I would want to see like a really high damage hero from No One come through if they wanted to go down that route. But Demonic Cleanse feels amazing against Jakiro. It feels amazing against Techies. And with Chen. I mean, that's another way to be able to just shrug off these this damage over time, right? They don't have a ton of burst on Beast Coast, so if you're able to get into that early-ish mech, then they can feel kind of unkillable, right? From level 11-ish onwards.
Does Kataomi play the Chen? It's only Fishman, right? Am I missing? So are they just going to play Phoenix 4?
Probably just Phoenix 4.
I think it is only...
feels totally fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And looking at this one as well, you were talking about, obviously they need something that's going to hit that the Phoenix egg now as well. So we see the potentially 2 supports unless they want to do something funky with the Jakiro. So no particular, no Snapfire, something like that as the 4. So what are you looking at here? Is that's going to be the second hitter? Because they now have the protection coming out with the Centaur as well. That's going to be able to dive in. You'll pull the aggression out with the Stomp. Stampede there as well to be able to charge off if anyone's in the face. So are you looking for another ranged hero to be able to hit that egg? Are you looking for a hero that's going to be able to make a jump? You'll get right in. Troll comes out, okay one, but is there anything else you need as well for Beast Coast?
I mean, they had the gyrocopter potential, right? But that's been banned out. I'm a little surprised that they themselves banned out the Lifestealer, just because I feel like it would have been a pretty decent game for that, but maybe just feeling like, you know what, we don't want to give what we feel is quite a strong hero over. Instead, they're just doubling down on their own team fight, right? Tidehunter able to control the backlines. I'm also wondering, like, what sort of mid laner can you afford to go here? Like, against a Phoenix and a Chen, I quite like Nightstalker, but probably not anymore with a Tidehunter picked up.
Okay.
Out that Puck.
Yeah.
I'm a bit intrigued about the
Ursa
pick.
Got that look on your face. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So As far as I'm aware, I think Ursa really doesn't like playing the troll because of missing the axes and he's not particularly the best MKB builder. Chen Ursa can be a little bit frustrating, like with the penitence, getting that attack speed can be kind of nice, and also Ursa vs Tide. So obviously they feel like they probably want to try and shut down the Tide as early as they can. That's what they're putting more emphasis on instead of just the Ursa the troll matchup. But if we do get to the later stages, like you should be pretty happy on Pyke with this troll with this matchup in particular.
Little worried about Tidehunter's last hitting potential as well, right? If Chen goes the mana burn creep, then Tidehunter really does need that anchor smash into what is already quite a difficult lane. And I'm not sure if Techies is going to help that matter all that much, right? You might just opt to go down the Hailbear Smash route as well, which honestly not the worst either, right? Because if that Hailbear creep dies, it provides that attack speed death throw, and you know, when you've got an Ursa to be able to play with 100 attack speed really early on into the game can mean death for something like that Tidehunter. So we'll have to see.
I'm intrigued on what the call is for Entity. I think there's some options where you can look at someone like a Razor OD to counter the Troll Tide, but then if you go down that route, you don't have playmakers, and which is kind of the issue with Chen Phoenix together. Like, sure, Chen can be active across the map, but you don't have someone really to control the fight in a location to enable the Phoenix. Centaur's okay, Ursa is more single target. So maybe they feel like they need at least some AoE control just to really enable the egg. Maybe they feel like you don't need the egg and like the Sun Ray is going to have enough value this game. But sure, I'm actually very intrigued on what route they want to go down.
I mean, I feel like Entity's done a great job with these bans, right? They've addressed exactly what I was talking about. Just stop any hero from being able to get in onto the back lines. Tidehunter, this game probably doesn't want to go a Blink Dagger early on, just because you don't have that instant follow-up damage to be able to blow someone up. And, well, they actually get a bit of dive for themselves. It's okay. I mean, going up against the Jakiro, you can just end up getting Ice Path, you know, if the positioning is pretty decent. And, I mean, you've also got the Bash that's going to go through any sort of BKB from the Troll Warlord, or the Ensnare, rather, so you don't necessarily have a great amount of mobility, but it is some pretty good control. I mean, it feels to me like Entity is just playing for a early-ish timing, right, to be able to punish this Tidehunter, especially quite early on.
Oh, very cool. Okay. The break from the Primal Beast is going to be quite nice. First, the Tidehunter. Yep. Maybe there's also value in that with picking it. But the monkey response, we saw this yesterday, right? With, oh my god, Quinn playing it and absolutely bodied the mid matchup of the Dragon Knight. Might be a little bit different just because the Primal Beast we've seen before, you can even just cut the wave. So I still think it's probably going to be pretty Monkey King favored. And we'll see. This is a very, very interesting pick. If I remember correctly, Lumpy, there was one game where he went like 7-1, it completely popped off on the mid Monkey King. So he's very, very comfortable on this hero, and I'm excited to see how he's able to perform in this game as well.
I'd have to imagine he just went the standard build as well, right? Going into the Glipnir. Again, I feel like they need a little bit more control early on. You know, for the Ursa, force him to use BKB or Enrage just to not be held in position, provide a little bit more lockdown to prevent the Phoenix dive from going off, and maybe this is even a game where you go like, I'm just thinking, can you go an Orb of Corrosion on the Monkey King to be able to counter out a little bit of this healing coming through? Because it does feel quite nice this game, especially if you're able to land a Boundless Strike and just take away multiple heroes' different types of healing.
Okay, and with the two lineups on the board, you know, we've already seen both teams' drafts now. So, Ari, starting with you, do you have a preference? Are you sticking with Entity, or are you gonna, jump off the bandwagon, head over to the other side here, maybe join that Beastcoast camp?
I actually like the Beastcoast draft. I do think, with that being said, I do think Entity, I kind of favor them more as a team, but I think Beastcoast are a step down. But I actually prefer the Beastcoast draft, so we'll see.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a hard commit there to Beastcoast. He changed his mind. And Danog, on the other side, are you sticking with NC, or are you joining Ares? Are you both skipping across the line there?
I'll probably stick with Entity right now. I really value Fishman on his Chen in particular, and I just feel like in terms of team fight, when you don't have that Ravage, I think Entity are just going to be able to come out on top a whole lot more frequently. So it's about abusing the timings that you've got, the openings where you have to be able to make plays outside of that Ravage. So I'm going with Entity.
Okay, and as we've already established, Danog is the high MMR, so I'm going to be taking his opinions here too. I think I'm going to be sticking with Entity, and we'll find out how our casters feel as we get ready to jump in with DK Truman and Hurry Freak.
Welcome everyone. Yeah, Harry, this is this is an interesting draft. Completely changed up compared to the matches that we saw yesterday. Looking forward to seeing what they can bring. But initial thoughts here?
Well, it's perfect that we have a team that is not from Europe, right? Because this is why it's changed, right? Because they have a different approach to drafting. Their pubs look different, and this is what they see as strong. My opinion of this game is that Beastcoast actually have a really good shot to win it. I do agree with the panel that there is this tempo of Entity that they can hit and never stop, right? Chen pushes down towers, you get multiple kills, Blink Dagger on the center, Roche takedown by the Ursa, and you just push, pressure, and win the game. But to be honest, I think if Beast Coast have a good mid lane, which they can have, they circle around it, they bring more heroes there, and all the hate from Entity is concentrated around this Monkey King, who should beat the victor in a 1-versus-1 mid matchup. I actually think they have a good shot.
Yeah, I definitely agree that their draft looks pretty solid. The only things that I'm a little bit worried about, it's always going to be, one lineup is just pure sustain. The Entity side, the Ursa, obviously the 3 cores are hard to kill. Then you got the Sunray on top, the healing from the Chen to back it up, which is one of the worrying parts for me. And don't know if Beast Coast will be able to get through that, because yeah, Ravage is great and all, but if you don't kill them during the Ravage, then it just becomes a bit of a cluster situation going on in the team fights. And then on the other hand, I was actually kind of surprised that it wasn't Beastcoast that took the center of this game after the first pick Phoenix, because I just would have assumed that the moment that the Phoenix got picked up, you pick center and you run away every single time the egg comes. But they're gonna, I guess with the troll monkey, try to take it down every single time.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because if we look at Beast Coast, their heroes don't really run away that well, and other than the supports, aren't the greatest at killing the egg. So I'm not sure what they're trying to do with this lineup. Maybe it's the idea is we see an egg, we ravage, and then we just focus on the egg. That could be a pretty solid way to go about it. But then even Entity, when you look at their heroes, they look like egg defenders, somebody who doesn't allow the enemies to escape from the egg. Not really. They don't have any of those big circle spells that are actually going to keep you in place. So Phoenix was the first pick as a hero that Entity really do like, but then neither of the teams center their drafts around it, which is very, very interesting. Usually when we see a Phoenix first pick or something that can be countered, it does end up being countered quite a lot.
Yeah, both sides are just gonna, I guess, accept the egg for being there. There's also a potential double save possibility, obviously late game on the side of Entity, but you got, of course, the Aghanim Scepter on the Phoenix for the big egg save in case something goes wrong. And the other one is that I always hope to see, the hitch a ride, workhorse, whatever it's called. Take your
and you
allies
will never
with
see
you.
it.
I mean, it's so good now. With the changes they added to the patch, I still don't see anyone pick it, but the fact that you're invulnerable to damage and Centaur can blink/TP with you in the cart, like, that's such a buff.
Yeah, it really is. The thing is that is one of those things that needs time for people to really try it out, to see with which heroes it's gonna work out, to feel confident going with it, right? Let's say you're riding with the Ursa, nobody cares, right? You need somebody who is easy to kill, that you're gonna be able to defend, that you want to be able to bail out, a lot of those things. Plus, Centaur is this type of hero that really does need a lot of core items. His base armor doesn't exist. His agility gain is crap, so he needs to buy armor. He needs to buy blink. He is maybe usually the only aura buyer in his team. Not in this game, but sometimes that is the case. So then you need a pipe or a crimson guard or whatever, and that's way too many items. You get to the later portions of the game and you don't really have anything extra, any luxury to spend on an Aghanim Scepter.
That is definitely true. One plus, of course, for the Centaur these days is you don't have to buy those boots anymore. So at least, you drop a solid 1,500 gold away that you can invest into getting that blink faster or a blade mill faster, which is probably going to be the case this game, considering the Beast Coast supports will actually kill themselves on top of the Centaur very easily this game. Like, Techie drops a couple of bombs and then El Misho is gone. That kind of is the way that this game is currently looking. Lengthy pauses, obviously. We're playing with, entity that's a kind of super international roster up against Beastcoast, who are playing. Actually, they might be. I
think they have 100 ping. I think they have 100 ping.
Okay.
One of our colleagues messaged me that he thinks that they are actually playing on 100 ping, which playable. Their lineup doesn't really need that fast of a reaction. If you, let's say your troll is caught, you're spamming your BKB. Sure, you won't be able to respond with an instant BKB, maybe to a hoof stomp of a centaur, which you naturally would, but 19 out of 20 times, that's not what wins you the game, pretty much. So they should be fine.
Yeah, timing's all. I mean, they do have like a lineup that is really dependent on their combos, though, with the Ravage, Ice Path, Macropire, techies with the Blast Off, and gazillion bombs all over the place. They have a really cool like they need to get everything sorted exactly in the right order. Otherwise, their entire team fight falls flat, because you're going to need to have heroes holding enemies down inside the Wukong's command, for instance. And otherwise, with the center stampede, you just see entity running out of there, and they ignore the entire Wukong's, and that is a huge amount of damage that would then be lost.
That shouldn't be a problem. In general, on 100 ping, that shouldn't be a problem. Naturally, in these types of tournaments, you're going to have 30, 40. So, double that. It's not the biggest thing in the world. A lot of European players, if they don't want to go to sleep and they play till like 3, 4 in the morning, then they have to switch to America servers. And well, there you have 100, 120 ping, and it's very, very doable. So I don't think in general it's going to be a problem. Plus, I've heard that some people from South America and even North America nowadays are playing on European servers, because they've heard that pubs over on this side of the ocean are better. So yeah, it's not something people aren't used to.
I've encountered a lot of Brazilians. Peruvians, not so much. I think their ping is just a bunch worse.
Yeah.
But like the Brazilians, like northern part of Brazil, with maybe the VPN, I think it's called No Ping VPN. Named after, well, obviously there used to be a team called that. I don't know if they actually still exist.
They just got a new roster, the old X5 roster, as far as I know.
Speaking of organizations, did you hear the news? Neon Esports has was gone. Like they don't exist anymore. That is so sad. That is one absolutely amazing organization for so long that always had Scam back in the day, and sad to see them go.
Yeah, I mean, their best placement was 6th on a major, which is a big deal. At that point, the strongest Southeast Asia team. So it is sad. But these organizations, they come and go. They go, and then like a toxic relationship. After a year, they're like, I cannot do without Dota. I have to make a team. So they'll be back.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. There are, then there's an investor that's like, okay, I want to come back into Dota, or the market gets a little bit better. Currently, there's obviously like a bunch of different tournaments going on, and even more coming up every single time. That's there. Even the tier 1 tournaments are competing with each other, as we see soon. ESB together with Riyadh going like one day after the other. Most pro teams can't handle that, because there's just no way you can either travel, make that change. So there's a lot more chances for smaller teams, not like the creme de la creme, to make it into those other tier 1 tournaments.
Yep, and I mean, we have a really strong tournament here as well. I think Entity last time
amazing.
Who was the winner of the last one win?
The battle begins.
That is a very good question.
You cast. I'm the analyst, so I'm just gonna check.
By the way,
it is okay.
Fishman dropping low.
That's a fairy fire.
Taken down? Yeah, he's just keeping them busy. It was actually Virtus Pro that got 2nd place as well, which obviously we've seen yesterday crash and burn.
It happens. I mean, sometimes the mighty fall, but do you know why we fall, Bruce? So that we learn how to get up. Is that from the old Batman, or is that from the newer trilogy?
I would assume that's from the old one.
Yeah,
I can't remember. To be fair, the old ones are my favorite, especially with what was it, Schwarzenegger playing Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, no, not that one. So it's either the Bale one, but I don't think it is, or it's the oh man, the guy that all of our parents like, and for them he's the Batman, like always. Batman actor. Let me check. But Rob tells me it's the Bale one. It's actually from the Bale movies.
It's the Bale one. Okay, I mean, it's probably a quote from an older thing anyway.
Yep, of course. It always
I would
is.
assume it's just a rehash quote, just like with great power comes great responsibility from Batman. No, from Spider-Man.
Okay, you definitely don't know your superheroes here. As a DM, he might need one to save him as he's laning versus a Troll. Troll and Jakiro. It doesn't get much worse for a centaur there, because Ursa, he's having a bad time as well.
Yeah, bottom lane, it's going to be first blood though for Fishman, and of course he'll be able to get enough regen for Watson, who's not minding that whatsoever. Obviously, once Decky comes back, he needs to be a little bit more careful. But yeah, I was also looking at the top side because DM was dropping a little bit low, and well, it is Liquid Frost Jakiro, which is hurtful, very much so.
Oh, a big deal, a big deal. You get it on somebody and then you deal bonus damage per hit, which is a big deal for Jakiro. I don't know how much people have been watching this hero, but you actually attack twice. So if you have something like a tag team or that Liquid Frost, it really is a big deal.
Does it? It doesn't work on buildings. That's a little bit sad.
Yeah, well, you know, you choose. Are you gonna be burning them down with the liquid fire, or are you gonna have the liquid frost? You had your choice. I
haven't played this Jakiro yet, whereas I've usually played a lot of Jakiro in the past, so looking forward to seeing what it can do. I do see it a bunch in my pubs, though, as position 5s who are very greedy and just want to rush Ags most of the time.
I really like what no one is doing. You cannot stand in lane versus the Monkey King. You maybe could have tried with the Uproar, but it's way too risky. So this is a better way. You play how people played Primal Beast in the past. You pull the waves into the neutral camps, and you farm as much as possible. You will have a bit less than the Monkey King, especially if he starts chasing you down. But in general, you should be fine.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be El Micho heading that direction to interrupt it as much as possible. No one's going to go for the double stack pull. And yeah, there's Lumpy is dragging the creeps back as well. But yeah, no one's problem is the creeps were a little bit out of range.
He missed them. No one is maybe even dead. Yep. Go on.
Okay, sorry. That one was really weird. He just took the entire tower in his face and got smacked. That death was completely unnecessary. Bottom lane, a 1-for-1 trade in the meantime ensues with Watson getting a kill onto Vitality. Not too problematic for him, especially considering there's a Chen coming his direction with quite a decent amount of farm actually on the Chen. Or at least, yeah, he's got a lot of gold.
They need this lane to go well for Entity, because the mid lane is going catastrophically and the off lane not catastrophically but not good. So in general, if this bottom lane would be Ursa being pressured as well, that would be a complete disaster. You lose all 3 lanes, Monkey King starts rotating or people rotate towards him, and you really can't do all that much. But if the Ursa has a good lane and the Tidehunter is not as tanky as he would like to be, plus he did go for the facet where he starts off small. You can see how small he is there, smaller than the Ursa Bear. And so he is weaker at the start, and you really need to utilize this and get him down a couple of times.
I'm actually curious. Mid Monkey King. Obviously, yesterday we saw a Safely Monkey going Battle Fury. Then we saw it go Mjolnir. What does mid Monkey King go for?
Interesting question. I'm still a big fan of the Gleipnir, but are we gonna see an Echo Saber? I think Echo Saber could be happening. I mean, we did see a mid Monkey King yesterday, but it was a 15-minute game, so we couldn't really tell what he was gonna be focusing on in terms of items.
Oh, top lane, Pike gets stunned up, got the Omi dropping very low, but he does have a nice magic wand. Is it going to be enough? It does not seem to be the case. Taken down by Moose. In response, he dove with the Icarus dive right on top of Pike, and that's a very ballsy move when he had about 200 HP.
Yep, and full magic stick plus the healing lotus, so they never even got close to killing him. Also, that was a really nice split for Beastcoast, so they make sure that he cannot target them both with just one fire spirit, so he had to use force fire spirits to slow their attack down for just a little bit of time, and the second that expired, it was so easy for them.
No one is just not having fun. Mid lane, fortification coming out, making sure the banner creep does not get killed by the primal beast. Yeah, this is a very sad game for no one. It's not the best farming hero either, so recovery tends to be problematic if you don't manage to get kills.
BM is in trouble as well.
Oh yeah, this liquid frost does so much damage. My lord.
It's quite good. There's just so bonus damage 15 from Jakiro attacks, and then so you have, it's basically you do like 85-90 damage per right click, which is insane, and no one is in trouble again.
Well,
he does have the onslaught.
It's increased damage taken from Jakiro's attacks and abilities.
Oh, okay.
So it also buffs dual breath.
Now that's even stronger than I
actually
initially thought.
insane.
Yep.
No wonder it doesn't do a debuff onto towers, otherwise they would gone in seconds. Just
Yeah, that would be kind of dumb. Imagine you hit the tower and then everybody who punches it takes like 40 damage more. A wave of creeps comes, or rather yet a troll summoner with the rally skeletons. It would just melt the tower. Obviously, that's not something that can be allowed.
But old Liquid Frost used to be able to do it towards mid. Lumpy charging forward. He's got the bound to strike. They fortify the creeps to make sure that he doesn't get the heal off, but he's waiting it out exactly perfectly done. Gets the bound to strike, and El Misho finishes off Kataomi. Now Fisherman underneath the tower needs to be careful because Lumpy is going to go for the chase. Wukong's command comes down, and that Chen is very much in trouble. Will get taken down. Lumpy gets a second kill. Well, at the very least, no one survives, but that's a painful one. That mid
and a very smart choice.
Is stomping.
You just bring people towards him. That's the idea. And then every single time the tendency responds, they're going to be in trouble. And look at what no one is doing. He's stealing the rune. Might just get it.
Yeah, he definitely needs it. Will be able to secure it. No bound to strike, but Vitality didn't walk forward. Watson's in the area. Quickly cut the tree. Lumpy jumps off in time. There's the charge forward. Nice dive onto two by El Misho. Great rotation in time. Lumpy gets a double kill. And it just keeps on going for the monkey. Yeah, he's already at the point. Going for Gleipnir, it wouldn't surprise me. It's so farm.
It is that type of a game where you can. The thing is, this would be okay-ish if you got the 2 wisdom runes, but the Jakiro actually managed to steal the rune on the other side of the map. So that rune steal, it's actually just saving yourself from a total disaster rather than getting yourselves a big advantage on entity.
And still, through all of that, the net worth is only 1k advantage for Beastcoast, which is quite impressive. Watson, of course, had a little bit of a struggle in the lane, but for the most part has been sustaining. DM in the top lane, okay-ish. The only one that's really struggling is no one. And he is in trouble again. Still not even level 6 yet. So, finished off easily there by Lumpy.
This is the thing. No one was used to be known as one of the best laners. It's not showing in this game.
Yeah, but how do you circumvent his disastrous lane at this point? Kataomi, another one down. Lumpy just keeps on roaming. That's also the beauty of a mid-monkey. He is so fast across the map.
Yeah, with the Simian Stride, he can be anywhere he wants in a matter of seconds. And the thing is, you cannot really kill him at this point. Really, when you look at Entity, their heroes are not that great at finishing him off. You need this level 6 on the Primal Beast. And if I'm looking at DM, I'm hoping he's getting a Blink Dagger, but he's buying a Blade Mail. Oh boy. Okay, I don't know. In the next 7, 8, maybe even 10 minutes, this Monkey King will be untouchable unless he overextends, which he has no reason to do so.
Oh, Watson bottom lane. They're going through the gateway. Pike is there. He's got the ulti. Watson in the trees. Can't really go anywhere. Pops the enrage and knows he is going to get taken out because it's a 5-man rotation towards bottom to get the kill and most certainly the tower to boot. Also, Pike has a null talisman.
Well, Troll is a dumb hero, so you need some intelligence, right? So that's fine. You usually have mana problems on this hero. There wasn't a lot of spell spamming on the top lane, so it makes sense. As Lumpy is continuing to kill everybody.
Yeah, don't stop, won't stop. At this point, the safest place to farm on the map is the top side of it for Entity. Just stay away from your own jungle because Lumpy is all over the place.
Yeah, wherever you think you're safe, you are probably not going to be. Even Kataomi dies there from the overtime damage, sticky bomb and all. And no one, he can just look. I don't think he can engage this.
He's just there for moral support. You guys can do this. It's right now, I mean, if their cores have their ultis and Centaur joins in with a good stampede, you definitely have a lot of damage. And Monkey King is one of the heroes that if you catch him off guard, he does die very quickly. But you're going to need to coordinate this soon, otherwise the monkey is just going to run you down. Because it's not only the monkey. Pike is second in net worth currently on the troll. He's also closing in on towards his Maelstrom.
So are they both going for a Maelstrom? Yeah, both of them are going for a Maelstrom, both the troll and the Monkey King. And I like this, right? Because if you look at Entity, their lineup is a tempo lineup. Imagine if they get overrun. It is going to be a problem. Sure, Watson is going for a Battle Fury, and this Ursa can carry the game maybe at some point, but it's not easy. In general, the Ursa does not win versus the troll in the later portions of the game.
Yeah, and you're also down a mid laner, essentially, at this point. Like, no one is just so incredibly far behind. I'm surprised that Vitally actually also is struggling this much in terms of net worth, considering El Micho has overtaken him. El Micho 3-1-6 on the techies. He also... Oh, Lumpy towards mid, taking some damage. Pulverize comes out from no one. Do they have the damage taken down? Watson rotates through. They will find Lumpy. That's an 8-kill streak picked up by Watson, and that's a huge chunk of gold. It's 700 gold there for the Ursa.
That's so worth it. They understand what they need to do, Entity, and this is gonna be amazing. Also, Moose is in a lot of trouble dropping low.
We'll be able to manage to survive. Net worth-wise, we're still, again, within a 1k margin. So all that, 10 kills ahead, and they're still struggling. A Phoenix Egg gets dropped, but Kataomi does get taken down. This is actually something that Tundra used to do a lot. They had so many games where they were behind by like 15 kills at 15 minutes, but they were ahead 3k. Like, they're just focusing on the farm. Monkey King can chase them all they want. As long as Ursa gets fat, they still have a very good shot this game. Because not even the Ursa, DM's also actually really farmed. He's closing in on the Blink Dagger after his Blade now.
And the thing about Europe is that the region just has better supports than the other regions in general. So Entity definitely does have the experience and the knowledge on their supports to at the moment outplay Beastcoast. Usually the leadership in European teams is much better than the ones in South America, even though El Micho has been in the scene for a very long period of time, maybe even one of the most experienced players in the whole of South America. It's just not the same as the European support. So that's why you can always control the map. You're always gonna be somewhat close, even when you're being ran over.
They also, since recently on Entity, have Astini as their coach. And since they got Astini, they won a tournament, qualified for Riyadh, qualified for TI. So, you know, that's that must have some value there. Oh, no one. The tiniest charge of his life. Can he get away? Yes. No deeper chase.
The tiniest charge of his life, but it was enough. It was enough, Truman. So it's not the size, the length that matters, it seems.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's very girthy.
Look at Ursa. Very early Battle Fury because of that kill. He got 700 gold from it, so even with 2 deaths, you get a 14-minute Battle of Fury with Wand, Windlace,
And it is
and
Watson.
Phase Boots.
You know, rank 1 for a reason. One of the best farmers
He's
in
rank
Dota.
5 now.
Okay, was rank 1. You know, obviously he's winning too many pro matches to focus on his MMR. That's just the way it works. Actually, who's rank 1 now?
I think it's Amar.
Oh. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
You don't. You're just like Bowie. You don't follow X or former Twitter either.
Oh, no, I do. I saw... Who was it? There was someone that got 14k yesterday. Can't
Yeah,
remember
but
who it was.
PPD, I mean, Amar was number 1. And no one is probably dead again. But Amar was number 1. He said, I'm the best player in the world. And PPD answered, why is your name not on the Aegis then, right? So you need to follow these dramas, right? It's very fun.
I might not be following everyone. I primarily just get notifications from, you know, stuff that happens specifically in Dota. But, okay, give me a list of the people that I need to follow at all times.
Okay, no problem, no problem. We'll make that happen. So Centaur has a blink, and that's pretty good because now Entity finally have a way to make plays. Once Watson gets the blink, you have this duo that can jump somebody and just burst them down. It is the best possible way. You jump, you delete the hero, and then Beastcoast are gonna think twice if they're gonna fight you.
No, Pike. Phoenix Head gets dropped. He's gonna try and focus it down. Pops the ulti, does get the kill, but in response, Spike, is he gonna stay alive?
No
Yes,
way.
he is. The disarm is there. Watson gets the last hit at the very end, but it's still a 3-for-1 trade. Chen wasn't there, and the Primal Beast was nowhere to be seen because no one just finished off his Blade Mill.
What a jump in from El Misho there at the end and using the mech. It almost saved the troll. And they're getting more. I mean, even Fishman.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
he's
very
gone.
sad Chen. No force staff, no nothing. Can't get out of there. Back to a 4K net worth lead here for Beastcoast.
Yeah, so let's
Yeah,
try to
troll's
teach our
scary.
viewers something a bit, right? Because people tend to think that when you pop the ulti on the troll that you cannot kill the egg. But the thing is, if you have a fervor stack on an egg and you pop your ulti and you don't get stunned, the troll will focus down on the egg. So that's what happened. That's why he was able to actually use his ulti and make sure that the egg goes down and ultimately win the fight because of that.
Okay, I learn something new every day. As a support player, never touch troll. Actually, no, that's a lie. I played support troll once. With his, I think his old axe or shard, where you could use it on an ally.
Did you play single draft after that?
No, I think I actually won that game. Sure. Ravage on the back line. No one is in trouble. Watson, they are going to back off on the side of Entity, but the Root comes out. Fishman's going to be left behind. Stun onto Watson. The big fat monkey jumps on top. Wukong's command comes down as well. Can Watson get out there? No, the ice path holds him in place, and the smackdown comes through. Double kill for Lumpy, and that is disaster for Entity in the bottom side of the map.
They were holding the net worth at the same spot, but the thing is, big items came out. Blink Dagger on the Centaur, and on the other side, double Gleipnir. And the reveal of the Blink Dagger on Entity was really bad, and the reveal of Gleipnir's was amazing for Beast Coast. That's why we have this big of a discrepancy now in gold, because everything went good for the one side, and the other one, well, we saw they struggled.
Yeah, the other side, not so much. Top side, two-man Root, DM and no one. They're going to go back in, try and get the kill onto Lumpy. Ice Path perfectly on the 2. Pulverize. No one can he get himself out of there. The heal for a second won't be enough. Got to Omi. Tries to get a bit of burn in, but the Elmi shows healing from the Guardian Greaves already enough to keep him alive. Ice Path connects onto Fishman once again. Moose is not missing. Not a single Ice Path this game has been missed. Watson being chased. No one rage left, and
He's
that's
gone as well.
another catch. Honestly, Moose is playing out of his mind on the Jakir. GG getting called 18 minutes. Beastcoast with the dub. You said it yourself. You like their draft, and damn, did they perform.
Yep, it's all around the Monkey King. He wins the mid lane way too much. Even though no one, he tried to juke around those creeps, trees, and everything. After that death, when the tier 2 took away like 70% of his HP for some reason, he never recovered, and he wasn't a factor in this game. And then it was just way too easy. You play around the Monkey King, you have a hero that's like 2-3 times stronger than the enemy mid laner, and at least like 60-70% stronger than any other hero on the map, and you just utilize the strength. Beastcoast are a very scary team and entity. They came into this series not respecting that enough.
Yeah, to be fair, neither did I. You know, Beast Coast, obviously they qualified for TI, which is a big performance of theirs, but for the last, like half a year, after, obviously since the last Beast Coast lineup went away, it was always a bit of a doubt if Beast Coast would be ever returning to that spot, because they were like 4th in South America, but my God, they're looking really good. And this is with the extra ping. This is against Entity, who's on a roll. This is absolutely beautiful performance coming out from them. But I am curious on what the rest of the panel thinks as well. So we'll be heading over towards Rob and Roll, and take it away. Give us that analysis.
Thank you, DK. Yeah, I'm going to be leaving the analysis up to Aries because Danak has lost my trust. After one series, he's just let me down here. And we're going to be able to take a look at this game. I think we've got one particular lane we're going to be focusing on. I think it is going to be the mid lane, and Aries just breaking that one down. What went right for that Monkey King to do so well in that game on so little time?
It's got to be mentioned, I think no one messed up a little bit. Like, that's how you need to play the lane. You have to pull. You can't play into the Monkey King. He was doing it very early on. I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe the thought process was he wanted to try and drag the second wave and TP out, but then the second wave wasn't aggroing, so then he got greedy and ran out of the tower hoping to aggro, and then he wanted to kill the range creep, and he's like, crap, this is like 3 minutes in, you know, T2 tower probably does a bit too much damage, and then when you give up that kill, you also get, yeah, of course, you give up the kill, but I think it was 2 full waves that he just missed then as a result of that. So there's just no coming back from there. It's a bad matchup. You make one mistake. We saw what happened, and the Monkey King, like with this new facet now, we've seen in the past, like Primal Beast has been a hero that's been rotating around like level 3 in particular. Monkey King can kind of do that. I know we didn't see in particular this game, but Monkey King is kind of like that new Primal Beast that can get super active early on with a really good start, and this is a hero to look out for now. I feel like, especially in the mid lane, with how active you can be and to control the tempo.
Yeah, and just to pull up a couple of stats here that I took notes of. So at a... what was it, 5 minutes in? It was 33 last hits to the Monkey King, 17 to the Primal Beast, like you say, after the unfortunate maybe tower dive coming out. 10 minutes in, it was 5,700 net worth to the Monkey King, to the Primal Beast 3k there as well, and didn't really go their way. And then at the 12-minute mark, it was 14 kills to Beast Coast, to Entity's 4. Never really getting off the mark. So, Danog, looking at this one, we've talked about, you know, what was nice for the Monkey King, but what went wrong for Entity? Was it a case of they just weren't on the same page as a team? Did they not play with enough synergy here, or was there something else you think that you can pinpoint that might have been better, you know, improved here for them to maybe try and get that win?
I mean, obviously, we saw what happened with the Primal Beast, right? Just didn't have a good game. We were talking about yesterday, I think it was Bowie that was mentioning it, where he basically said he hasn't seen a player carry the game as hard as Quinn did against one win on his Void Spirit. Gotta say, Lumpy has to be in the discussion there for that Monkey King performance, right? He did the same amount of damage as 4 of Entity's heroes combined. The only one that did any notable damage that game was actually the Phoenix, just with all of the AoE that he was able to provide. And I think the other aspect of it as well was that DM, I'm quick to sing his praises, but he was very disconnected from the rest of his team, right? You're playing a Centaur, you only died one time, you have a Blink Dagger and a Blade Mail. By far the biggest playmaking potential that they have on their team, and he has like 4 points in Retaliate at level 7. And he took, I think, the least damage on the team. So not only are you not putting your body in there, you're not getting hit, you're not getting Retaliate back, you're not protecting the rest of your team, you're not protecting those squishy supports, and you're not able to use your Blade Mail either. It just felt really weird that he was just sitting back and letting the rest of his team die when he has the potential to be able to soak up a lot of that damage, or at least force the focus onto him.
Yeah, and what was the game time yesterday? 14 minutes and 59 seconds. Well, it did get close here in this first game of the day. Maybe it's just thing of, again, the team's getting ready, waking themselves up here, because that first one is just such a quick match. I really wasn't expecting that one to come through. What, 18 minutes here, Beastcoast. And again, like one of the great anime scenes, they take off those training weights that you were saying, it's like 100 metameters on the ping, something like that. They drop them, and they just go absolutely ham. And Entity, they just couldn't keep up. So, speaking about the aggression coming out from the side of the European teams, but it was just Beastcoast that led from the get-go there. They looked like they were off to the races here, and Entity, they were still getting their shoes on. So you see that the final score, 28-5. Aries looking through. We've talked about the Monkey King, but as a whole, Beastcoast, super impressive in this first game, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's going to be exciting to see the supports in particular, and if we're going to get more techies, if we're going to get more Jakiro, because we saw the value what El Misho and Moose was able to do in this game in particular, not just Lumpy. So this team looking good. It's going to be exciting to see how they can perform in the upcoming series as well.
Yeah, and Dano, we talked about it in the draft as well. Some of the heroes picked up, the techies, the Jakiro, not really in the meta at the minute. Not really being picked up all too often. So, do you think that was something that again maybe caught Entity out, and they performed really well, that Beastcoast had up their sleeve just to be able to pull out like that, or do you think it was just a case of, like, say, Beastcoast just being a level above here in this best of one up against Entity?
I mean, a little bit, of course, it has that impact. I saw a few times in the laning stage where Moose on his Jakiro was able to get like some denies right in front of DM, just because he's not necessarily used to the double hit coming through from the Jakiro, right? It just messes up like the timing that you're actually looking to try and go for denies or last hits or that sort of thing. So I think, they brought their own flair, which is really great to see. And yeah, I was just thinking that it wouldn't work as well as it did. But again, if you've got a mid laner creating that level of tempo like Lumpy did, the game just becomes so much easier for the supports, because they're never actually able to get onto the backline. It's just all offense from the supports, which is such a nice way to be able to play the game. And speaking of those supports, I think we have Moose on interview ready to come in. So yeah, let's have a chat with him.
Hello.
Moose, welcome in. Thank you very much for joining us. And right off the bat here, talking about an 18-minute game, you absolutely demolished that. So what was the game plan coming into it? What was the actual team discussion as you were coming through the draft?
Well, we studied this time. We know how kind of they play, and we just play our game. Not really that difficult. It's a BO1, so it's kind of tricky, because anything can happen. In a BO3, you can see, with what's a better team, but it's a BO1, so we took advantage of that.
Okay. Is that where the just talking about it, where the picks like the techies, where the Jakiro came into it? You were thinking about catching Entity off surprise with that draft?
Not really. I think each region has their own meta, and we just play in our comfort. The one that we think is good, and we just go with that.
Okay. And Aries, any questions?
Sure, Moose, good to see you again. How you and the boys been after the TI qualification? I know we had the interview with you and Fury as well, and how you been? The team's been able to have a bit of a break, and have you guys been playing, or did you take a couple of days off before this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really take any couple of days off. I think we traveled to Bootcamp Brazil the next day we qualified, so we just not stop playing, honestly. Yeah, we're bootcamping right now, getting in shape for the next tournaments.
Okay, and just one more question: who are you most excited to play in this tournament as well? You're hoping you make it to the playoffs. You got gaming and one win, and you got some Western Europe teams as well. I know probably some of the other players on your team haven't versed European teams. So is there anyone that you guys are excited to verse?
Not really. I think I just want to play Dota. Doesn't matter who we play against. We just gotta look at heroes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool.
Any questions for you?
You mentioned that you were playing from Brazil, I think, Moose. Does that impact, like playing on that ping, about 100 ping, does that impact the type of heroes that you play? Ones that might not necessarily need as much of that, like, very quick reaction speed?
Yeah, I think, but when you get used to it, you don't feel that much. But when you go from 100 to 0, it's like you're playing without change. So I feel like extra weights. You get used to it.
Yeah.
But it's really good and fun to play without people.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. So, Moose, thank you very much for joining us. We'll give you time and space to get to that break for your next match coming up later on today. And yeah, congratulations, and hopefully we'll be seeing you going a lot further. But for now, we are going to be throwing it to a break, so we'll see you right after this to see how the next series is going to go. Welcome back in, everybody, to the One Win Summer Series. We're going to start it here with the second series of the day, the second best one of the day, after watching Beastcoast run over Entity in a really quick time, sub 20 minutes. We're going to see how this next one's going to go between Team Spirit and NGX. And Tanak, to start us off here, what are you expecting from the series? Because Team Spirit coming in with about a month game time between the last competitive game and now, and then NGX playing in so many qualifiers. So are you expecting a little bit of rust here for Team Spirit? It's going to be a little bit slower off the mark, or do you think they're just going to hit this ground running?
I want to see what Team Spirit experiment with, because like you said, they've had a lot of time away. It's really hard, right? Because it's best of ones. You can't go too crazy, because then, you're going to get punished. You're going to be in that losers match already. I know all of us, I think, tipped both Spirit and Entity to be the top two. Well, one of them might not be moving forward. But yeah, for Spirit, I'm seeing some weird things coming through in terms of the heroes that they might be looking to pick, right? Lyle, he's trying out the Snapfire mid with the Ricochet 2 facet. I've seen Yatoro play a little bit of Invoker Pos 1, which is kind of crazy. We saw Collapse's tier list on Twitter, where he had heroes like Broodmother at the top, Morphling at the top, Nyx Assassin was A tier, Elder Titan was S tier, so who knows what we're going to be able to get out of these boys.
Yeah, and coming into this one as well, Aries, looking at it, do you think that we're maybe with the entire lineup of the commentators, analysts as well as me, back in Entity, now back in Spirit, are we just dropping the mother of all caster curses on these teams? Is it our fault that they're not performing here, do you think?
Potentially. I mean, definitely your Beastcoast took it to Entity that game. Maybe this one, we might be... Maybe we're cursing Spirit as well. Who knows? Nigma, they could come through and just absolutely blitz through them, and potentially Nigma. The issue with them is just versing Western European teams, and so far they got in the Riyadh qualifiers. Of course, they lost to PSG Quest, and then they did lose to OG in the TI qualifiers in the upper bracket. Let's look past that and continue on with this, and they got eliminated by PSG Quest. So maybe it's just meaner teams that they struggle with, and maybe Team Spirit, they're not meaner. They're Eastern Europe. Maybe they could play well against them.
Okay, yeah, we'll see how that one is going to go as we get ready to get into it. I'm looking forward to this, and again, NGX coming through as maybe the underdogs into this one. We'll see how they're going to perform. Team Spirit coming through as those favorites. So, yeah, looking at this one, we've got to be looking at Team Spirit to move on to play up against Beastcoast. We'll see how they're going to do, or either team, whoever wins this, is Beastcoast, another best one to come up for them. But first, to get through this one, we'll see how the picks are going to go, because I'm looking at the way that NGX have played, like say coming through the TI qualifiers, what heroes have been picking up as well. They've not been picking up anything any different. It looks like they are just going for the standard, like say the perks or the Witch Doctors. This was obviously before 7.36C. CK's coming through, Underlords, Morphlins. So there are heroes here that we are comfortable with. Not seeing any surprises. Weaver's coming through as well, so looking forward to seeing if they've got something up their sleeves as well, that they're going to be picking up a little bit different. And again, Danog, coming through to the way they're drafting, how do you expect them to draft in terms of like orders, hero pick potentials? Is there anything that any way you think they're going to draft here? Is there any heroes you think they pick last, any positions they pick last?
I think you actually need to be prioritizing FBZ a reasonable amount in that Nigma team, right? Because Miracle and Samael, they're going to be able to get farm regardless, right? They're incredibly individually skilled players, but you got to have someone that plays a little bit more sacrificial to enable yourself to do that. And I don't know, it's a little weird about how you can play these, I'm calling them sacrificial style heroes. Like, I used to view Brewmaster in that way, where you can just get like, an urn and then use your ultimate and still have a high level of impact with not much net worth, but you can really find yourself dropping off a good amount in terms of effectiveness and scaling if you don't get that radiance. So it's that fine line again of like, well, how can I secure my own game while also making space for two of the highest mechanically skilled players still in the world? I don't think they found the formula to be able to click. So what I want to see is just a strong lane set up for FBZ so that he can, get off to that good start and play a little bit more aggressively with the two supports. And I want to see high damage and stuns coming through for Kuro and GH as well. Like, I think that is going to be pretty key at just forcing responses and making space so that Samael and Miracle have space to be able to farm.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that every time I watch NGX play, it's the topic that comes out every single time. We are going to be able to take a look at the NGX roster that, stuns wins games, and it sometimes seems like NGX, they're just a little bit allergic to the stuns. So we'll see if that's something they're going to go back for here. On the other side, Ares Team Spirit, just saying about how the social media posts about what heroes they think are the top tiers, what they've been playing in the pubs, what they've been coming through and considering strong. Maybe just trying to throw us off, trick us out, but it wouldn't be the first time because we've already seen Lol. I think when he first came into Team Spirit as well, and especially when he was playing on Hellraisers, he was playing these kind of Snapfires. He was playing these odd mid laners. So is that something you want to see from him particularly? Lol, pick up these heroes that he's more comfortable with than maybe the established meta heroes.
Sure, if that's the style of the draft they want to go down, then 100%. I think we could see, maybe we've seen it a couple times so far, but he seems to be playing a lot of the Monkey King in pubs at the moment. Snapfire, like you just mentioned, he's playing a little bit, but maybe the Monkey King is the one that is a little bit more unconventional, but I don't think that will be the case in at the end of this tournament and with Riot coming up as well. I really think Monkey King is on a lot of people's radar. So at least what he's been playing, that's probably the big one, and he's still experimenting with Snapfire as well.
Okay, I think we're going to be able to take a look at the predictions as well, just to see which way everybody is leaning as we get into it. And any surprises? Ooh. Oh my, okay. DK Truman and Horrific, well, we're going to be able to get them to explain themselves when we get to the actual casting period, but everybody else coming through, back in Team Spirit. So we'll see who really is dropping these caster curses, whether it's going to be any of us, or maybe we actually find out DK Truman and Horrific going to be their fault, and we get to blame somebody else that isn't us, which would be nice. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Okay, NGX, like I said, they've got these great players. Anyway, maybe they just need to get themselves clicking. Maybe they need to get themselves on top. Get these performances down to be able to get themselves back into a fighting spirit, fighting shape. But yeah, just a little bit surprised, as I think we are going to be able to get ourselves into the draft as well to see just how it is going to break down, and already we are into it. So let's see here. Brewmaster on the board for NGX, that one being picked up straight away. We see the ban on the Hoodwink as well as that Monkey King. Weaver being taken away on the side of Team Spirit. TA, Shadow Fiend, Io, and Phoenix. So Donog, talk to us about this Brewmaster. How are you feeling here with that being first picked?
Like it a lot. I mean, again, you got to make sure that you're securing FPZ's lane, right? And what have they done? They've gotten rid of three really high damage laning supports that could have potentially looked to counter him. So Weaver has that flex potential. Mira loves playing the Weaver, Pos 4, he loves playing the Hoodwink as well. We've seen how annoying a Monkey King can be, not just from the mid lane, but from 1 and 4 as well. So I quite like it that they've gone this early with it. I think, again, it's just about getting that next phase of bans right, because I feel like they're not going to be overly worried now about how the lane's going to go. It seems like this is a bit of a deny pick as well. It has been something that Samael's been playing a little bit, but I do want to see stuff like even the Troll prioritized for Nigma Galaxy to be able to get rid of, because again, that's something that's just going to be able to deal with this Brewmaster.
Let's see too if this is going to be the offlane Pango, which is pretty much the only role that I've been seeing play the Pango, but again, that was... I didn't watch too many of the Western European games, honestly, so I'm not sure if they were still experimenting with that being played mid, but pretty much in South America it was only getting played as an offlane. So we'll see if Lyle plays it, which he's got a very good Pango. Collapse has not played, I think he actually had one Pango game in his pub, so, and he isn't one of those offlane that spam it a lot in general, so maybe this is just more than likely. Okay, but he hasn't played it in pubs, so like he may think it's A tier, but the man is not playing it.
Could be a secret Smurf, though. You never know. They got rid of them, but did they? Did they actually? You never know. But I also want to see what position 4 they want to run together with this Brewmaster, right? Because I feel like someone like the Willow, for example, really good in lane, right? Gives you a ton of team fight, but it obviously just feels so much weaker these days compared to what it previously was. Like, do Nigma kind of do what Beastcoast just did and just play their own style? Like, bring back the GH Coddle, for example. Make the Brewmaster have these constant cooldowns in the lane, make a ton of stacks, enable something like, use Cinderbrew to be able to take a ton of those ancient camps and really pick up your farm a little bit more aggressively.
You feel like that is enough of a way to secure the brew lane?
No, probably not. I do want to see them, again, put a little bit more focus towards it. You know, the gyrocopter ban is, like, not necessarily a lane answer. It is a little bit, but it's like, you just don't want your primal split to be dealt with. And this is what's going to happen if you don't, again, specifically focus the Brewmaster. You're going to get some of these really strong laning heroes like the Enchantress coming out and just providing a whole lot of harassment. So now, like, what do you even pick against the Ench that's going to have a good time? One of the heroes might be techies, but Ench actually has a pretty good time against the techies, so I'm not sure if that's even going to resolve the issue either.
Yep. Hoodwink, of course, is actually, never mind. Hoodwink's banned. So yeah, what are the position fills we're looking down? The Dark Willow isn't available. You're not picking Rubik. You're not picking Weaver. You're not picking Phoenix. So the list is like, it's already starting to kind of shrink.
Looking at this one, the bans. Yeah, the Rubik one I should have. Just to mention, just taking a look here on the Pro Tracker, Collapse has played one game of Pango in his pubs, and according to Strats, the rating of it was very bad. So maybe not something that he's going to be playing it today. I don't know how they grade it, but apparently, yeah, very bad. -33 was playing along there with Pure, it looks like, as well. So yeah, maybe not going to be seeing that offlane Pango.
We will have to wait and see. I mean, what else can you look to consider against this? Okay, that's something a little different. It's not a stun. That's, pretty terrible. But, I mean, they need something to be able to control this Pango, surely, right? Like, do you consider even a Bane or a Winter Wyvern? You know, something that has that BKB Pierce? Okay, yep, Pugna is probably going to be the 4, Clockwork's probably going to be the 5. Gives them at least a little bit of that control for themselves. You can't roll up as well into the Rolling Thunder if you're able to get the Battery Assault in onto the Pangolier. I'm just thinking, like, what else do you actually go that's going to be able to focus this Pango once the team fights do start to break out, right? Because a lot of the ranged cores that are actually able to hit during the Rolling Thunder and make it so that you're not just able to go straight into the center of the team fight, they're already banned out, you know? There's no TA, there's no CK, Medusa really isn't in the meta right now, Gyro's banned, Weaver's banned, so this is set up to be already a pretty good Pango game.
How does the Brew Purge work with the CK ultimates? It does a bunch of damage, right?
It does damage, but it doesn't one-shot them. Yeah, it just does a lot of damage to them.
And it's pretty scary because you have an Enchantress Chaos Knight lane, which is incredibly strong, and we're continuing to see this Chaos Knight be very, very difficult for people to deal with. And the Pugger and the Clockwork are not really going to. I mean, maybe we're looking at something like a Lestrak getting picked up potentially for Sumail. You have the Pugna to be able to buff the Leshop. It can kind of go back and forth in regards to like some of the damage output from the CK with the physical and Pango as well. But maybe this is already something like Nigma could be looking at here with the 18th pick.
Yeah, I could totally see the Lesh working as well. Just CK is a really strong hero, right? Didn't get nerfed enough in that C patch, but I was really happy with Nigma starting out with this Brewmaster, but what it does by picking it this early is it means that you can't actually go something like a Darkseer, which is a little bit of a CK deterrent, right? Just because of the innate ability where you're making more illusions whenever they're created, so something like Normal Punch, something like the Wall of Replica feels really effective against that, and it would have been a pretty reasonable combo together with the Clockwork as well, but yep, clearly they're just feeling like the Brewmaster is something that is in FBZ's arsenal as like the very peak for himself. So I wonder now what you're actually going to play up against this CK. Like, do you go really left field? Do you go like a Naga Siren or something like that? Illusions or a PL? Just something that a CK, very, very single target. So is Enchantress. Pango a little bit less so, but you don't really see Maelstrom Pango as much these days to be able to deal with it.
I think also some other heroes like some Battle Fury builders. Ursa is not too bad. Troll is okay, but I think the Shadow Demon is a bit of a deterrent. And with what we were speaking about before with the Leshrak, I really like the SD, which kind of, it's already a pretty frustrating hero for the Lesh to play into. Like, sometimes you don't go yours as much anymore, but you want to be in the middle of the fight. You don't want people to kite you, and the Purge can really help you like separate, reposition when the Lesh is kind of stuck. Of course, it gets rid of decrep as well, which is another thing. So if that was the route Nigma were going to go down, it looks a little bit less enticing now.
And Mira's a beast at making stacks as well with this Shadow Demon. So you can expect for there to be a ton of farm for them to be able to play around with. I'm not sure, again, we're not certain if this is going to be Lyle on the Pangolier, if it's going to be Collapse. But if it is going to be Lyle, right, there's your there's your escalation right there, right? In terms of your farm, there's the way to be able to flash farm a whole lot more quickly, because Void Spirit's actually pretty decent against the Pangolier, right? It's some AoE damage, it's a way to silence him before he's able to get the roll up. If you're really on point with your Void Remnant, then you could stop him from like double jumping to be able to get a little bit of that shield off as well. So yeah, I could see this Void Spirit working.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost like I think yesterday Quinn was playing the Void Spirit into the Chaos Stun in particular, so that matchup isn't too difficult. The CK stun takes a while, and maybe there's some timing where, like, if the Orchid comes out fast enough and the Void Spirit's not snowballing, he may be vulnerable to dying to the Orchid a couple times if he doesn't have a way to get rid of it. But overall, it looks like a really, really good Void Spirit. I mean, the big thing is, like, supports often bring stuns to the game, and Shadow Demon Enchantress do not have stuns at all. And now you're going to have that with the Clockwork being able to hunt these supports down. So I really, really like the pick for Nigma. You see they're going to try and protect it as well. Banning out the Ember Spirit, one of the trickier matchups for the Void to play into.
Yeah, for sure. And if you go I think it's called Sanctuary facet as well, you can just end up getting this huge all-damage barrier when going up against the CK. And, all these heroes that kind of want to be fairly clumped into the middle of these team fights. I think I saw yesterday when Quinn was playing it, he had like a 1500 HP shield on himself just because he was constantly getting these like multi-man resonant pulses off with the Aghanim Scepter. So yeah, I could certainly see it working, and you just got to give those sorts of heroes to Samael, right, to be able to enable him to pop off, to use that individual skill. The downside, I suppose, is that you're playing with the Pugna and the Clockwork. Not exactly known for huge amount of burst potential. Void Spirit, he's going to be going for these plays across the map. How are you going to be actually able to secure kills unless you're like playing with pretty much every single power rune? And I'd have to say Enchantress is going to be able to roam quite effectively because CK can just stay in the lane. Shadow Demon, he's going to be walking back and securing a bunch of stacks and then joining into the power runes as well. So I'd have to say Team Spirit are probably the better team at being able to secure their mid lane of those key runes.
Yep. Really intrigued on what the carry now is for Miracle. I mean, you're banning out Troll, you're banning out Morphling. Again, I was kind of suggesting Ursa before, but I think this is, if it's like a clock 5, then you kind of want a ranged hero. But I don't know if you can actually pick a ranged hero into Chaos Knight and Pango. I feel like that could be a little bit more difficult to play with how you set up the formation. So what do you feel like do they have to go ranged hero, or are you okay with the melee?
I think you're okay with the melee still. Like, I'm still on board with Naga. I'm not as big a fan of Ursa just because you're going up against an Enchantress and a Shadow Demon, two heroes that can purge off your overpower. So that feels pretty devastating for the game. Well, might be a POS 1 Dragon Knight. Okay. Is this going to be the game where we see the Red Dragon, right? The Worm's Wrath coming through. A little bit of cleave to be able to, start that scaling a little bit earlier. Also, just a way to be able to deal with all those CK illusions in the team fights. Could be. Could be.
We'll see. So now, is the Pango going to get flexed? That's a big thing here for Spirit. You're probably needing a little bit of magic damage, but you're currently lacking. So really only physical with the Chaos Knight, with the Pango, Enchantress, and Pure, sure. But this last pick, I'd really like it to be someone with a bunch of magic damage.
Or do they just Broodmother? Okay. The triple S tier hero.
Ooh.
Nah, Beastmaster, okay. That would have been a little spicy. I mean, it is still a really good hero, right? You know me, Aries. I think there's basically never a bad Beastmaster game. It's always good. You can find a way to be able to fit it into a draft. You're good at laning, you're good at tower pushing, you're good at scaling now. You've got a couple of facets that are both pretty viable, and that BKB piercing stun always feels really nice.
Yeah,
just the Fire Dragon Miracle DK as well.
Is it? I mean, yeah, that's what we have to keep an eye on. Just briefly, but yeah, I've seen plenty of Beastmasters lose, I feel, over the past few days. So I'm interested to see if it is going to be the rare win that I get to see here on that one. It is going to be that mid Pangolier coming out. So looking at, again, both lineups coming through here from both teams. Aries, quickly, before we get into it, because I think I'm going to trust you this time. Are you sticking with Spirit? Are we going to see any side changes coming up?
Probably don't trust me. I'm not quite sure. I have to say team, so I'll say team. I'll say I might actually say Nigma. I like the Void Spirit a lot, so I'm just gonna say Nigma because I like the Void Spirit. I don't like the support duo, but yeah, I'll say Void Spirit.
Just the Void Spirit.
Yeah,
okay. And
I like the Void Spirit a lot as well, but I think Spirit overall have the better team comp. I don't like the relative lack of stuns that Nigma has, and I don't know, like, if you deal with Sumail, I feel like these team fights are going to go relatively well, and you've got the Demonic Purge, so that's a way to get rid of that Resonant Pulse shield, which Sumail has gone for that facet. You've got multiple stuns, you've got better heroes at being able to rotate towards those power runes. I think it should be a Spirit win, but you never know.
Okay. I think I'm going to stick with Spirit. You know, I've got the Spirit jersey in my wardrobe here behind me as well, and I think I'd have to retire it here if I didn't back them. So I'm going to be back in Spirit. I am hearing late news that Hurry Freak did chicken it out and actually swap over to Spirit in his prediction, so we'll be able to jump over to the casters to hear just why he did that.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's ready for game number 2 and a, well, beautiful draft between the two. One is a little bit more unconventional, a lot more unconventional than I initially would have expected. But maybe they have read the patch, Harry. What are your thoughts?
I think I'm gonna stick with Spirit here because I can see a lot of problems with Nigma Galaxy and their damage. I think that's the main issue that I've got here, and I need to defend myself. I didn't switch anything. I was the first one to give my predictions out of all of us, and it was just the production were trying to nerf me. They're like, this guy's getting everything right. We need to make sure that he's wrong. So that was the idea. But I am actually kind of fine with your prediction of Nigma, because Spirit have been known to drop games when you think they should win it, and Nigma have been known to just play one game out of their minds. So I think there is a shot here, but I just have a hard time seeing how Nigma are going to be bringing heroes down, and this is not a good start.
No, that's not a great way to start it. First blood for Laurel. Kuro gets caught and pretty much completely body blocked the moment he gets turned into some extra illusions. 3 bounties as well for the side of Spirit. Not a great start. But yeah, I mean, there's some things I like about the Nigma draft, some things I like less. I think Pugna is great. Obviously, having it against CK is wonderful with the Decrepify, but they have a counter to that with the Demonic Purge.
And Enchant.
And Enchant. Yep, they have 2 ways of removing the Decrepify, which kind of nullifies the Pugna significantly. I normally love the Pugna against illusion-based heroes because of the Shard, but in this game, same story. You're up against the CK. He doesn't really care. I mean, his Manta-style illusions, I guess, care, but his Phantasm significantly less so. But they got a DK Void Spirit. I just don't know if it works, and it might surprise me.
There is just the thing is his Manta illusions don't care either, because you get the Phantasmagoria facet, and then all of your illusions are strong illusions.
Oh yeah, never mind. It's actually terrible. Well, at least you heal a lot on Pugna then.
He would probably think that, oh, maybe I can kill the Shadow Demon illusions. No. You cannot kill not even those if they're of the CK. So just just let it go, and allow those illusions to live.
It's kind of a BS hero, though.
Not gonna lie. I agree. I think you're right.
He's got like all the advantages of illusion-based heroes without any of the negativities. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, you know what? He doesn't have. At least he's not like a Terrorblade that he has range. Okay, so that's the fine thing.
Have you seen that reality rift?
Yeah, sure, but you cannot pull one guy in.
And then they get Arcane Blink, and then he's there like
wait.
He's jumping, blinking.
You cannot pull one guy in and then hit the other guy. So there are some downsides to this hero. But yeah, he's looking good. The thing about CK is when he's strong at every part of the game. It's just that type of a hero that I think it's very hard to balance out, and I can understand why sometimes he's completely out of the meta and other times just completely OP.
Yeah, it's just a hard to balance hero, as you said. It has the problem of it is just it has that heavy one-shot potential, yeah. And every version of it pretty much has that potential, but right now it's kind of insane with like the Manta style. You shard, you summon 50 illusions, and then you just press Reality Rift once, and anyone on the board is dead.
I'm really liking that Sumail is doing well in the mid lane. Usually I see this Spango with a double jump do really, really good. But Sumail the king, right? So he's not going to allow himself to fall off the throne that easily.
The reason why I went for Nigma, by the way, is the fact that GH is back, and you know, I still have him rated really highly, and you know, together with Shamil and Miracle. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice stack, and I just always rate GH incredibly highly.
Mira got pushed to the high ground there. Unfortunately for Kuro, he couldn't block him or force him to use a tango that he otherwise didn't want to. Oh man, when I see a Mira on Shadow Demon, this is the type of hero that he excels at, right? You cannot do anything flashy with it, but you just need to do a lot of small things perfectly. Stack, save, be in the right position, Demonic Purge, right? And Mira is this type of guy. He isn't flashy, but there is no chance that this guy is gonna be missing out on something on the map.
I mean, even the Shadow Demon late game disseminates, it does so much against a hero like a D. You drop it on a DK or your own CK for that matter, and anyone that's nearby just dies.
That's pretty much how it goes. He didn't go for the disseminate facet though, so it's the Shadow Servant. We're just gonna be seeing extra illusions spawn constantly if your CK dies.
Oh, great. Yeah, with more CK illusions, yeah. Great. Yep, everyone loves that. Makes so much sense.
Yeah, I can hear a little bit of hate in your voice, but I might be wrong. No problem.
I mean, personally, I love the fact that CK is back. I think it's... but then again, every meta that has a really good safe laner is just always a terrible meta. At least it's not like a Riki, okay? Riki, Slark are my most hated heroes. Riki, I always have to buy 20 million sentries. Slark, I always have to... Well, all my sentry observers are countered, so... Both not fun.
I like to have those heroes in meta because in competitive gameplay they're very fun to watch how the whole game revolves around them.
I guess, but my pubs is just not so much fun that way. Same with Tinker and Arc Warden. It's just
it's okay.
At least you can itemize against a bunch of heroes. If you're up against like a fast nullifier hero, as a support, you're actually useless.
So Collapse is having too good of a lane. I mean, now I understand even more why they picked up this Beastmaster. He's crushing the lane. I thought they were gonna pick Timber to destroy the Dragonite. This is even worse, and Samil is in trouble as well.
Yeah, a lot of damage on Samil. Gets himself back. Laurel shouldn't be able to catch. DH actually TP's mid, so he can get the experience from the creeps. At the very least, we'll be able to soak it up until Void Spirit returns. But yeah, top lane DK pre-level 6 is very weak. Oh, there's even a rotation to kill off GH in mid. Swashbuckle not fully connecting. GH gets back.
It's a speedy
time.
hero.
They're making some aggressive moves already on Spirit.
Yeah, why not? You crush the laning stage, you know that you're stronger, and the enemies, we talked about their lack of damage. For them to do damage, they need the levels. Even when they get them, it can be quite underwhelming the amount they can do, but at the moment they can't kill anybody. Really, when you look at their heroes, who is actually gonna do the damage? Nobody. So you use that fact and you just pressure.
Yeah, they definitely need their ultis to be very effective here. You need Elder Dragon for them. Same with Brewmaster. Without a Primal Split, you're actually half a hero. Maybe even less than half hero towards mid. Samil dropping low. Miposhka dragged him back and then afterwards body blocks him with the Wild Wing Ripper. Just for good measure. Ouch. He just also TP towards mid, so he's going to have to make the walk of shame all the way back to that mid lane.
And look at top lane.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Miracle, luckily enough, didn't have any stack poison debuffs going on, but now 3 on to Kuro. Not the biggest amount of damage, but with Collapse's little hawk there, it should be enough to kill off Kuro. Bonk. In it comes. Collapse gets the kill, and they're looking to take down their tier 1 tower top already. Even chasing in after Miracle.
Pango's
looking
coming
for the DK.
He's dead.
Yeah, nothing that Miracle realistically should be able to do. Collapse gets the kill onto Miracle, and they're just steamrolling Nigma right now.
They're not done. Bottom lane.
It's just not letting up. FBZ dropping low. At least Miposhka will be taken down. beforehand, so he gets a little bit of the experience, but it is a core for a position 5 trade.
Last game, we saw a lot of kills on one side, but the gold lead was not getting out of control. 4K, 7 minutes in, is kind of already out of control. And really, when you see Nigma's lineup, when they rely on levels that much and they're the ones dying, they're not gonna have them at the time that they want. So this is already looking like a problem for them, which is not fun. I want to see a longer game here, DK Truman. The first one definitely didn't deliver.
I mean, if we go by what happened yesterday, doubles or at least 50% increase on the previous game, so it should be what, a solid 28-minute game, something along those lines.
Sure.
If they can hold on.
Sure.
Do they have good split push? It's okay. The problem is Spirit has a lot of push with Beastmaster, with the Enchantress.
Yep, CK Illusions shoving out waves, constantly allowing for the Pango to find openings, and the mid lane tower is already gonna fall. I really like this. You saw that the mid lane was going well for Laurel, and then you just pressure it even more. Enchantress is one of the best heroes, if not the best, to just bring in the pain to the mid lane tower, and there it is. So now you can play very aggressively around the mid lane, because the enemies can't really kill you. So you can be pretty deep on the enemy side of the map.
GH is almost the exact same experience as Samil. Samil just killed off a creep wave, but he just got his level 6. GH is actually surprisingly high level at the moment, which will help if he gets the life drain, but Samil really needs to find a way to recover. Not a great hero for recovery. Kuro walks nearby, Mira gets taken down in the meantime towards mid, and Kuro, no. They do have a Rolling Thunder, but the Cogs can still, even though they're not as... I mean, how is it against the Cogs these days?
You can go through, right, when you are debuff immune, but you still need to find an opening. You can very easily make a mistake. Good positioning from GH to get pushed to the high ground.
And trying to be a little bit of an obnoxious Pugna there, but will die to Laurel.
Is there a different kind of Pugna?
I mean, obviously Pugna is always going to be obnoxious because it's a really good support hero.
Yep.
But it can also just be a creep, considering you have no escape mechanisms, really. Especially if you're up against anything that has a purge, which of course they have 2 purges on the side of Spirit, so it's not really rough for them. Collapse is so farmed. He's actually going for the Aghanim Scepter Rush, which I understand. I mean, obviously the Aghanim Scepter Rush makes you incredibly sustainable, but it's always the question, why is this an Ags game instead of the Helm of the Overlord?
In general, Beastmaster is... Oh, that's going to be a nice stun from Miracle, and because he survives. But in general, the Axe is currently a better item, but let's look at Laurel in the mid lane first.
Laurel in a bit of trouble, will be taken down. Good moves, and there's that Kuro power that you were talking about. Battery Assault plus Power Cogs. Smil does still have an Astral Step to get away, and they also have the Brew Split, so they do have to be a little bit careful, because those CK Illusions do get, what? Brew Split does, I think Wind Panda does 1,000 damage to Illusions with it?
Yes, I think so.
So level 1, they do die very quickly.
Exactly. I mean, 1 Dispel and the Resonant Pulse, and they should be gone. Overall, coming back to the Aghanim Scepter of the Beastmaster, in this game in particular, it's even better, right? Because there's not that much burst. Pugna, this hero is not to be underestimated in terms of damage, and kind of the only reason why Laurel died there is because Pugna was doing so much for a support. But Pugna is also a very squishy hero who can die at the start of the fight, and then you can have damage issues. So if I'm this Beastmaster, I get an Aghanim Scepter, I come in, I roar the Pugna, and I know that the ability of the enemies to kill me is almost non-existent.
It's they are going to smoke up as well, heading towards their own jungle, seeing if they can get a catch. Mirror would be a nice kill before he gets his level 6. Beastmaster, he's just off his Aghanim Scepter as well. Smoke is broken. Mira trying to stay alive, but with Miracle running in, that should definitely be a dead Shadow Demon.
Yep.
And the kill gifted towards Samil in the process. But full drums done on Collapse. That is a big Beastmaster in 11 minutes time.
Yep. He is huge. He's going to be farming super fast as well. FBZ went for the Spirit Vessel. We're seeing Brewmaster skip this lately and just rush the Radiance. The thing is, in this game, it is a necessity. So FBZ, he is sacrificing himself for the rest of the team. This is something I think Danog touched upon on the panel, that they need a sacrificial guy on the team, and he's going to be playing the role.
That's a super good Spirit Vessel game. Obviously, we'll need to get some charges somehow at a certain point. Otherwise, it will become a nuisance of an item. But even the Radiance is going to be so beneficial against the CK this game.
If you get it. Sometimes we see a Brewmaster getting the Spirit Vessel just fall flat. I hope that's not going to happen in this game, but it is a pretty real possibility.
FBZ is still getting some pretty okay farm. They're 5-6k behind. It's not the worst problem at this stage. Definitely have a recovery possibility. Nice hook shot from Kuro onto Maposhko, who's trying to break his way through the cogs, but will easily be dealt with, and they find a quick kill. Every little kill helps, because especially now there are some vessel charges on the Brewmaster.
You know, there's a problem though, because you got a little kill, but Spirit got a big one on Miracle. He is your win condition. He's the one who needs to win the game later on. And I've seen Fire Dragonites in like 25-30 minutes get an insane amount of farm. It's not good if he's dying. Keeping him away from the creeps is a big deal for Spirit.
Yeah, this ain't good. This definitely ain't good. Is going the Milsom, so he's going Mjolnir Dragonlance and focus on trying to get as much damage out there to kill off those CK illusions, which I can definitely understand. Plus, attack speed buff is always nice. You already get the tankiness from the hero in general. But yeah, he needs a lot more farm on the DK. They are making some space now, trying to open up that tier 1 tower towards mid, but with the TPs and fortification, it does get a little bit scary. Laurel, he's got the Orchid done on the Pangolier.
Pretty cool. I guess you shut down Samael or FBZ and you're fine. There it is. No save.
Yep, nothing he could do. Taken down. They don't have any tools to keep him alive in that situation. FBZ on the run will be able to get himself back.
He's so fast. It's insane.
Yeah. I love Drunken Brawler. Like the flexibility of the Brewmaster with that spell.
I still think I haven't seen a player just completely utilize it to its full potential, but it's not easy to do. Kuro is in trouble as well.
Kuro is very dead.
Yeah, I guess he's not in trouble any longer.
It is a hard spell to master, of course, because you have 4 different things that give you buffs all over the place. But there are some like right-click Brewmaster builds that are attempted. They don't really pay off that much.
No, when it came out, people went with it and it actually worked out decently well. But very soon people see that your ulti is basically not that much of a threat if you don't have the Radiance. And then they capitalize on that fact that they can constantly fight you. Even when you have your ulti, they don't really care. So I think that has kind of dissuaded the Brewmasters in general to go for this right-click route.
I actually did like the Brewmaster build that was a little bit more tanky, where they use, because the Drunken Brawler gives you so many buffs, where they just sustain and then only use their ulti really to run away. Oh, Mira, he's gonna get jumped here. Roche was attempted. Mira dropping low. Can they get the kill? They know that it's going on. Mira is dead. Collapse wants to get the roar in. And with the TP from FBZ, are they going to continue? CK is coming here as well. DK TP coming in. This is looking like a full-on fight. FBZ gets roared. Has a magic wand. Can he get his spell off? Magic wand used the fortification. Oh no, he can't get the cast off in time. Taken down. Now they need to disengage on the side of Nigma. That decrepit fight almost kept him going. Miracle's going to get dragged back, surrounded by CK illusions, and finished off. Smil will get the TP away on the side, but it is 3 kills in response. And yeah, if FBZ gets his ulti off there, maybe they can change that fight around, but he got completely obliterated.
The thing is, I think They couldn't have, but the thing is, he either way, he got double orchided, right? He was just about to use his ulti. The orchid, the soul burn expired. He didn't do too much damage because he was healed by the Pugna. He was about to use his ulti, and then the second orchid from the CK, who just bought it, came in. So he didn't even know about the second orchid there. You're gonna see it now. He was alive. He was literally surviving this, and then second orchid.
Oh yeah, that was at the very edge as well. Really quick response coming out from Yatoro and his orchid. This is, I mean, Spirit are awake. I haven't seen Spirit play in a while because, of course, they're qualified for all the big tournaments automatically. So in all the qualifiers, I haven't seen them play for like a month. But it looks good right now because I was a little bit worried. Spirit have the tendency to, you know, sometimes
not
look
before,
a little bit less than outstanding.
Not before a multi-million-dollar tournament, my friend. They saw the Riyadh prize pool and they're like, okay, now we are the best team in the world again.
Yeah, but there's also obviously the question to be made: are you going to show everything you got before the big $1 million prize pool tournament?
I think Spirit are the type of team that are just so versatile that I don't think they're gonna be having like a secret strategy. They just have so many heroes. Their drafting is so good that they can play and adjust versus any team. So they're not the type of team to be like, oh, we're gonna save something for a certain tournament. Not really.
Yeah, they're not really playing anything super surprising either. They got CK safe lane mid Pangolier that's like basic as can be. Laurel encounters a couple of enemies, does get stunned, but Rolling Thunder will be able to get away. Hook shot's gonna miss the mark. And they're trying to disengage. Mira, Shadow Demon, barely takes any damage. Disruption keeps him alive for a bit longer. GH needs to get away. He got swashbuckled down. Lar gets the kill. Roar onto Samil. Samil gets orchided, and Samil is dead. FBZ will get the TP away. Didn't even use his split in that engagement, but they are 14k behind. And this game actually looks worse than the previous one we had.
It's looking way too hard, right? Because Nigma cannot threaten a single hero. You saw how much damage they were doing to Shadow Demon. It's sad. And, you know, Collapse is going to have a pipe. I don't know how you bring a single hero down. You need to start bringing Miracle into the equation. But he's just so weak, right? You bring a Dragonite at this point and he dies, you might as well call GG.
Miracle's got Mjolnir. That's it. That's everything he has at this point. No Blink, no BKB, no Force. Hurricane added. The CK is closing in on his Manta after the Orchid plus Armlet. That's a huge... I mean, obviously, Collapse is at the top, and you did talk about the pipe. There is just no damage to kill him off with the drums of Slom.
Definitely not. And you know what? Speaking of damage, Team Spirit... all of their heroes are doing quite a lot of it. Maybe not Mira, but even Miposhka now with the pike finished on the Enchantress is going to be doing massive amounts of damage. He's about to take over the Void Spirit, which we talked in the draft. The panel talked about it in the draft. He should be the damage dealer, the one that crushes everybody, and well, he is just not strong enough in this game.
He got bullied in mid very heavily. That little pesky Miposhka specifically came in and disrupted everything. And yeah, it's hard to come back as well on a Void Spirit. It's not the flashiest farmer in that regard. Long cooldowns on the spells make him not ideal to clean out camps quickly.
To be fair to Samael, the Pango did get the first blood, right? And I also saw that Mira, he wanted the Wisdom Rune for himself, even though it doesn't matter. Both of them get the experience, but it just goes to show that Spirit are having fun.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's I mean, it's always nice to see that they're just having a little bit of jokes between them. GH, nice ward placement, but the tower has only taken 4 damage so far. Actually going to smoke up. And looking for the possible 2 supports here, but a TP coming in. I don't know. Do they have a ward somewhere? How does Laurel read this? Miracle's going to get jumped here. DK's in trouble. Actually, they do have a ward. They have a very deep ward in the Dire jungle that probably spotted them walking towards the tier 1 tower top, but not going back.
Yep, and they knew roughly where their enemies are. GH will steal the Wisdom Rune. So let's go. This is the first win, I think, for Nigma Galaxy in this game, which is kind of sad because they really... it is 21 minutes into the game, and obviously this game is all but over. Actually, I just don't see a way for Nigma to come back. There is a 5% win probability. I mean, Dota Plus generally doesn't give 0% 20 minutes. Very rarely does it, but this is as close as it gets to a 20-minute game done.
Maposhka's about to overtake Miracle. Like, that just says enough. Like, what are you supposed to do at that stage? They also have heroes that can push pretty quickly, so you lose one fight. You got the Beastmaster together with the CK, and Enchanters, whoever creep these summons, will be able to take down buildings quite significantly.
Imagine you are a carry player. You get a hero that from the start has a cleave. And you're like, okay, I'm gonna farm my heart out. And then the enemy position 5 is ahead of you. Just, okay, position 4 in this game in particular in terms of farm priority, but in general, it's a position 5 laning on the safe lane. So this definitely doesn't feel good for Nigma Galaxy, even though they're not aware just how much net worth he has. They know he's up there.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know, but they know.
Yeah, exactly.
With how little, as you mentioned, they can do to Mira on the Shadow Demon who only has a glimmer, it kind of tells you how big of a struggle they have. Brewmaster, he does have the money for Radiance. His courier just died, though, so 2 minutes until it respawns, and it's kind of hard to get towards the secret shop, and they're desperately in need of getting that Radiance because they need all the damage they can get.
It's the... You buy the Radiance, you go for a fight, you lose, you call GG. That's pretty much how it goes. Maybe wait for the Dragon Knight BKB, but you're all just gonna get pulled into, let's wait for another item.
Mira, he knows burn damage. Yep, it's coming up. He glimmers, trying to run away. Hook shot comes out. They lose Miracle somewhere else in the meantime. Mira's got to get controlled here. Collapse is still nearby, ready to just roar. And in comes the Rolling Thunder. Roar gets thrown out onto GH. The Pugna is dropping low. Collapse is full HP, full mana, full everything. Doesn't really care. That's a kill. The Drums of Slam are just killing them all. And in comes Laurel with the rest of the gang. Yadthro to finish it off. And there's luckily enough a little Storm Panda still fleeing, but on the high ground, Smil, nowhere to go, buddy. They're coming right for you.
Yeah, this base doesn't feel like it's yours.
Such a game that you have a Pangolier and he doesn't even have to get the Fusel Blade anymore.
The Pangos don't really buy it. Nobody buys a Diffusal Blade unless you're playing maybe versus a Medusa, but in all, it's just not an item that Pangos prefer at the moment.
Not even because of the upgrade later?
No, very rarely. Very rarely.
Collapse also has full Guardian Greaves right now, so even more healing coming out. Miracle's trying to go for the right flick, but Maposhka does a lot in response. All that pure damage. Yathro's trying to disengage, but Miracle is dead. Kuro is dead. Everybody is dead. They even managed to find a single kill. Maposhka's going backline hunting up against GH. Won't be able to get the kill on him, but they will find some nil. Yathro with a double kill, and that should be game. They're not calling the GG's just yet on Nigma's side. One last
enjoying their time.
On the books. Laurel is still just having a lot of fun. Roar at the ready, but the Manta Dodge will at least get him out of there.
Yeah, you remove the silence, you stop the animation of the roar, you survive. The problem is that now the Enchantress is officially ahead of the Dragon Knight. It's not that Maposhka is close, he's ahead. And at this point, Nigma Galaxy is just one of those things that teams are doing nowadays in Dota that they don't want to call GG, but this game is over, really. And Nigma Galaxy, every single one of their players is aware of it.
Just believe, always believe. Maybe they DC.
Yeah. I guess that's an interesting approach. Get a bunch of programmers to work for you, and then you can beat Team Spirit. That's how you beat these guys.
You just have to remember that the team that loses this match has to play against Entity for elimination, which is superb. GH gonna get roared up, taken down. Collapse loses a little bit of HP, but he didn't even use his pipe yet. It's actually dropping pretty far right now. Miracle, they find the kill. Collapse is finally dead. Rolling Thunder from Lyle to control up Miracle, but they do manage to get rid of the pesky collapse. And they might need to be a little bit careful here, because together they actually did quite significant damage. That Miracle DK. They still have some buybacks available as well.
Without collapse, you're not as tanky as you would like to be, so the smart move from Spirit would be just to back out, but I don't think they're going to be doing it. They're the type of team that are going to continue poking and trying to find opportunities, even if they're in a 4 versus 5 scenario.
It's always keep poking. You have a CK, you have a Shadow Demon, so you can just keep on summoning 20 million illusions and going up the high ground. Push all the lanes in. Roche is up in 10 seconds. So that's also a nice objective that they can take once the Beastmaster has returned.
Yeah, why not?
But Miracle's at least ahead of Miposhka again, so
let's go.
Value.
Let's go. Easy.
So Miposhka has 5k just chilling in his bank.
Yep, he's a hoarder at this point, doesn't even know what to buy. It is going to be a Kanda.
Okay. That's an interesting choice.
I think he's still going to hurt, so it makes sense. It's actually a pretty decent item on an Enchantress, not gonna lie.
I mean, he doesn't build in that much int items to get high base damage, or damage in general.
Sure, but you want to use the enchant so that your spellbound comes in, you get the extra attack range, and then Kanda pops. You get the extra hit, you slow them down, and then you can get more hits in. So I can get behind the item.
I mean, they're so far ahead, doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter, he can buy whatever the hell he wants.
I was just interested in, like, the thought process behind the item. Maybe if, you know, we get an interview with him afterwards, the panel can ask him.
I do think his answer is going to be serious. He's going to say, guys, we won that game already. Nobody cares.
Yeah. GH, another one down. Miposhka double kill. I guess it works.
Kanda. Does he even have it? Was it delivered?
Kuro.
Yep, that's the reason.
GG was called. Kuro dropping down. Miposhka gets another one. Easy triple kill. Kanda Enchantress. Okay, that's the way to go. Yeah. I mean, this was a slaughter. Game 1 with the first match of the day was, of course, rough, but this one just like...
This one, even though it was longer, it looked worse. For some reason, right?
Yeah, way worse.
Definitely.
Like, I mean, they just got kind of crushed in all 3 lanes, and at that point, you know, Dota becomes a very simple game. To be fair, Spirit looks incredible. The rotations as well from the supports, both of them, Miro and Miposhka, they were everywhere where needed. They had the saves, they had the push. Sublime, Harry.
Yeah, it was a beautiful performance from Team Spirit and Nigma Galaxy. Really, I think that if they want to beat a team like Team Spirit, they're gonna have to have heroes that can always make plays. You cannot allow that one lane goes badly and then you have nothing to do in your game. Yeah,
it ended up in nothing for Nigma. That means their next opponent's gonna be Entity. For elimination. So we'll see what's going to happen there. But first, we're going to head over towards the panel, the lovely panel. Robin Roll, take it away.
Yeah, thank you guys for taking us through that one. And looking at that game, Chaos Knight, strength gain decreased from 3.2 to 3.1. Level 15 talent decreased from plus 12 to plus 10. Then this hero, it got nerfed into the ground. How did it do so well?
Probably because the innate ability is the busted part about it, and that wasn't touched at all. And I looking back at it now that we see the game eventuate, I love this 1-2 punch combination that they had. The CK and the Shadow Demon picked back to back in that second phase of the draft, where they were just able to say, you know what, we're going to create this complete army of illusions. There's nothing that you're going to be able to do about it. I have to admit, I was laughing pretty damn hard when, you know, they cut to the game from the casters and Harry's like, oh, I think they've got a chance, and instantly, First Blood just getting fed over to Lyle. He had a great game on his Pangolier. He crushed Samael in the lane, and I'll be honest, like, Nigma, they are very individually talented, but I don't really think we saw much of it this game. Something was off with them. You know, Miracle was farming way too far forward. He got absolutely blasted by Collapse in that lane. Granted, it was with a Beastmaster, so you're not really worried about the high armor and all the regen, that sort of stuff, just because you could spam the axes, but it just felt like a really cohesive performance coming from Spirit.
Yeah, and Aries, just talking about the Beastmaster here as well, all the way through the game, top of the net worth here for the Beastmaster. Collapse just being able to deliver on this hero, like his social media post says. And you look at this one, how could Nigma try to deal with that Beastmaster just a little bit more? Because it just feels like he got everything he wanted out of this game.
Yeah, I don't know. This was an incredible performance. Makes me wonder why we're not really seeing the Beastmaster as often at the moment. I mean, this here is, you know, some people are picking it occasionally, you know, whether you need to deal with it in the lane or whatnot. But I don't know. I'm really intrigued to see if we actually get the Beastmaster more in the upcoming games, because it looked incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Spirit as a whole looks incredible. You can see net worth-wise here as well. Even the Enchantress, you know, we didn't really talk about it in the drafting stage, but Miposhka being able to play that Enchantress, he's a known killer on this hero all the way back for the past couple of years, and you can just see it, you know, being able to run down heroes, do so much damage, dude. He went for, what was it, a Kanda?
The last 4 highlights.
That game on. And yeah, looking through the builds for him, Poshka, you got the Hurricane Pike out, you got the Kanda out there as well. He was as deadly as the rest of his cores, and you've got to respect that coming through for him. So looking through, again, Team Spirit, it was a little bit longer on the game, but it felt like they were in control, you know, just as long as that last game went on, actually. So how do you look at this one if you're moving through, because it is going to be Beastcoast coming up against Team Spirit in the winners? How do Beastcoast have to approach this one in the next series? Because Team Spirit looked absolutely dominant there as well.
Just don't let them get off to a good start, right? Like we were talking about in the draft, right? I really like the fact that FBZ got given his Brewmaster, right? And he was actually top of the Nigma cores when it got to like that 10-15 minute mark. And it's kind of surprising because I'm not sure what this Pugner was really doing this game. You know, GH was doing his best to try and push out a little bit. He was trying for the decrep saves. He was trying for a little bit of that healing. But even when he was like using the life drain onto Miracle to try and let him survive just that little bit longer, you're still going up against Orchid, CK, plus Shadow Demon amplifying the damage even further, and he was dying in a matter of like 2 seconds on a Dragon Knight, like a level 18 Dragon Knight. So it just felt like the draft wasn't there for Nigma, and I don't really feel like Spirit were challenged just yet. So I'm interested to see, considering how dominant both of the wins have been so far today, what Beast Coast are going to be able to do. I'd be looking to, you know, play around those really aggressive heroes. I think top priority is going to be the CK, the Enchantress, all this stuff that's able to just get out on the front foot and really take it to the other team.
Yeah, and Aries, you did champion the Void Spirit coming out there. You know, it wasn't the NGX victory; it was going to be the Void Spirit victory. So, what went wrong for Smell here in the mid lane? What, just because 1-4 he ended that game? How could you have played around that? I guess a little bit better.
Well, definitely, you know, getting first blood on Lyle is probably not a good start. I was very impressed with how the lane actually even went as well for the Pengulu compared to the Void Spirit. I don't know if this is just the first blood advantage. I'm not quite sure if this is actually how the lane is supposed to go, but regardless how they itemized versus the Void Spirit. I was speaking about like the Chaos Knight second item with the Orchid, which I thought maybe like if Void Spirit has a good game, you can itemize to deal with that with the defensive item, but he didn't have a good game, and then you also just have a Pengo going an Orchid first, which is something that, look, maybe we've seen it occasionally, but I at least have never seen a Pengoli going Orchid first item. So very situational. Of course, not only great versus the Void Spirit, but pretty much great versus all the other heroes, right, against the Brewmaster and, you know, the Pugner as well. So some really cool itemization to really shut down Samael and the Void Spirit.
Yeah, so we'll be able to take a look at the actual prediction results here coming through from all the panels, all the casters, just to see how it's broken down on that one. And it was just the one. Okay, Harry got it changed. Okay, fair enough. But DK Truman, the only one, he took the risk, and it could have paid off in great dividends, but instead everybody else is correct, which is what I personally like to see. You know, when I get things right, that's always nice. But we look at this one, again, no actual surprises coming through. And yeah, the game itself, going back to that Pangolier, it feels like this hero, no matter what they do to it, it will just never be out of the meta. They take away the Diffusal Blade path on it, so they go, okay, we're going to build it in the offlane, we're going to pick up the, with the Echo Sabers, we've got the Spirit Vessels coming out, we've got the Acceptors build. Lyle says, you know what, no, I still want to play it in the mid lane. Like, say, he goes straight out for that Orchid, gets that Ags afterwards, and this hero is just an absolute menace here, and could have been a different way. NGX maybe instead of the Dragonite here, Donog. Do you think that maybe if they'd gone for the Bloodseeker, would it have played out anything different? Or is this just kind of Spirit were just so far ahead anyway that it wouldn't have mattered either way?
The thing is, with the CK, you can pick it that much earlier and it's still going to have a good game, right? Just because it's got so few counters. This was a last pick Beastmaster that, sure, that was the one that kind of tied together the entire Spirit draft. I thought Collapse played an amazing game. But, yeah, just DK as a POS 1, there's a whole reason why it's not really being picked all that much. It's basically just Miracle that's doing it. So, clearly didn't work out too well for him, and that was the result.
Okay, well, we are going to be able to take a quick interview with one of the Spirit players here, getting into it, and congratulations, welcome in, and that gives, so, we were talking about it before the draft, Spirit haven't played a lot recently, you've had that month break competitively. What do you do to keep yourself sharp coming into a competition like this? How do you prepare for it when you've had such a long break?
Hello everyone. First, I want to say that we didn't play North onwards, and we keep gonna play and prepare for Riyadh Masters. So that tournament is more like another practice for us, and we just gonna try to play good and test some strategies, some heroes, and that's it.
Okay. And what have you been doing apart from the pubs, the scrims coming through and your break? Because like I say, you've had a month off. Have you been enjoying it? Have you been traveling as well, or anything like that? Have you just taking it easy between the games, between the practice?
As I understand, I enjoy this match and Dota overall right now. There is a lot of interesting heroes now with that, how it calls, that new thing in Dota on English. I mean, yeah, how it calls.
Yeah.
Like you can choose between both a seed.
The Facet? Yeah.
Facet.
Yeah.
The Facets. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is a lot of new heroes with some strategies also, and personally I enjoy this match, and I guess my team too. And we're ready to prepare to practice or something like this.
Yeah. So it's just Dota focused, you're not taking it easy. You just okay, I like that. Keeping it going, keeping yourself snappy. Aries, any questions?
Well, Maposhka, what do you do with Mirror? Is what Mirror go? I see you taking the Mirror tag. Of his, did you play for him as well? Was it actually 4v5 and you played for Mirror too?
I mean, what happened?
Sure, who knows? Yeah.
I have a question. We've seen on Twitter Collapse put out his tier list of the heroes for this current patch. I'm a position 5 player, Maposhka, so I'm interested to hear yours. Is your list going to come out soon?
I mean, I already did it. You can probably...
Oh, you did? Oh, awesome.
Yeah, Telegram channel you can find, and there is a tier list.
Okay, well, we're going to be taking... Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be taking a look for that here. So, Maposhka, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations. We'll see you coming through in the next game as well, up against Beastcoast. But for now, we are going to be taking a break, so we'll see you right after this.
Thank you. See you guys.
Cheers.
There we go.
So, yeah, it's... just a quick interview as we were able to break that one down. And again, they keep it all business. They just keep themselves going, keep themselves in that one. It seems like they weren't taking any breaks. They were straight through the pubs, playing those scrims as well. So it's always good to hear from the players. And like I say, they are kind of, they aren't taking it easy. They are that kind of focused onto the Dota. And I think now we are going to be able to throw it over to a break, and we'll be back to see once we get into it. The third series of the day should be Beastcoast versus Team Spirit. Okay, yeah, and it's going to be about a 10-minute break, so we'll see you in about 10 minutes here to be back with us before we break down in that next game. Welcome back in, everybody, to the One-Win Summer Series here. We're going to start with the third game of the day. It is going to be Beastcoast versus Team Spirit. And after the last two games, I'm really excited for this one because Beastcoast in 18 minutes and then Team Spirit dominant for 28 minutes here. We're looking at both of these games, and Aries, they're being played so fast. I couldn't even pick a winner for a try. I have picked a winner, but for the way that both of these teams are performing, can you even separate them? Is them that big a difference between the two?
I don't know if we can get too ahead of ourselves just yet. Like, Beastcoast, we need to see them prove it. Like, again, we've seen Spirit have some incredible runs at a lot of different tournaments, and this is still a very young Beastcoast. With that being said, I know we're going to get the predictions coming up. I did favor them, so that's a bit of spoilers. I think they can do it, but I still think we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here. Like, they looked very dominant, but it is a best of one, and maybe that was just a really bad entity with a bad draft on a bad day, and who knows, but. I do think it's going to be close and very exciting. So that is the good thing about this.
Can I put a point to you, Aries? Do you think if they were going to qualify through, is it best of ones that gives them the best possibility to do that? Because Moose even mentioned it in his interview, right? He said it's a best of one. It's a different style of Dota. Maybe they can, not cheese it out, but I'd have to say I favor Beastcoast more in a best of one situation than a best of three against the likes of Team Spirit. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sure, definitely. I mean, because a best of three for, if you go 3 games, it just gives the team that's a lot of data that they have. Personally, sure, you can research, you can look at teams and what they are constantly doing. And I mean, they played a lot of games in qualifiers right now, but it's a very different feeling when you're actually playing up against a team, like getting first-hand experience. So yeah, without a doubt, it would be different if it's a best of one or a best of 3.
Okay, and we'll see if that ping issue is going to be an actual issue here coming through into this next best of one as well, because I think it was Hussein Dog. It was about 100 ms on the ping here, so just that little bit of extra delay. We'll see if they are going to be able to overcome that one here as well in this second match that they are playing today. They are all warmed up and ready to go. We're not going to be too far away from this draft. And do you expect to see the Jakiro, the techies coming back out, or do you think that was just for the one match here, and maybe that might be banned going forward by Team Spirit for Beastcoast?
I mean, I like the idea of it, right? It's just pick strong lanes. Jakiro, strong laner. Techies, strong laner. Makes a lot of sense to me. And they're heroes that have decent team fight. They've got, pretty good attack damage potential as well. I feel like Jakiro was enabled a little bit more just because Lumpy had such a great game in that mid lane, right? Of course, part of that was no one kind of, feeding underneath of a tier 2 tower, making it that sort of situation. But, it is a very... You can get away with a bit more if a lane goes that favorably, which it probably wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, and we see the bracket breakdown there as well. This is going to be a winner's match, so it's not survival on the line. You have that lifeline if you do get knocked down into the decider, which will be a best of 3 coming out at the end of the day. So it's not all over. If you do go down here, you still have that chance to move on into the semi-finals, into those playoffs. Do you think that takes a little bit of the weight off the mind here, Aries, coming into this one? Because that first one, it could potentially knock you down to the losers, but you do have a little bit more in this one, moving to that best of 3 as well, potentially, that gives you even more of a lifeline.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe the stress is probably not as much of a factor in particular. I think for Beastcoast too, you're probably the underdogs coming through. The teams didn't give them the respect that is deserved, and potentially didn't watch enough of their games or something. We'll see if that's going to be the case if Spirit have done their research or whatnot. But definitely, I do think the pressure may not be as high because knowing you do have a best of 3 at least later in the day.
Okay, and we'll see how everybody here has predicted this one to go. Any surprises coming through once again? Aries and Hurry. Well, we'll see if Hurry this time, if it was actually him talking about Beastcoast, or if it's going to be another flip-flop from him. But Aries, explain yourself, young man.
I don't know. I just felt like going against the grain. I said, all right, screw it. See Beastcoast, and maybe I think they're going to be able to pull off a bit of an upset. Where again, Spirit have they done their research? They're not going to respect them. I do think Beastcoast are a very laning heavy type of team. They really like the draft strong laners. I know Denok just mentioned before about, probably with the techies and the Jakiro, that's not just the only heroes. They really like strong laning supports, and I think that can be something that can potentially upset Spirit, because this is a team where late game execution is always at an all-time high. They always find a way to come back into games, but sometimes we can see difficulty from them if they do play from behind and through the start of the year. So and I think that's a big advantage for Beastcoast. So that's kind of the reason why.
Okay, and Dano, yeah, that soft spot, it's not quite soft enough just yet, it seems like, here for you to be back in Beastcoast. Maybe eventually, we move through it further into the brackets, but looking at this one for Spirit's side, do you think it's going to be more of the same for them as well? Do you think they get that Beastmaster out once again, the Pangolier coming out again? All three cores, it seemed like, and not even the cores, all 5 heroes, it seemed like Team Spirit, it was heroes that they did favor, the Enchantress coming out, the Shadow Demon coming out. What don't you think gets let through here for them?
Hard to say, right? Because I feel like, again, this was just another one of these drafts where second pick, I think, decided the game. Game 1, Monkey King last pick, crushed the Primal Beast. Game 2, Beastmaster last pick, crushed the DK in the lane. And then it just opened up the map in such a massive way. I think Spirit are just good at drafting something that's super cohesive, right? I already mentioned in the post-game, Shadow Demon Chaos Knight makes a ton of sense. You are very survivable. Enchantress is, again, one of those heroes that doesn't really have too many weak points, right? I guess it's just dealing with illusions that might be a little bit of a weakness, and maybe some of that AoE magic damage that causes you a little bit of distress. But you just saw early on, they took mid tower at about 7 minutes because of Miposhka. He was able to finish into a Kanda by the end of the game and was part of the last 5 highlights as the main damage dealer, right? So it's just one of those things that you don't want to get stuff that is good at every single stage of the game that you never really need to balance out all that much. And I think Enchantress is one of those.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that's going to make it through the draft as well. And yeah, again, on the other side, Beastcoast being able to play the game quick, it might just be a case of who's going to be able to play this one quicker. Maybe we see all 5 heroes here just playing that, all mid coming through. We don't even bother with the other 2 side lanes. We just have that fight going on and on. Spirit, I think it was as we were getting into the game as well, that first blood coming out for Lal. So Team Spirit are definitely on track, but Beastcoast, we've seen them play fast as well. And I think maybe we're going to see a little bit more of that as well. But hopefully, I'm kind of hoping we make it to the 30-minute mark for this third game. 35 minutes. Just give us a marathon and not a sprint coming out for this one, as we do get ready to get ourselves into it. You look at these both teams coming through as well. So any idea of how they want to play this? If you are playing fast, how do you try and deal with that, Aries? How do you try and answer back? Is it just trying to play fast yourself, or is it particular heroes do you think that you have to draft up to kind of slow that game down a little bit?
Lanes is where you got to start. You have to make sure you don't get run over the lanes. You get run over the lanes, and all of a sudden, it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to play the early game. So I'm just looking, honestly, for strong lanes for both Spirit and Beastcoast.
Okay, well, we'll see how these lanes are going to go as we get ourselves into the pick bans. Only the Rubik ban out so far here for Beastcoast, so Team Spirit will see what they're going to be able to get on board, what they're going to be taking away as well. So what are you looking for? I know you say that last game, the Enchantress really good. Everything, in fact, that Team Spirit was picked up, it just seemed like at the tippy top of the meta. What are you looking for if they don't get through here in the drafts?
Well, I actually was able to find Miposhka's tier list. It's not on Twitter. It's actually on Telegram. So he's posted that to his followers there. And a bit of a commonality between him and Collapse is that they're both really favoring the Elder Titan. And I can see why. Both of his facets are just really good. Basically, the one that you sacrifice, I think, a flat amount of base attack speed, but you get more attack speed based off of your movement speed. Even level 1, no items, it's still more attack speed than what you would normally have. And then the other one is the longer you last in a fight around the natural aura, you're just giving minus armor, 1 minus armor every second, which is kind of ridiculous. So you've just got so many options to be able to play around. That's what he's rating triple S tier at the moment, as well as the Phoenix. And there's even a little sneaky Pudge in there as well. So I'm interested to see if ET and Phoenix are going to be prioritized this game.
Yeah, and it's not just the armor as well, it is magic resistance that you take away with the deconstruction. It's everything along around for that one. So yeah, it really does amp up your entire team. Aries, look at this one. We've got, just to run through quickly, the bans on the TA Shadow Fiend as well as the Phoenix Weaver, Spirit Breaker being taken away, and the Pangolier as well as that Rubik. So Tiny comes out here for Beastcoast first. What are you expecting from this hero? Because it is a really nice flex. So which way do you lean to that most of the time? Are you looking for it as a core? Are you really happy with this one as the support, just with that crash landing coming out?
They often give it to Pike, so it's often it's a carry. I mean, you can play it for Elmisha. I mean, of course, Lumpy can play mid lane as well. I like how they've been running the Tiny, where even as a carry, he'll go crash landing. And from what I'm seeing in some other games now, it's becoming something more common. But at least Beastcoast in particular and some other people in South America, they were the first people. There may have been some prior that I didn't see, but it's really cool because he goes crash landing, and then you have a mid laner who can maybe be a little bit more of like your traditional win condition, something like a Shadow Fiend or TA. They're both banned out though, so but yeah, often they have been giving it to Pike on the carry role.
Okay, so with this DK being picked up, I know you mentioned two of those heroes that have that good amount of flex, but anytime I see a DK, I'm always thinking OD, right? Someone that really doesn't care that you're tanky as hell, someone that doesn't necessarily have the greatest amount of mana pool to be able to play with. So, both the Arcane Orb going to be very effective, also a bit of a save against the Dragon Tail, and the Sanity's Eclipse is going to be really impactful too. But it's still a little bit too early to be picking that one up. I know it's Pike that ends up playing it a lot for Beast Coast. I personally rate it as position 2, just because you are going to hit those spikes so much quicker than if you were playing it for a position 4, even from a position 1 to some extent. But yeah, I mean, it's the tempo that they like. I'm just not wanting them to, have another one of these lanes that the DK just gets a little bit too out of control. And I'd honestly be surprised if Spirit didn't go ahead and ban out the Monkey King in this phase, going up against the DK in the lane, or even if you ended up playing a DK1, for example, like we saw Miracle just try to do, it just means that maybe Elmisho plays MK4, Simeon Stride, still able to rotate across the map, still able to snipe a bunch of couriers, and you've got a relatively decent lane as well.
Yeah, they actually ban out on Beastcoast, so potentially feeling like the Monkey King is a response to the Tiny mid lane. I mean, maybe if the Tiny's okay, you could spam with the toss. Maybe that's just enough damage for the Monkey to not be able to play as aggressive, but I probably think that wouldn't be the case because the Monkey would probably push the Tiny away from playing next to creep. So and again, I mean, you take a look at Pro Tracker, pretty much every mid laner is trying to play the Monkey King, so it would give you a little bit of flex too, which would be great. You already got the Dragonite, that's your first pick, goes in all three core roles, and then you just spoke out the Monkey and where that's able to go, it's now 3 roles as well for that hero. So and the Grimstroke, which were you saying about a Spirit earlier, or was this, I think it was Entity, right? You were saying the Grimstroke. So still, regardless, very good hero that combines with the Dragonite. A blink initiating hero with the Inkswell has a lot of value.
Yeah, for sure. And even just against a Tiny, that could be really annoying to play against, right? If you're wanting to go this crash landing style Avatos combination, just getting a Phantom's Embrace onto you is really annoying. You just got so slow attack speed. You might hit like an absolute truck, but that doesn't really matter. You're going to need to rely on someone else for that aspect. So I like this ban. It just stops Team Spirit from having a little bit of that extra tempo for themselves. Still haven't seen, these other heroes like the Enchantress come out just yet, but I could still see it being viable. Not so sure about the Elder Titan this game, just because the natural order for either team isn't going to be that amazing. You get a lot of that green armor as the DK and the Tiny, so natural order isn't going to reduce you below 0, so it's not going to have as high a level of impact.
Sure. So let's see. I mean, I have to imagine it's probably your Mira or Miposhka hero, so you don't particularly reveal too much. They are using a lot of their reserve time, but again, we've seen the Enchantress earlier, we've spoken about the 18. They're going to go the Elder Titan. So continuing with the flex, Collapse has been playing it in his pubs, and I know we're speaking about it being a 3, so we'll see where this goes.
Could be a 5. Never know. I'm just waiting to see, is this the game where Yatoro plays Morphling, for example? Morphling against a Tiny doesn't feel too bad at all, especially if it's going to be a core Tiny. And Beast Coast, this is one of the ways to be able to deal with, people just trying to run at you, right? You run into a Jakiro and a Techies, you're going to be taking a lot of damage, whether that be from a Macro Pyre, whether that be from just bombs randomly on the ground, whether that be from getting disarmed by a reactive taser. It is a lot of unavoidable damage that you have to deal with. So now I just want, if they could get one other stun on Beast Coast, or one other way to lock the team fight into a smallish area, I'd be very, very happy with that. Whether that's a Mars or a Puck or something like that, I could certainly see it working.
So really cool. I mean, we saw the Jakiro techies earlier, but I like it this game in particular with the Jakiro because you can actually lean into the ET. The attack slow with the dual breath is very, very frustrating for the Elder Titan to play into. Like, just that's where you do a lot of your damage in the lane with the astral buff. So they've had success with it. I like them going back into it again and completely agree with everything that you brought up about the Jakiro and the techies wanting a little bit more AoE control just to enable their damage.
You mentioned like the attack speed slow with the dual breath. Most of the Jakiras we see these days are going the liquid frost. I wonder if he goes liquid fire just to be able to deal with the ET, if that even is the lane that it's going, right? It could be Miposhka playing this as a 5 Elder Titan, and it's a 4 Pugna going up against the Jakiro. You don't know, right? You've still got that level of flex from Spirit. They've still got that last overall pick to be able to make that choice. So I mean, you have to reveal something now, though, right? Like, are there any heroes really that you could say can still be flexed across, 3 different core roles effectively? Probably not. Like, Tiny, TA, SF, DK, already gone. Razor is probably the only other one, but do you want a Razor into this? I'm not so sure.
Kind of looking at a Storm, potentially, at least some hero to play with the Pugna. Yeah. Of course, it will reveal the DK, but I just see, like, 2... Yeah, Jakiro techies have stuns, but you need someone to stun first, is the big thing, and it's not like you can respond with a puck this game, I don't think, for Beastcoast because of the Dragon Knight, and there would be another answer for Spirit. So I do think you pick your low hero here regardless, or not. You're going to go the Underlord, so okay, continue with the flex.
So probably mid DK, probably. Remember, we're not 100% sure, but it means the ET is probably going to be a support now. Or is it an Underlord 1, actually? Like, it could still be like... Yeah, with a Warlock combined together. Fatal Bonds plus the Cleave, it actually is pretty devastating.
Well, unless the game changed recently, I don't think they also have room for that Warlock here. I don't think you see that. You were talking about the ET3 maybe, so maybe you do get that fit in somewhere. But Beastcoast, how are they going to respond to this one? Because you've got that Underlord coming out. Do you want to pick something here with the heroes of Team Spirit already got? Are you looking for something like the Lifestealer carry to come out here for Beastcoast?
Kind of what I was going to suggest. I think you put the Tiny mid and go the Lifestealer. I think it's definitely an argument to be had.
Yeah, feels pretty good against both DK and Underlord. Don't really care too much about the Pugna. Yeah, Decrep's going to be a little bit annoying, but you've got a lot of magic damage where you're still going to be able to burst on through that. Feeling like I guess they need a bit more team fight. I mean, techies, again, this is just such a great 1-2 punch, right? Guaranteed way to be able to pop the Cinder Brew every single time. You're still kind of keeping them guessing about this Tiny with where exactly it's going to go. I'm just looking at some of these other heroes that are being banned out that actually are quite effective against the Underlord. I mean, Weaver's gone, Monkey King's gone, Ursa's gone. CK is surprisingly still in the pool, which, I mean, could be quite nice, although maybe you don't want to do that against the Elder Titan, right, with the Astral Spirit.
Now that we see the Beastcoast heroes, do you have a role where you'd prefer the Dragon Knight then, or do you want the DK mid or save?
I'm not a fan of the DK save, period. I think it just needs to be something that, he's very, very capable of playing around the supports in particular, right? And they've just got such good team cohesion that I doubt they're going to go for like any aggressive dive style plays without Underlord being level 6, for example. So as soon as I assume it's Collapse plays the Underlord and he gets into that level 6, maybe then, you're popping your Elder Dragon form, you're hitting towers, you're playing together with the Pugna, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, they still do ban out the CK, right? Maybe they do ban Lifestealer now as well. It makes a ton of sense to me.
Yeah. We'll see then maybe you don't have many more options and you're just happy with putting the Tiny safe there up. Slark is a very interesting ban. I mean, I think it was buffed a little bit in the patch, but... So Lifestealer slips through. We'll see if this is Beastcoast something that they want. Maybe they want a mid laner with a little bit more damage as well, considering like how tanky Team Spirit really can be. Yes, the supports have potential for damage, but you need levels in those supports as well.
They do have a good amount of control, right? So this Earth Splitter is going to do a pretty decent amount of work, right? Decrep into Earth Splitter, pretty devastating. Stun, Pit of Malice, might even be... Like, Underlord needs to go a pipe really early on, just because it's great. Like, so much magic damage is coming through from Beastcoast, but wouldn't hate an Ags as well, just to provide that extra little bit of lockdown. And it's not like Brew really wants to go BKB, same sort of thing with Jakiro and Atekis, and even Tiny gets BKB relatively later on as well. So I feel like you're going to get a ton of value out of this pit.
Just looking at the Team Spirit lineup, do you think they have enough to deal with the spirits coming out for the Brew as well? Are you looking for something like a Sven carry to come out for them, or are you kind of happy with the cleave, the Dragonite? If it is going to be the red Dragon Facet coming through, are you kind of happy with that and what Team Spirit have got already to deal with the Brew Ares?
It's funny you asked that question. I was going to ask the same thing, Dano, to be honest. I was going to say, like, you wanting a hero to deal with the Brew split, because they don't at the moment. Like, it seems like that has been a response in the past, right, where we've seen, like, heroes like Gyrocopter and Sven to make it a little bit frustrating for him to use the split.
Jara is the one that I was really looking at a little bit more, just because when you've got the Sven, it's Sven to the lesser extent, but the DK, the splash damage isn't that big, and you can very quickly with the Brewmaster just like Delta split all of your little Brewlings to be able to play around that. Actually do end up razoring. Okay, so maybe they're expecting this, they're wanting to stop this being an Underlord 1, I think. Like, it still is quite viable. And I mean, you've got that cleave from the Underlord, you've got the potential cleave from the DK, probably not going to happen. I still think it could be a decent Warlock game. I don't know. And you've got some percent damage as well from the Firestorm. Could be made to work.
I don't know what Underlord 1 games you're watching. This is some crazy inside information that you have.
Well, we'll see. Ah, damn.
Well, it would still be that Underlord 1, right? If you're playing that Bristleback 3, or do you think this is actually going to be the Yatoro Bristleback coming out?
It's Yatoro.
Looks like it. Yeah.
Okay. So once again, as we see the teams lining up, we see both the heroes that have been picked, both the drafts. Ares, giving you a chance to change your mind here. Join us on our side. Join us on Team Spirit. Are you happy? Are you okay? Sticking to his guns. Darak, you doing the same?
I mean, I have to. It's already out there. I predicted them, but I do like Beastcoast draft quite a bit. Collapse is going the Abyssal Horde, so it's a little bit annoying to be able to deal with. Miposh, see how much he's able to get done with this momentum, the extra attack speed in the lane, because it's not exactly the easiest lane to walk up into, right? A Brewmaster plus a Techies is a lot of damage that's going to be coming back the other way. I wonder even if El Misho goes to the safe lane and it's actually going to be the Jakiro playing into the ET as well, just to be able to, stop the ET from getting quite as much harass out. And that double melee into either the Techies or Jakiro, I'm actually a little bit concerned for Spirit in that regard with how well they're going to get out of the laning stage.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to go here. We're going to be able to jump over to our cast to see which of the winners is going to be the winner of the winners. We'll find out with DK and Hurry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is looking like another doozy. It is, of course, for the spot in the playoffs here. Beastcoast versus Team Spirit. Interesting drafts. Where are you leaning this time, Harry?
Well, I have to say I predicted Beastcoast, and I think I'm going to be sticking with them. I just see more opportunities to make plays. And when I saw this last pick, Bristleback, sure, when you look at Team Spirit, they have an overwhelming amount of damage because of the Elder Titan and a lot of mixture of physical and magical, so they might be able to blow you up. But the thing is, the Beastcoast have so many ways to kite you, lift up the Bristleback into the air, toss him away, right? Get a burst on one of the heroes with the Tiny, which is great versus a Pugna. So I actually think the Beastcoast have something to play with. And I mean, I did predict them for a reason of them having this momentum. We talked about it. Team Spirit have been known to drop a game here and there. So for me, Team Spirit are not a best of one team in general, whilst Beastcoast, I think this is kind of a situation in which they thrive or can't thrive.
I can definitely see that. Where best of ones, of course, are a completely different ball game. I actually like Spirit's draft mainly because they have like three super tanky cores, pretty much close to the most tanky cores you can get in Dota. And I might be finding a little bit of lackluster damage on the opposing side. The most damage they'll have is coming from the supports, which is always a little bit worrisome. And I love the fact that they have that Pugna as well. Because last game, of course, the big problem for Pugna was they had two purges. This game, that's not the case. So if anyone gets close to dying... Yeah, okay, Yatoro gets caught off on the side. That's, you know, it's a bristleback level 1. He doesn't really have much sustain.
And that's a big deal, right? Because a bristleback, sure, he's not going to be losing much gold, but this lane in general should have been a little bit hard for Beastcoast, and this is great that your offlaner gets the first blood, so even if he does struggle, he's not going to be struggling as much as you would have expected to pressure him, so Vitaly will be a happy guy.
Yeah, it's another good Spirit Vessel kind of game as well, so if he gets that out of quick timing, horrible for the bristleback to deal with.
The bristleback actually went for the Snot Rocket. I have to say, in the new patch, I haven't casted even one bristleback game. So this is new to me. It's gonna be quite fun to see how it looks when he's just reducing everybody's armor.
Quickly checking. Yep, that's the highest pick rate and also significantly higher win rate of the two facets. Actually, the other one has a negative win rate. This one has a 54% win rate.
It is a 1 increase in the armor reduction on the highest level. So that's actually not insignificant at all, especially because you can have 6 charges. That is a lot of armor that can be taken away.
Yeah, that's definitely a big issue, of course. Bristleback has... it's a weird hero, right? Because it does have, like, that incredible timing at one point at around 20 minutes when you got your first 2-3 items, where it feels like no hero in the game can stop it.
And that was very weird from the Razor, going into that fight. Luckily, he does have a TP, because he did TP to lane, and... I'm getting more and more surprised with just how much some of these lanes are being won by the Dragonite. Tiny should be okay versus everybody, and he's doing fine in the mid lane, but the Dragonite is doing amazingly well, and I'm very curious to see as Larlia he's going to be maxing Breathe Fire. Sometimes versus melee heroes, people max out the Worm's Wrath, especially a zero armor hero like a Tiny. You can really put in the pressure with it.
Yeah, but Laurel, that's, you know, this is actually the hero that I think of when I think of Laurel. When he joined Team Spirit for the first time, it was like, oh, yeah, he plays DK. That's kind of what he does. Ooh, top lane, though. Collapse is going to get taken down. Pyke with the second will find the kill. Moves chasing in after Mira. Look at that damage coming out from the Chikiro. It's just insane. Liquid Frost plus dual breath. The damage is obnoxious.
Speaking of,
well,
that's big.
They're constantly fighting here. Vitaly being chased. Yatoro, can he get the finisher off? He's almost done. Oh, that's slow. That slow is insane.
Yep, he was hoping for the Drunken Master to come into play, but he just wasn't getting enough movement speed there from the on the Brewmaster to get himself away. Either way, you still trade kills. It is a bristleback lane. You are supposed to lose it, so still getting that first blood, you're gonna be kind of happy with how things are going.
Yatoro dropping low. He doesn't have a point in bristleback yet, so he's actually significantly squishy and will be taken down. Which is, I mean, obviously not really the worst for the bristleback, because then he comes back with full HP, full mana, and then can be aggressive again in the lane.
Lumpy is very, very low in the mid lane. In terms of CS as well, it's not looking good. Well, top.
Yeah, a little bit. There's a lot of magic damage coming up from that, from a Underlord Pugna. You also have Decrepify to boost up the Firestorm damage, which is ridiculous.
Yep, it is insane. But still, Moose is still having a pretty good time doing immense amounts of damage to these two, and that is allowing the Razor to win this lane, and in general he should win versus the Underlord anyways.
Yeah, the Lumpy loss in mid is actually, it should not be. I assume it shouldn't be this heavy. This is insane.
Well, you have a hero that reduces your armor, and you're a zero armor hero, so I can understand why it's going badly, but yeah, you might be right that it's too much him being on the same net worth as the techies.
Yeah, he's got that big tree should be able to help at the very least, but it is a hero that can make good rotations, and considering the state of the game, there's a lot of fighting on the side lane, so if they ever get close, you can make those moves collapse. Will lose a lot of his right-click damage at the very least in the top lane, but it's still a Underlord, and Underlords don't die easily, especially not if you have double bracer.
A very good Pit of Malice placement as well. He waited. He knew that he needed to wait a little bit, wait for them to get close, and then you get a nice Pit of Malice off that's going to dissuade them from any kind of chase.
Mira taking a lot of damage here. Does have his own magic wand and infused raindrops as well, so that should be able to soak up a little bit of damage. Needs to run away. It's a fast hero on the Pugna now with Collapse running through. They are very deep. A quick rotation could get a possible double kill here, but it will be Mira going for the fight against Moose. Magic stick. Moose stays alive. Will be jumping in. And he gets the deny before the blood grenade takes him down. Towards mid, Lumpy in the meantime getting ganked by Miposhka. And Laurel will get that kill with a lot of damage to deal towards the tier 1 tower. But, of course, he left the lane bottom, and that means a kill bot. And then Pyke goes in for Collapse Hop, and the side lanes is struggling here. Spirit in trouble. Luckily enough, Laurel is huge to try and counter away the issues on the side lanes.
Loving the fact that Beastcoast are not responding too much to this mid lane. They understand the mid lane is going badly. It's not gonna get better no matter how many heroes we bring in. Even with the perfect toss back, there is a good chance that this Dragonite doesn't die. So let's just continue applying pressure where we know we are stronger and where the Dragonite pretty much doesn't want to rotate. So they're doing what is good for their lineup. Even if a Dragonite gets an early blink, he doesn't really have the heroes to play with to be bringing down some of these big heroes. So Beastcoast started understanding this. They are not really responding to him all that much. And this is a smart choice for sure.
For me, the biggest problem here on the side of Team Spirit is that Vitally is almost done with Spirit Vessel. And at that point, no one is safe on the Radiant side.
They found him a push cup.
Can he get himself out of there? Vitally chasing him. The stomp comes out, but TP, they have no way of interrupting it, so he does manage to get out.
And Misha didn't even attempt to blast off. Like, why? He had it. He didn't get stomped.
Oh, no, it was on cooldown.
Oh, it was on cooldown.
He still had it for 3-second cooldown.
Okay, because when I clicked on him, he had it, and he didn't even attempt it. So yeah, okay, that does make sense. This rotation from the Tiny did allow Laurel to get your mid lane tower down. So that's a win for Spirit. But still, they're gonna have ways to deal with it. Spirit Vessel, Jakiro, Techies, the Dragonite can die. And that's why Beastcoast shouldn't really be that much afraid of this hero at the moment.
DK also went for a Null Talisman. A lot more Null Talismans being picked up. I don't really see any casters ever get the item. But big, bulky strength heroes definitely need some mana regen.
Yeah, for sure. The Null Tally buff was very needed, and I'm liking that it is a part of the meta once again. And we don't see like 10 Null Talismans. 1 is usually enough.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see the Storm BS again. Top lane collapse. This time is not going to be anywhere close to tanky enough. Taken down. Pyke gets the kill. And yeah, the Collapse is really struggling. Even worse than Lumpy so far. Towards mid, Miposhka on the run. Incoming blast off stun. And Miposhka falters as well. But look at this again. 9 kills ahead, net worth even.
Yep. Still, Beastcoast are the ones that are applying the pressure right now. And the thing is, before the Pugna level 6, you can't really kill Vitaly at all.
Mira does get taken down. That Vessel charge that was used gets refreshed.
Huge.
And yeah, they still have Bruce Split. They haven't used it at all this game. It's just an extra buff that they tool that they can use in case Vitally almost gets taken down. But this Brewmaster is just everywhere.
Yep, and he should be. He is the one that needs to be with his team. Sometimes this is risky with the hero, but in this game where Lumpy is not having a good game, you need to make things happen until this Tiny gets something more. And I'm liking that they even allowed him to get the kill there without using much of his mana, because it is very necessary that at one point in this game you do have that blink initiation, that it's not like 20 minutes in, because that would be a disaster for your mid laner. So they are trying to give Lumpy a bit of a better game, because he is gonna be the one dictating the tempo from like minute 14-15 towards the later portions of the game as well.
So is there a specific, is Spirit waiting for a specific timing? Is it just the bristleback Ags, or are they ready to take any fight right now?
Blink DK, right? You don't have initiation. You need the blink on the DK and the level 6 on the Pugna to actually have kill potential. Though even then, that kill potential is quite limited. So Team Spirit might just wait for the Aghanim Scepter and the Bristleback. That's gonna take a little bit longer. I'm gonna assume they will try to make a smoke play once the Blink Dagger is up.
Oh, they're getting smoked on right now. Vitally running forward. Miposhka is the first
They want the DK.
foremost. Laurel, that's the bigger target. Doesn't have El Dragon 4. Miposhka does have his stomp at the ready, but DK is already dead. Laurel burns in the trees to the macro pie, and that's a triple stack that they're about to pretty much steal here. I assume afterwards.
It's hard.
Split has been used.
Mid lane tower is a much better choice to go for, and going for the stacks may be the big camp. But if you go for the ancients, that's gonna be a problem. The bristleback will come over, and there is a chance you get ran down. Without the split, it's too dangerous.
Yeah, Elmish also just used all of his 3 proximity mines. So if maybe he had it, it does die a lot quicker. They're actually going to start on the ancients, but there's no Bruce Split, no Macropire. Tiny doesn't have enough mana for a combo. Yeah, this is a very risky fight to take. Kind of an unnecessary one.
Here's the thing, they just killed the Dragon Knight and he didn't have a Blink Dagger, but he bought it. So they are not aware that he does have initiation. Beastcoast probably think that they can easily disengage and this Blink Dagger can catch them off guard. So oh, actually, he doesn't have it. He didn't manage to buy it. Oh, Larl, he changed his mind and is going for a BKB. Okay, so this is, I'm fine with this, because with the Blink Dagger, it is not certain if you would be able to get multiple kills, but you will definitely be able to protect this area. Okay, Beast Coast, smart choice. Just get away. No reason to throw away your lead.
Elmisho still trying to clear out his ancient stack, but they're not too low to get taken down. It's actually also a disgusting combination of having that one's natural order is higher level, having that Astral Spirit next to any Firestorm. This Firestorm damage is insane, especially once you get the Shard on Underlord. It's honestly one of the most insane spells in the game.
And every core on Beast Coast is a high HP hero. Even the supports are nothing to laugh at when it comes to their HP. So the percentage base is definitely going to help Spirit later on in the game, especially combined with the natural order.
Yeah. Oh, natural order is going to do so much work.
He got the blink on Lyle
as well.
He actually changed his mind once again. It's just a hard game when you see players flip-flopping in items like that. It just goes to show that they're unsure. He knows that his team needs something now, but he's not sure if it's gonna give him anything, and Vitaly just reads their move perfectly.
That's the problem of like going for a Blink Dagger. There is a chance that if you don't take any fights, the Blink Dagger feels like a waste instead of anything that's, you know, farm oriented.
You travel faster between camps.
Yeah, well, that's I guess the big plus, but even then,
not good enough to be honest. Not worth 2200 gold.
And currently, it's looking that way. Of course, the dire side, they're probably waiting for their own Blink Dagger on Tiny, because they know DK has a blink. They have he walked underneath the observe ward. They should know that the DK has his blink now.
They're pretty much
so they might wait for Lumpy.
Right now, it's farming phase for Beast Coast for sure, right? I don't know if Vitaly is gonna try to use his split. Actually, they will. Interesting. This is why I love South America, because they do something that I'm definitely not familiar with. They make plays when it's the least expected. Their lineup would be completely fine just farming at this point. Going for the Wisdom Rune.
Collapse. Gets spotted out by Vitaly on the run. Miposhka's there as well. Gotta be careful because they have good ultis as well with the Earth Splitter possibility. And it will be Collapse taken down. Ava toss onto 2 by Lumpy. Larl's gonna be forced to TP out of there. We'll at least find El Misho. TP gets used. Mira doesn't get away. Yatro is here. Yatro also has the Aghanim Scepter now, so you have to be a little bit careful. nonetheless, it was still a 2-for-2 trade, all things considered.
The boulder was 0.1 second away from hitting the Dragonite, and then he dies, and that makes that fight catastrophic for Spirit. But this way, it's fine. With the Dragonite surviving, and you're losing a core and a support for 2 supports, that is an okay trade for Spirit, especially because they're gonna apply some pressure to this tower if not take it down.
Almost all that damage in the fight as well was Pugna. Like, Mira did all the damage on his team. And that's just primarily Nether Ward, a couple of Nether Blasts, and trying to stay alive. Bristleback, Yatro does have Ags now, so right now, Bristleback is scary.
For sure. Though, the Pugna is public enemy number 1. I think Lumpy is gonna be hating on Mira in this game so much. And again, Mira, it's a perfect hero for him. It's positioning and doing a billion little things just good enough for the benefit of your team. This is the type of hero that he excels at. And I think Lumpy's not gonna have an easy time finding him, for sure.
Yeah, they don't have the best vision tools as well. I guess the mines, the proximity mines, but normally you need to find him on the Radiant side of the map to get the kill, and that's a little bit more problematic. But I do also love, that's one of the biggest things about techies, the fact that proximity mines always like scans out enemy smoke gangs, which is probably the most broken aspect of it.
Yeah, it's kind of not fair when you're playing versus the techies, especially if you're behind, if you can only get out on the map with the smoke, and then you start getting into mines. First of all, you lose most of your HP, 2-3 mines explode, but the enemies know that you're coming, which is even the worst part.
Oh, speaking of which, El Misho, a lot of damage. Does he get taken down? The Firestorm will find him in the end. Collapse is trying to disengage Mirror with the TP attempt, but the Avalanche will hold him down. The Crepify is going to heal up a little bit, be annoying, but nonetheless will falter. Now, 1-for-1 trade, it also drags everyone from Beastcoast to that area. It's actually not that bad here for Spirit.
Yeah, not too bad at all. You are buying some time. The problem is still the same, however. I'm looking at the later portions of the game, and yeah, sure, you have these heroes that, with the help of the natural order, can do massive amounts of damage, but so much kiting potential on Beastcoast, and really, Spirit don't have the capability to burst you down. So, and if you look at Beastcoast, their heroes they love long fights. So I think they're going to be able to survive through that damage, get the split off, and just keep the Bristleback out of the fight. And without him, you just cannot finish anybody off.
Oh yeah, without the Bristleback, it's going to be pretty problematic to get the damage in. I mean, magic damage-wise, maybe not so, but that really depends on if you can hit all your spells with, like, your Splitter on top of the Firestorm Pit of Malice combination. They do have significant damage in that regards. Moo's actually walking very far away from his team in the middle of the Radiant jungle. Will be a freebie there.
Even El Misho is in the vicinity. They want more.
Looking for more though. Lumpy would be a great kill. Blink Dagger on DK's up.
And he's gonna
spots
die.
out Lumpy. And there's going to be the TP as well. Lumpy's going to get controlled up in the Pit of Malice. Nothing he can do as a response. Even Pike TPing away towards the area. Will be problematic here.
Beastcoast need 4 staffs. They need the 4 staffs now. You stay inside of that Pit of Malice so long with the Atos, and you just cannot survive. But they want to fight.
Boschka going for the TP out.
Nice.
And they managed to all get out in time, forcing TPs, forcing moves from Beastcoast. And that's a big win.
Beautiful from Spirit. You get 2 good kills. You almost kill the bottom tower. You literally need to just poke it and it's gonna fall over. And you force out all the rotations in the bottom lane. The thing is though, Vitaly has finished off his Radiance and not much has been lost on Beastcoast. So they're still the team that is stronger at the moment if it does come down to a big fight.
Yeah, the one thing that's always fun to see is when a Brewmaster decides to use Primal Split and the Bristleback's Aghanim Scepter hasn't been used yet. You just see those bristle, the Brewlings just melt.
Yep. Well, with good micro, with good positioning, you can still lay around it. Also a shard for Yatoro, so he really wants to be reducing the armor. The nasal goo is going to be a big problem, but might just get caught.
No.
He's fine.
He's aware. Macropire comes up, DOS back actually. Yatro, this is a bit problematic for them. Bruce Split comes out. Yatro's going to survive the damage here, especially with the heal from Mira on the back end, and everything was used on the side of Beastcoast. They have to be a little bit careful. Bruce Split is about to end as well, and it's just going to be a disengage. With all the heroes from Spirit here as well, I mean, Bristle actually can solo the Tormentor, which is a big plus, but getting those shards quickly is going to be very important. Elder Titan shard can also be so good value this game.
They hesitated on Beast Coast, that's why you can kill him. And look at the Spirit, they're not hesitating even for a second.
Yeah, they know there's nothing to defend themselves with at the moment on Beast Coast side.
It's still dangerous. Running into this kind of a lineup, you can get tossed back. Razor can take away so much of your damage. It's not the easiest lineup to just run at, so you need to be very careful. Tiny is like the best hero. Maybe not the best, but one of the best to slow down any kind of an advance and collapse. Went too far forward.
Speaking of which, toss back, collapse in a bit of trouble, pops his ulti. Gateway, they're actually taking the gateway towards, and there's Yatoro. That's a nice way to get on top of your enemies, and very good counterplay there from Collapse. That requires good communication in the team.
Yo guys, can you come over so that we kill these this guy's trying to kill me? That's beautiful. I haven't seen a twin gate be used like that in a very long time, so props for having the presence of mind for that to be a possible play in a kind of high stress scenario. In that situation, you are probably thinking, oh, I'm dead. But if you just take a moment and think about your possibilities like Collapse did, you can find a pretty good solution.
I mean, the big plus in that fight there was the fact that they were already like grouped up on the side of Spirit, so it was a preemptive move. They knew that he was going to try and bait them in. So it's a very nasty counterplay to try and deal with.
For sure. Both of the teams now have a 9-second BKB. One on their mid laner, the other one on their carry. A big deal though. I'd say more for a Razor, because now you're gonna be pretty safe from all of the damage coming out from Team Spirit. And Pike, if the fight is long, if he gets the damage out of a Dragon, it doesn't really matter who you take the damage from. It is gonna be a huge deal. His damage output will be insane, being able to bring down any of these three tanky heroes. El Misho gets the shard, so not the greatest one. I guess Jakiro probably would have preferred it.
Yeah, very likely so, but, well, I mean, reactive taser, drop it on Razor. They can't target him whatsoever. I mean, not that Bristleback really cares that much about it, because he just quill spray spams, but DK definitely doesn't enjoy being disarmed.
It's not ideal, but it's still fine. Most of his damage comes from the overtime. As Yatro gets the bonus as well.
The reactive taser movement speed bonus on Razor. That one is, I think, the scarier part.
That's the big one, right? Because you already have a pretty solid amount of movement speed on the Razor as it is, and then you put the reactive taser as well. So it's not to be underestimated for sure. And this is a Roche attempt right now, which Beastcoast seemed to know nothing about. So he's gone.
Yeah, quick take. Now you're gonna have to kill that pesky Bristleback twice. He's got the Sanchin Yasha, so he does have that slow resistance, status resistance.
Big deal in this game, both the status resistance and the slow resistance, because you don't want to be, actually it doesn't work on the Cyclone. That's gonna be kind of annoying, keeping you in the air.
Yeah, that's Panda for you.
I don't know why these things aren't affected by status resistance. Like, why is Yule's not affected? Is there an explanation? I don't think so.
Just to piss off Ursa players. And
Probably.
Rage, lift, go away, ignore. In the meantime, Collapse is closing. Okay, he's going back for the load storm. I was hoping to see that Aghanim Scepter, because they need multiple ways to hold enemies down for the Bristle. They already have the Force Staff on the Jakiro done. Techies has his Guardian Greaves, so I assume Force Staff is going to be his next item. They actually need more than just the one.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
For sure. And the supports are the only ones who can get it. You don't naturally want a Hurricane Pike on a Razor. You're not going to be getting that.
Yeah, if this was support Tiny, you'd probably get it, but it's a little bit less fortunate on core Tiny. But they are smoking up, looking for a fight. However, if you walk
Good
up
position,
too close,
Spirit.
Yep, jump in. Lumpy pops the BKB immediately. Toss back onto Pugna. Mira, that's the big target. Can they kill him? The healing, though. Mira's just not dying. Finally, they get the control and take him down. Pike gets the static link, but it's a little bit late in the fight. Yatoro is just chasing him down. Link got broken. Oh, those mines! Yatoro got spooked
Lumpy
there.
going
Great
back.
ice path. And the toss back onto all three coming through. The stomp, Lumpy, there's no BKB there. He's just going to get slowed down. Yatoro is back in action. And Vitali, can he disengage on the Brewmaster? They are going to try and control him, and the control will be there. El Misho needs to make sure he doesn't get spotted. He will run in towards the tree line collapse. Is he going to go for the guess?
That's
a little bit scary there. He can't show the courier either, but he'll back off on Underlord. He still has his gateway as well.
The heal on the Pugna was dumb. It's just insane how much the Siphoning Ward is doing. That is when everybody's spamming spells, if it's not completely concentrated onto Pugna, that's a problem. I like the idea. Tiny has a fresh BKB, he jumps in, he finds the Pugna, the main target. You could see that Mira bought back, understanding his relevance in a fight. But considering that he already got the ward out and he survived that long, he did his job in that engagement.
He did the most damage again from his team in that fight. Like,
it's not even close.
Pugna, he just drops his nether ward. That's it. They kill themselves pretty much. And yeah, as you mentioned, that healing was insane. He spiked like halfway and then boom, back to full instantly.
Oh, and they're finding
mid. Yep, they get the gateway again from Collapse to summon Yatoro to the fight. And Vitali will be taken down. They know there's no split for, 20 more seconds, looking for the tier 2 tower towards mid as well. And Collapse is just using the Fiend's Gate at this point as a coddle summon.
Yep. I'm gonna bring one or more of my friends. The push is insane when this Bristleback starts punching towers. It's too much.
They are looking to break that high ground. Tossback actually went a little bit deep there onto Laurel. Still has a BKB, so should be able to just walk it off in case it gets scary. Nice stomp. Keeps Pike actually out of there, which is the big one. Laurel healed up by Mira. Glimmer Capes make sure Mira doesn't even lose HP for the process. Moose gets smacked. Mira gets the kill because, of course, Nether Ward is a insane spell. And, yeah. Honestly, Mira's doing so much on the Pugna this game, even by just placing a Nether Ward.
I'm surprised Spirit even attempted this, because you are versus a Tiny. When you're versus a Tiny, always try to push the side lanes first, because the mid lane is very hard to get. He can toss you into tier 4s. But Spirit at this moment, knowing that the Brew was dead at that point, just used that fact to their advantage and knew that they weren't going to be taken out. That the enemies didn't have enough damage and didn't really want to commit the BKB of the Razors. So that was just beautiful coming out from Spirit. And they're still pinging out that tier 3. I can't believe Beastcoast are allowing 2 wards to survive in their base. This is too much.
They got all the vision. The only place that they place sentry, there's no observer ward there, so high ground pushing should be pretty easily done, especially with a Pugna on your side as well as the Bristle DK. So much pushing power. Stun onto Moose. Jakiro is in trouble. Do they have the damage to take him down? The tossback comes out. Lara pops the BKB. Static Link. Double Force Staff because they have both of them available on the Radiant side, and Laurel gets out. They have got that Hurricane Pike, and they have, of course, the Mira Force Staff.
One thing that always made Team Spirit a better team than the other ones, this is the reason why they won 2 TIs, is their ability to read the fights and how to play them. I don't know if they discuss it before the fights even happen, when the game is starting, but their communication, spell usage, and item usage inside of a team fight is something that is out of this world. And Beast Coast, I think they kind of missed their timing when they should win versus this team.
Toss back, Maposhka, Elder Titan dropping low, will be taken down. That's the toss back play that they have.
Yep.
It works for against the supports, but even the Pugna is hard to kill that way, but these cores are just bulky Underlord also has his Loadstorm now done. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter next. A lot of stats on the Underlord with the Atrophy Aura.
Razor changed his mind. He wanted to go for a Satanic, and then he found out that it's not only him that needs to be protected, but his team as well. So now he's going for an AC, right? It's going to increase his damage output, which is much needed for Beastcoast at the moment. And more importantly, it is going to protect his teammates from the Bristleback. The AoE damage is too much. When the Elder Titan comes close, takes away your base armor, and then this AoE physical damage of the Quill Spray with all the minus armor starts kicking in, everybody on Beastcoast just dies. Everybody feels super squishy.
Well, at the very least, Tiny doesn't have any base armor, so he doesn't really care if the Titan gets close.
Sure.
But, yeah. It's actually kind of neat that all of his armor is just additional armor.
Poor guy. 0 agility gain. 0 agility in general. So he and 0 base armor. That's a recipe to have none of it.
I always love the Tinies, the support Tinies with the tree grab max level and grow at level 3 without any agility or attack speed, and they take like 3 seconds to hit a creep. You just see them in slow motion.
It actually looks stronger than when a Tiny is attacking faster. Obviously, a core Tiny is gonna have more damage, but you know, it's as you mentioned, like one of those movies. He lifts his arm and he's gonna crush you. In the end, it's just a squeaking noise.
Yeah, you might as well just toss the tree and run away. Oh, Roshi boy, that's a 3-minute Roche respawn. That is almost max duration.
Both of the
But
teams
that
have an
fight is
AC.
looking now. Both sides smoke up. Who's gonna spot
Scan
the other
connected.
first?
Spirit knows.
They know they're there, but do they know they're behind the pit at the moment? There's gonna be the charge for the sports have spotted out first. Moose is already dead. Taking down Pike on the side. Is going to get taken down the stomp into the pit. Miposhka being healed. Mira saving his ally, who's going to get the jump out of there thanks to the shard.
This fight is
Yatoro
over.
with the triple kill. And the Brewmaster, there's nowhere to run. Mira's even healing up in the process. And Vitelli is surrounded by enemies, taken down. That play, okay, so they throw everything to kill off Miposhka in the pit. Then in comes the Decrepify heal Glimmer Cape from Mira, keeps him just at like 50 HP alive, and then he uses the Echo Stomp to jump to the side to disengage with the shard. Perfectly outplayed by Team Spirit.
Yep, and the thing is that the Tiny found the perfect initiation. He found both the Pugna and the Elder Titan and tossed them into the pit. The thing is that only 2 heroes passed from Beastcoast, and the other 3 got caught in the backlines. The second that Elder Titan used the Spirit in the backlines, saw Beastcoast. That's the point where Beastcoast lost that fight. The only way it doesn't go that way is maybe if Mira gets completely destroyed, but with the Force Staff, it was just so easy for him to leave the pit and keep his captain alive for a long period of time.
Yeah, no, Dragon form with double damage. Not Elder at the moment. Yatoro joins in. They get the mid set of racks. It's only 1 set of racks, but Roche still hasn't been taken a full minute until it respawns. And then you're going to have to kill off this Bristleback twice. And he is really huge. He's got the Basher now done as well, so BKBs aren't even the biggest threat against him anymore.
No, at this point, Team Spirit... I mean, the game is not over yet. You're versus a Tiny who can toss you back, but they've done everything. They've gone through the part of the game where they didn't have the damage. They've got all of their defensive items needed for the Pugna to survive the initiation. All of their heroes are tanky. They now do a massive amount of damage between all of them. And really, Beastcoast, their lineup... The only thing that is left is the Tiny tossback, and with the mid lane being down, it's just not even that good of a high ground defense play any longer at all.
Yeah, even DK's got the Ags now, so you got big, gigantic Black Dragon form, and doesn't have Manta, so at least that's a plus.
Sure, but the big Black Dragon is not the same as it used to be. With the Manta, it's not even all that strong, right? But it's mostly about you being able to fly over cliffs, being incredibly tanky. It's just a It's just a huge problem in general.
Increases attack damage by 100. My god. I'm happy that they did remove the magic resistance on DK. It was kind of obnoxious to kill him at that point.
Yeah, too strong, too hard to bring down.
And yeah, how are they going to hold this back? Out there is going to go for an extra shard. Might as well. It's a freebie. Collapse gets it. Oh, a free shard for the Underlord as well. More Firestorm, more madness. So much damage on the Radiant side. They might get a good tossback play though. That's something you always have to be fearful of.
I don't think.
Lumpy. He's trying to. Gets the tossback. Yatro Bristleback's dropping low. He's actually going to get taken down. First life gone.
Got him.
There is going to be Collapse coming in with the gateway. Yatro Bristleback is actually trying to take the gateway backwards. Gets stunned in the process. Will turn his attention towards the buildings. But Lumpy going for another tossback. Underneath the tier 4s, Yatro is actually with the BKB. Hard to kill. Pike's already dead to Maposhka. They're going to go for Vitality. Can he get the Bruce lit off just in the nick of time? And he will use it to lift up the Bristle. But Vitality, his entire brew is almost dead. There's going to be the chase back. Mira gets tossed further back, but it's just going to be fine with the Glimmer Cape. Lumpy, he's trying to dive all over the place and finish him off, but they are relegated towards their fountain. Because that's the only place that, well, they're not even safe there. GG gets called. Team Spirit take this game, and Team Spirit are, I mean, they're looking ready for Riyadh, baby.
Yep, they're looking very clean. This was a beautiful performance coming out from them. Even though they were pressured at the start, bleeding kills, they never gave away too much of the map. And this is the idea. Your map might be, you might be losing a little bit in levels, but if you have good map control, you will be able to take it back. You will be able to farm, get the key items on your cores, and get to a point where you will be able to turn the game around, turn the game in your favor. Exactly what happened. And when the snowball started their way, it never stopped.
Yeah, no, they looked pretty sublime. Definitely looking like the biggest teams in the tournament at the moment with GG there. It wouldn't surprise me if that's going to be our finals later down the line. But of course, that early game, Beastcoast looked pretty incredible as well with their early game. I think if they can like staple off the slight mistakes that they make afterwards, they can be such an absolute powerhouse of a team. We're going to be heading towards the panel. They're going to break the rest down and show us what really happened in the game. So take it away, Rob.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it was a good start coming out from Beastcoast, but like Harry was saying in that match, Team Spirit, they read the game so well. They just have just an incredible way to look at the way the game is being played and adjust themselves to it. So, Aries, do you think it was just a case of maybe Beastcoast being that little bit of inexperience compared to Team Spirit, the fact that they couldn't keep up that momentum?
Yeah, I mean, potentially, I think it's also just probably praises need to be given to Team Spirit, right? I think they did an incredible job to stabilize the game from what was looking kind of scary, honestly. The lanes went incredibly well. Beast Coast, again, 2 side lanes dominating, I think, mid. I really want to see more Tiny versus DK matchups, because I don't know if this is really how it's supposed to go, at least as bad as what it did. But again, the fact that Spirit, I think, really just praises need to be given to them for the fact you're able to stabilize this game, and you did so in the fashion that it put you in a position where we could see this Bristleback be pretty much unkillable, and that's what they were kind of going for with this strategy and with this draft.
Yeah, and we are going to be able to take a look at the highlights here as we get through it. Just looking at how like I said, the game started off. You had the Pugna that didn't really feel too good here to start off with, but really built into the game, built into the fights here. Mira was just able to do so much damage with the drains coming through, the Nether Wards there as well. Do you think are you convinced by the pick by this Pugna coming through, or do you still think there's a little bit of a tinkering to do to make the hero really shine?
Early on, I really wasn't a Pugna believer, right? But it really felt like this draft, a big part of it was enabling Maposhka, to be honest, which is kind of weird to say about the position 5, but we saw in that that Roche fight down near the bottom, or prior to it, right? He was just in the perfect position to get the 4 stuff off, healed him up a little bit, let him find the back line, let him have that natural aura constantly ticking, and we even saw at the very end there, he was the one that was able to finish off the Razor as they're trying to run back. And, you know, without that that static link, you're really not all that concerned about just continuing to run on in with heroes like the DK once they finished up their farm. It was, once again, just a really solid team performance overall, but I think big shout-outs need to go to Miposhka and Yatoro in particular, just for their positioning, right? Because the lane didn't go that great for them, but they were just in the right spot at the right time to scout out exactly what Beastcoast were doing. Yatoro next to the Tormentor at about the 19.5-minute mark. He knows that I'm playing a Bristleback. They're going to be coming because they know that I can solo take this on my own. If they were able to get that kill onto him, this could have been a very different game, right? It means that you don't get into that ET shard. It means that you kill off the Bristleback. It means that you're not scaling into the next thing. Maybe they take a tier 2 tower. Maybe they can invade into the Ancients. But he was just playing close enough to his own tier 2 tower that the reinforcements just came so quick that they were able to make that sort of thing happen. Similar sort of thing with Miposhka when they went for a previous smoke, and that really denied Tiny his big strength window around that like 15 to 25 minute mark. I think he only had 5 kill involvements at like 26 minutes, which is not what you want out of a mid-Tiny.
Yeah, actually looking at the Tiny stats overall here, I think he only got 7 in total kills and assists throughout the game, and that's something that we're seeing from a lot of the Tinies, or the opposite of what we're seeing from a lot of the Tinies here, because you do get, like you say there, with the crash landing, as we are going to take a look at the team stats here as well. What was the full damage coming out here from that Tiny? 19,000, and yeah, usually you see him blowing up supports, making these rotations 2, 4, and 5 on Lumpy there, so not having the impact that we're used to seeing. On the other side though, Aries, is there anyone you want to highlight here? I know Dan, I just saying about Mira and Poshka, you're the 2 supports, but anybody else? Because there's just seemed like a great team play game coming out from Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's often when we see Team Spirit as well, I know sometimes there are game specific where it's someone is taking over and carrying, but I do think this is a team that knows their role, and everyone does what is required for them to get over the finish line. And there are a couple times, really for me, the moments that stood out was just their read on a couple of team fights, with the bottom fight near Roche where they got the scan. I think even the fight that happened in the dyed jungle around like the top jungle area, they scanned that movement out before it even happened as well. So whether that's Miposhka, whether that's Mira, whether that's Yatoro, because often Yatoro is able to read a lot of plays, whoever it is, like that was also a big catalyst on why they were able to have success. But I just think very often for Spirit, it's a team victory.
Yeah, and you can see, like you say, playing together as a team. Even the things like Collapse being able to throw that Fiend's Gate out to defend himself. He'll bring his teammates in to stop him from being ganked out as well. Really good plays coming out here. And but we have to give credit to like Beastcoast. They started off really well. They weren't able to fully flesh it out till the end of the game, but they took it to a 36 minutes. So the games are getting longer as they go on Beastcoast. They are going to be dropping down. So what do you think here? Entity coming out against NGX. Beastcoast are in that deciders match. Do you think coming through from that winners, do you think Beastcoast go into that deciders match with confidence?
I think so. But they were in a winning position at around that 20-minute mark. They just weren't able to execute a couple of those key ganks that would have enabled them to continue the snowball. I think their win probability was like 65%, and I'm in agreement with that. It's just that they let Spirit get a little bit too far into the game where, just having a look at the auras at the end of the game. Bristle had AC, Miposhka had drums, you had the pipe coming through from the Underlord, you had Atrophy aura from Underlord, you had the natural order from the Elder Titan. So, like, how are you supposed to not only deal damage into all of this, and I haven't even talked about the Pugna heal coming through, but also sustain some of the damage coming back your way with all the minus armor that they had? It was pretty crazy. So I think Beastcoast, they've certainly got the stuff to be able to make it work. I don't know what I'm going to predict for that last series. It's going to be a best of 3, but we still don't know who they're going to be facing, if it's going to be a rematch with Entity or if it's going to be Nigma able to get that best of 1 victory.
Yeah, that will be coming up next, and it is still a best of 1 to come through to decide on that one. So we'll see how that one's going to go. But first, we are going to take another break. It's going to be about 6 minutes, and we'll be back with the 4th game of the day, and that final best of 1 as well, to see who goes out, who's going to move through to the deciders match. We'll find out after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the One Win Summer Series. We're going to change it up just a little bit here as we introduce Harry as well as Bowie to the panel. Harry, how are you doing after those 3 games of Dota? You still ready to go? You still excited?
Yeah, really ready to go. Really excited. I have to say, I enjoy paneling, but being in the game, getting to cast it directly is definitely my bigger passion. But I'm definitely going to be enjoying my time with you two lads.
Yeah, and Bowie just joining us now as well. Have you been keeping an eye on the games? Are you up to speed? Are you ready to go too? Are you looking forward to these 2 games yet to come?
Oh, for sure. I was watching. I saw Beastcoast demolish Entity. And, they look pretty good against Spirit as well. So now I'm very curious to see if Entity is going to be able to bounce back, if that was just a little bit of a hiccup, an outdraft. Hopeful for Nigma, right? I know it's kind of a meme. I know it's kind of it's obvious that people just want to see Nigma succeed, and I don't know. I want to see them at least fighting toe to toe against Entity. I don't want a 50-minute game. I hope we actually get something exciting to watch, and there's a chance, but it's a BO1, and that's why maybe Nigma could even win the entire series. I think if this was a BO3, you could probably confidently say Entity has they're the favorites. But in a BO1, everything can happen.
I don't know, Bowie. You said that people want to see Nigma succeed. From what I'm seeing on Reddit, when Nigma wins, it's 2-3 people, Nigma are back. When Nigma loses, there's 1 billion people just spamming. So maybe you want Nigma to succeed, maybe I want Nigma to succeed, but it seems that their old fans have turned on them.
No, that's the case, right? You say, there's loads of people spamming it out. It's because they want them to win. So when they lose, they're just so disappointed that they have to let it be known. And just give the team the support that they need. And yeah, it will be. The winners of this will move through to play up against Beastcoast. Losers do drop out, unfortunately, but that's the way it goes here when we have such a short event. So as we look at this, we're looking at the teams themselves here: Entity versus NGX. Bowie, leaning towards it. You're saying you want NGX to win here. Is that your official prediction, or are you still leaning towards Entity?
No, I think Entity is going to take this. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that it is nice to have a, let's say, a dark horse story. It's nice to have someone that you don't you kind of like, but you don't necessarily think has the best chance to win. And when it happens, the payoff is big. But just going back to the whole Nigma thing, I feel like it's just the Joker effect, right? You have all of these people that believed on Nigma for so long, and then when you just keep being disappointed, it kind of gets to you. But I think they, as Rob said, they want, truly they want Nigma to win. It's just that they get a little bit sad when they lose.
Yeah, and we're going to have to take a look to see how everyone else is looking as well in terms of their prediction. I wonder if we're going to see any... no, we're not. Everybody this time, even DK Truman leaning towards Entity, so he's going to be dropping off that NGX bandwagon himself and coming over to the side of Entity looking at this one. And again, it is that best of 1, so whoever wins this one will be moving through into that best of 3 decider match to come out to see who moves through into the playoffs and who else will be going home. So, Harry, looking at these 2 matches, do you think that the best of 1, is the pressure really on here, especially with it being that knockout match as well?
I think so, especially because some big tournaments are coming up. The One Win series, it has been kind of clumped up between some of those big tournaments, and it is a very good training ground for these teams. And then if you just play 2 games, that's not too great of a training ground to try out things that you wanted, especially on the C patch. So I would say that the pressure is relatively high on both of the teams to perform. And if you're Nigma Galaxy, we already touched upon the fans wanting them to win, wanting or being disappointed for such a long period of time, that I think that kind of pressure, even with players of this caliber, it can get to them, right? Because everybody sees you as this pinnacle of Dota, these guys that won TI, and then you have four TI winners on your side, and then you are just underperforming. You have the pressure of the favorite, and you are not one. It's very hard to play.
Okay, and we'll see how it is going to go between these two. Bowie, who are you looking forward to see? I mean, looking at all the teams, like I say, yesterday I missed yesterday's. I wasn't able to watch that one, so I'm going to get the recommendations from you two here as well. Was there anything that you saw yesterday that I should be going back and watching, or any of these games from day one that really stood out to you as well?
Oh, there was a 76-minute game yesterday. I think that one was very hype. If I'm not mistaken, it was game 1 between OneWin and VP, right, Harry?
Yes, but I still think that GG versus OneWin for me was the game of the day, right? The 54-minute game between them where Quinn was a 16 and 1 Void Spirit. For me, that's the best one, where it looked like both teams could get the victory. In the OneWin versus VP from like minute 30, it was OneWin mostly controlling the game. But that GG versus OneWin, Rob, if there's one game you want to watch, that's my recommendation.
Okay. Well, I'll find time to watch both of them after we get done with the event. I'm going to go back and watch all of it anyway. And looking at the teams that we've got left here, Harry, starting with you, have you got a favorite to win this one? Just looking at everybody that's left to play.
I would go with Gaming Gladiators. Team Spirit haven't been known to win tournaments like these too much, and Gaming Gladiators have. They've played some like Fisher tournaments in the past, and they would usually do well with it. On that, get the momentum to go forward into some of the bigger tournaments as well. So I would think they are really gunning for the victory here to jump the momentum.
Okay, and Bowie, are you feeling the same, or do you have another favorite in mind? Is there anyone that you're championing here to win the entire thing?
I think GG is the boring choice, right? If you're just someone boring and bland. To me, I actually would say OneWin. I think OneWin really stood up to GG in that game. And when we actually get to BO3s, I know maybe I'm being biased here. Maybe I want to cast some more OneWin tournaments. But to be honest, they really impressed me. I think they qualified for arguably the hardest region. I think, Western Europe has a lot of good teams, but the actual top echelon is already directly qualified and invited. So, yeah, to me, I think OneWin, if they can learn from the loss against GG, maybe not top 1, but I would be impressed if they don't get top 3.
Okay, and we are going to be getting ourselves into a best of 1 now between NT and NGX. And looking at the bans already, we're going to see the Phoenix, the Io, Shadow Fiend, and the TA being removed here from Entity. On the other side, just getting ready to pick the final ban for the first phase, the Darkseer and the Grimstroke being removed here from NGX. So, Harry, I know Dano was talking about it. Teams are starting to pick up this Grimstroke now, but is it first ban? Is it that strong that's first phase ban with it, or is that just purely because it's an Entity kind of like niche hero, do you think?
I think they're going Storm. I think they banned
so?
Grim because they're going Storm. Yeah, I don't think it's a top tier first phase ban, but they didn't ban Storm on side of Entity. You have Sumeo and Nigma. It's a BO1. Maybe they just want to go with a bang.
Yeah, that could be a way to go. Though the Darkseer ban is pretty self-explanatory when DM has played that hero more than any other. It makes sense. And they pick up a Pango. I mean, this hero, he hates the Grimstroke as well, right?
Yeah. Okay. So, Pango, it's kind of crazy how this hero just keeps being strong in different ways. I think I heard people talking about Diffusal Blade in the other panel, and like Echo Saber, like this hero literally right clicks for 300 damage level 20 to 25. But this is a really good response, and Monkey King can actually go to whatever lane Pango goes. Even if you flex show the off lane, Monkey King could also be there.
But Kataomi plays a lot of Monkey King as well, right? So
True.
We saw one support Monkey King in this tournament, and he wasn't going for career hunting, which I was kind of disappointed. I hope that Kataomi will kind of show me that once again, because it's so fun to watch.
It really is. I think it was mostly because they had a really weak offlaner, right? So he just needed to kind of protect him. But when you have a good matchup... Yeah, but was it like against Ench Slark or Ench Monkey?
Yeah.
I think it was a really hard lane.
Ench +1. Yeah, it was a hard lane, I think so as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this? Oh, is the Dawnbreaker lane that you were talking about? Is that what the?
No, it was like
Okay, I'm
Timber
looking
was in
at it.
the off lane, and they had
Okay.
like an inch boost. I don't remember the game, but it was
Was
definitely one of the
was there a
first
Timber
ones.
game? Yeah, there it is. I found it. So it was Enchantress Venge. That was the double safe
there.
lane. So it was the Gaming Gladiators versus One Win game, and it was a very fun game. Yeah, he had to stay there and do some shenanigans, or else his Timber would be a non-factor in the game. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. We did see actually Entity being beat by Beastcoast, that Monkey King in the mid, up against the Primal Beast. Just made absolutely quick work of that. So maybe that's something that Entity have learned as well today, that they might be trying to bring out, maybe up against the Pangolier here, as we are waiting through. They're burning through, a lot of reserve time. They're going to go for the Sven right off the bat here for Entity. So Bowie, looking at this, second pick carry coming out here. That's a
Nah,
lot
they
of
played
confidence
support
from Entity.
Sven. They
Really?
play support Sven on Entity. Yeah, they lost. The only game that I watched they did this, they lost, but they do flex this to support. So I'm assuming this is just a response to the fact that Pangolier is like more of a right clicker now than he ever was. It could be their carry, but it is a flex pick for them for sure.
I mean, I think his facet for the barrier on Warcry got buffed by like 50 damage. Yeah, so now it's even better. And Fishman has been playing this quite a lot in pubs. In pubs, he hasn't lost a single game with it. So that's a big deal. But Rubik is actually a really good one because first of all, you're going to steal the Warcry. It's pretty easy. And you're like, oh, I don't want to give away the stun. And then you give away the Warcry, which is arguably an even better spell to...
I love this response because not only you can steal the Warcry, but now you have Ench. So if you play Ench Pango in the off lane, even if the Monkey King is there, just dispel Jingu, and the lane is much easier for Nigma. So I think that's their plan. Now, you can also dispel the Warcry with the Ench. So this is a really good response. And I mean, even if Rubik's a 5, like I don't care. I feel like as long as the Ench is with the Pango, regardless of who's playing
Rubik?
it, Pango should be okay in the off. Yeah, maybe.
I think we're not getting a Kuro Rubik, to be honest, because there's an Enchantress in the game, but it would be fun. A lot of people, they look at GH as this great Rubik player, but before there was GH, before there was Jerax, before there was all of these great Rubik players, there was Kuroki regarded as the best one in the world. So it would be cool to see him back in that position.
I just want the Ench to be with the Pango. Whoever is playing who, like I don't care. Just make sure that the Pango doesn't get destroyed in that lane, as they will pick this Centaur now. So probably gonna be the off lane here for Entity. And I mean, they gotta pick a support, unless this is both Sven and Monkey King support, which I think they would be setting up for a Timbersaw, which I hope Entity is aware of. Like a Timber here on 18 for Nigma. Sumail playing Timber, that would be insane.
Well, if he picks a Timber, then you can maybe send even the Monkey King to the mid lane, to be honest. And this is a good setup so that even if they pick it, you have the break, you have the capability to do massive amount of magical damage and bring him down. So I don't think Nigma are going that route anymore.
I mean, I don't know, man. Everyone on Entity hates either Timber or trees being cut. It feels so good. And they like what they need right now. They need control on Nigma. So I think the one argument against Timber is that it's another hero that's not really going to give them any reliable disable. But I also feel like they need damage because the Pango damage scales. Like it's not that high early on, especially now that you have to max shield crash first. And then Rubik are just not known for bringing a lot of damage.
Would you then, if you're saying you need control on NGX, actually with the lifesteal coming out, I was going to say, do you put this Pango maybe in the mid lane and pick up like the Mars, especially with the Centaur being picked up on Entity?
Maybe. I like it. I think
I'm okay with that.
It's easier to get control from the off lane than from the mid lane, that's for sure.
For sure. And Sumail has been playing a lot of Pango. So has FBZ, but that just means that, I mean, it explains why they would first pick it. You have two players who, in terms of pubs, have been playing this hero the most out of any other hero. So I do think that they're definitely leaving this as a flex until the very end. The bad thing, of course, for Nigma is that they don't have the last pick, so they're going to have to make their decision before Entity really shows us all of their cards.
Yeah, and also that you're gonna have to be playing Pango into Monkey King. Like if you do go that route,
Yep.
just looking at, because like it's not gonna be a Monkey 5, right? Let's be honest. Hoodwink is 95% of the times the position 4, so Monkey King is pretty much set to be the mid laner, and it's a question on whether Entity is gonna flex this Ven to support or not. That is pretty much the decision they have.
The thing is, in the mid lane, the Monkey King isn't that much better than the Pango, because you don't have the trees to continue chasing him. In a safe lane, in an off lane Pango versus a safe lane Monkey King, it's even worse for Pango. So we have seen so many Monkey Kings destroy the mid lane versus melee matchups, but I think out of them all, maybe the Pango even does the best.
All right, very hopeful comments from Harry. I think I disagree, but it is Sumail, it's the king, so let's. I mean, they knew Monkey King was going to be open. I think Monkey King has gained a lot of popularity in this tournament, so they were aware of what they were leaving open. And if he's confident, it's he definitely knows what he's doing.
Okay. And
Is
we're
this
looking at this final
a
battle
Timber pick? Or Nigma Galaxy. I still think they could go for that Timber, but you mentioned it, Bowie. They're lacking lockdown, and this has been kind of a problem for Nigma's drafts quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, they are banning mid laners, so what is the... Well, this doesn't really bring... That's a weird Razor pick. Like, you're against Centaur, you're against Sven, they have a lot of disengage in general. Monkey King Shard also. I am surprised that this is the hero they chose.
It's a flexible pick, so now you can send the Razor offlane and you can send the Pango offlane. Maybe they're just trying to dodge this Monkey King in general with the Pango.
But doesn't the Timber do the same though?
It does. That is very true.
Okay. And see. Final pick on the board for them. What are we looking at? Are we looking at, do you think this Sven going to be the support? Hurry, are you looking for another carry to be picked up? Maybe run that Monkey King, like you say, potentially in that mid lane? Or what do you think Entity are going with the last 13 seconds they have?
I'd be okay with a Sven carry here, not gonna lie. It's the Lifestealer is kind of your only problem. Everything else you're okay against.
Ooh. Is
Okay.
this mid Lina? What the?
No, I think it's a Watson Lina. I think it's a Watson Lina with a Sven 5 and then a mid lane Monkey King. That seems like the more obvious choice at the moment.
Okay.
And it is a Watson Lina.
Yeah. I mean, I love this Lina.
Okay.
Like, it's really good against Pangolier, right? You not only in the lane, but once you're farmed, you just right-click the Rolling Thunder, and Lina's doing a gazillion damage to you. I think the only problem this Lina is gonna have is Razor BKB. So once Mayo has it, you can try and brute force the Lina, sap the damage. But against the Centaur, I think they have the disengage. I don't know. I feel like they like lockdown. Honestly, I wanted to believe Enigma, but I like Entity's draft too much.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree with you, Bowie. I mean, I look at this. It's not only that you have the Stampede, you also have a Warcry. So the Lina's movement speed is going to be insane. And I don't know how Nigma Galaxy closed this gap.
Okay, so we both lean in then. I guess everybody's still, sticking on to the Entity train. Nobody's swapping over. Okay. Well, we're going to find out how this game is going to go. It is a knockout game here, so take us through it. It's going to be Ares into Nog. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Yep, then here we go. Like Rob's saying, it's elimination series, so it is on the line. One team's going to move forward to play in that decider series later tonight in the best of 3 Nigma or the boys on Entity. The panel was pretty heavily favoring Entity. Are you in agreement with this?
Yeah, I'm actually completely on board with what Bo was saying about this Razor rather than the Timbersaw. It just feels like you're already going up against the Centaur, probably one of the biggest counters to these heroes like the Razor, like the Phoenix, that you just want to get the hell away. And they are quite good at being able to, just keep pushing on forward and keep that aggression happening. So I don't know. I would have rather the Timbersaw keep that flex available, and I like the fact that, again, Watson just gets to play another one of these heroes that has the flexibility to be played as a position 1 these days.
Now, if they're going to be able to make something work here for Nigma, what is kind of the game plan from them? Like these 5 heroes that we see, if they're able to get the ball rolling, what is kind of the strategy that they were going for with these heroes?
I'll be honest, I don't know. It feels a little janky to me. It doesn't feel like you've got the easy way to be able to connect onto anything. Meanwhile, you've got this coming back the other way, right? Where it's like, how many? You got 5 stuns on Entity versus the 1.5, let's call it, that you've got maybe 2.5 if GH is able to get a bit of a steal going through. It just feels like a much easier draft to be able to execute.
Oh. Let's see. You know, maybe let's let the gameplay do the talking, all right? And then we can go from there. We can see what Nigma can pull out of the hat, but they're going to be playing with a first blood deficit. May be able to get one back. Potentially, DM slowed down. This should be enough. And yeah, Nigma, Miracle's in some danger with a stun from afar thanks to Fishman, and no one's going to be able to chase Miracle down. They will be able to get the turn potentially onto Katsuomi with the blood grenade used once again. What is going on in the river? Is no one dead too? With the action. All right, no. I mean, it's still pretty bad though. This monkey. Oh, wait. Okay, I mean, still they're going to be able to get the kill into him. Dude! What's happening? I am so confused what's going on. Is GH dead now as well? The Acorn bounce back. Fishman. Oh, he does have a stun. So GH is a new mid laner. He's going to try and CS and get some experience.
I mean, he'll be happy for it, but I mean, it's a very, very weird start to this game. Who ends up being on top of that? I mean, no one still has a little bit of the benefit of coming through with that first blood, right? Didn't actually fall down. He's 2-0-1. So nice little start for the monkey. He's already level 2.5 on the Monkey King, dude.
I don't know. I honestly have no idea what just happened. But all right, so let's take a look. So 2 kills, no one. You're 1-0-2 as well for Fishman here with the Sven. And we gotta kind of keep in mind as well, like Entity previously, I think we were working this event, right? I think it was ESL Malaysia where we were paneling, and Entity was having a pretty good run at that event, and we were actually seeing the Kataomi. He was playing the Sven as a position 4, and so this was a while ago, right? This is something that they have pulled out of the hat, put out of the back pocket, a strategy they've used previously, and well, now they feel like it's time to use it again.
Sure. I mean, if you're just going to keep buffing up the what is it, a heavy plate? I think the Warcry facet. So feels pretty effective to be able to have. I think Watson just actually Light Strike arrayed FBZ to stop the shield crash from actually landing, so was able to get a little bit more damage going back the other way. Nicely done.
Then GH, if they're able to get the stun, Watson will be able to find the range and some scary side lanes. I mean, a lot of action. We're going to see double stun up top, bottom as well. We've seen previously, like, Lifestealer can be pretty strong versus Centaur, but I mean, this is a Centaur with one of the better laners in the Hoodwink, so there is definitely potential for them to spam out this Lifestealer. I really do think this can go back and forth.
Yeah, for sure. I think my issue just still stands with how is Miracle actually going to be able to close the gap to be able to get right clicks out? Because in a vacuum, forgetting about Centaur Stampede, it's a good lifesteal again, going up against a few of these heroes, right? Very, very beefy. You get to the later stages, you are able to take over a little bit, but not only do you have to contend with Stampede, but you've also got slows coming through. You've got 5 stuns that you have to get through. Sven's going to have Warcry, and the way that Fishman builds it as well is he rushes drums, like first item. So how are you actually going to be able to catch a lot of these people?
Question. That is a very good question. Let's see if they're going to be able to answer. Fishman top lane. A little bit of ring around the rosy action. Maybe able to get some damage back onto FBZ. Watson actually the one that's acting as a bit of a bodyguard, and FBZ will TP onto the other side.
He's forced to. Wave. A huge creep wave going under the tower. I think that's what a lot of the better teams do. It was one of the things that we actually saw Spirit do against Beastcoast in that previous game. Even though the lanes didn't go amazing for them, when they did go for the dives, it was always when there was like 1.5 or a double creep wave lined up to go underneath the enemy tower. So you have to choose, like, do you give up your life or do you, make sure that you get the farm? It really isn't an easy decision to be able to make. Gotta say, I do love me some FBZ Pango, back when he was playing on Boom in particular. It was one of his absolute staples. They end up winning like the Gamers Galaxy Dubai tournament off the back of a few of his performances there, so the man knows his stuff. He also knows the timber, though, so I'm still going to harp on about that point. It would have been a great timber game.
There's the Monkey King starting to run over. No one's able to do. 202 build here for the Monkey.
Going into the Orb of Corrosion as well, so the Enchantress and the Lifestealer in particular not going to have as much of that healing capabilities.
Yeah, I wonder what the transition will be afterwards. So we have seen mid Monkey Kings really like the Echo Saber, but we have still seen them go for something like the Maelstrom into the Gleipnir.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Just more control, right? Just make the game even easier for yourself. AoE control. Let Lina just sit there and right-click, basically, is the goal of this game. And even just the way that Katomi plays. Ooh, yeah, able to get him. The way that Katomi plays, he likes to scale into the later stages of this game, right? Kind of similar to what Tofu is able to do on that hero. Even FBZ's in a little bit of trouble. I was almost considering, like, double jump is a really good facet, and it just keeps getting buffed and buffed and buffed, but this might have been the justification to go for the, I think it's called the Thunderbolt facet, just to have that extra little bit of movement speed so that the Centaur Stampede doesn't actually stop you from getting away. I think you move it like... Oh.
Still, I mean, you get the shield crash, it doesn't matter. I mean, the damage from Watson at this stage, does it matter? Okay. Oh, he got him on the edge! Oh my... What do you do? Because... How is mid lane going like this? I mean, yeah, no one had like some kills that start with to his advantage, but 30 and 11 compared to the 20 and 4 for Samael. So like this is a lane that should be razor favored too.
For sure. I mean, no one has been very good about his Boundless Strike usage as well, making sure that he's at the very least... Ooh, hold on. Bit of a dive going on here. Just trying to bait him underneath the tower, I think. Just to get a little bit of that tower damage going back the other way, and Kataomi makes the rotation at the same time. Kura might be forced to yoink away this amp damage. Doing a good job with his Centaur, actually.
Uh-oh. Okay, at least Kuro got it, but still the turnaround's going to be there. The telekinesis stops the Stormbolt, but it comes out nonetheless, and now GH will get the Jingu stacks for no one. No one's actually going to be forced to step away, needing the life still, but he doesn't need to go back in, because you got Fishman and Kataomi. A little bit off the mark with the Bushwhack, but still they're going to be able to drop down the branch, so no one can jump over the top. It was really cute play. Like, he wanted to make it perfect, right? So he could land the Bushwhack and so it could be close enough for no one to be able to use it to spring off. Bottom, DM.
The Acorn shot there.
Right, Samael will TPM, but look at Watson's rotation with the LSA off the mark. DM lives. No. I mean, Samael TP's down. Now Watson's going to be able to TP out. GH tries to drop the ward, but it's just too late, and it's just one thing to the next. It's just not going Nigma's way.
They're running circles around him, to be perfectly honest, and maybe they're actually going to be able to get a backstab off here, right? GH and Samael are coming through the Twin Gate, just following off onto Watson. He doesn't have any mana. Surely this is a death for the Lina. Lack of stuns. Is it going to be enough? Oh no. Okay.
It'll be enough. No one's got the Jingu stacks. Nicely done. FBZ dodges. Can they go back in? Samael now with the Eye of the Storm and saw 87 stolen damage. FBZ, a little bit of individual brilliance to be able to avoid that. Now it has the Rolling Thunder as well to catch up the Fishmen. So,
It was running short anyway.
It's a little bit difficult. You know, no one really, for Pangos, you don't take fights around the bridge. You know, this is hard to maneuver around as... I mean, now it's going to take them a while.
Oh, no.
Your Fishman gets FBZ's Courier. That's Arcane Boots as well.
Oh, for everyone that's ever been to Melbourne, that was like a hook turn. No one seems to be able to understand it. I've actually had to teach people, Americans on the flight over, what the hell I'm talking about, but it is dangerous, and he fell to a pretty similar sort of thing there. It was also really nicely done by Kuro as well. The only reason they were able to kill no one was because he dispelled the active Jingu Mastery. He's still able to get off the Boundless and got a little bit back, as they might be able to get a quick kill onto GH. Absolutely they will, with the supercharge coming through there. Using that simian stride just to chase. You gotta just hit the Monkey King, right? Like, if he starts to chase you, pump some damage into him, and then try and avoid, you know, getting the Jingu and lifesteal back up to full, because if not, he's just gonna keep chasing you like that.
They're gonna chase Samael now too?
Of course they will.
No one. Out of Jingu, only had one left. Once they see the TPs, do they need to respect them? It's a big stun onto two. Look at the stuns! overlapping each other. Now they've got the Stampede to continue the chase. FBZ TP'd in. But what can the Pango provide? He jumps away from Miracle. Infest is available. Miracle's going to be able to get the bonus help to keep FBZ alive, but they are fighting in the Wukong's command. This is no one's domain. It's going to be difficult for you to be able to battle against the Monkey King, especially with the Jingu back online. This Monkey King hero needs to start being respected.
And this was a first pick Monkey King as well, right? Just showing the flexibility that this hero has. Entity's like, look, we got Monkey King in our first series. Why don't we just start playing a little bit ourselves? And love the fact that, again, looks like he is going towards that Glipnir. I wouldn't be surprised to see Watson going down that avenue as well. Yeah, he literally just queued it up. So more control, more ways to just keep chasing down this lineup. They're like the kings of chase down on Entity right now.
Very cool. I mean, they know the Infest is on cooldown. He's showing the lane. Maybe they want to mail instead.
They'll take
Sharpshooter is there for them to work with him. It's just one stun after another. I'm continuing to watch fights like that. Last fight around mid, I saw the double Stormhammer, which I was going to highlight. And then there was a double Boundless. And then there was a double Bushwhack. And do I just have to say stun after stun? Because
yes.
You have all these AoE stuns. It's just so easy for them to play.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was favoring them so heavily. They would have probably gone for that dive as well past the tower to be able to take out Kuro, but no one, just not nearby enough to be able to make it happen. He's like, okay, I've made enough space. I'm 6-1-6 at this stage of the game. I think we're in a pretty good spot. Let me, at the very least, finish up my Maelstrom, so I'm able to, dish out even more damage in a lot of these engagements.
It has to be so demoralizing though. Like you want to come into this tournament with a fresh slate. Qualifiers didn't go how you were hoping it to. You want to come in, with a different mindset. You lose game 1 and it's a pretty abysmal game. And then game 2, your second game, elimination game, you're down 7,000 net worth. 7,000 is no joke 11 minutes in. I mean, the probability, it says 84%, but I mean, it's like you could say like 95.
Yeah, I'd say about 90 is pretty accurate. As well, just to touch on that point, have a look at the wards on the map. If that doesn't tell you how Entity want to play, I don't know what will, right? Everything is just in a super aggressive spot. No one...
I scan.
Pretty decent spot as well to be able to pop some of these smokes if they were looking to come through the twin gate.
Really good scan. Whoever it was from Entity able to read this, and now they're going to put DM first. No one?
Oh, of course he jumps away.
And they're coming. Katomi and Fishman smoke together towards top. Where are they going on Enigma? Okay. Just a mass TP out in the corner.
Yep. I mean, all this time that they're spending rotating is time that they're spending not farming, right? The net worth lead, just because of that, blew out from 5k to 7. And they're also going to get a kill off the back of it, too. This is approaching out of control territory already. So I still not seeing answers to things, Lucky, like about how they're going to initiate. It's going to be a while until Miracle comes online. He went and bought the Talisman of Evasion rather than saving up for the Radiance, probably because he feels like he could be dying. It's not going to give him any kind of way to speed up this farm at all.
The 12-minute Gleipnir as well from Watson. This is an incredibly farmed Lina. And a pretty goddamn good Lina game as well. Samael is going to get hunted down. Tomi actually will get the slow, which enables no one to land the Boundless, and again, it's just top of the map to the bottom side, just sweeping. Jungle is nowhere to be safe, and like you brought up earlier, the vision is really the most important thing from Entity. You just have so many wards to play with, you constantly have the lanes always shoved out because you already have the towers advantage. This is kind of the Entity that we were expecting, honestly, with their game versus Beastcoast.
Yeah, and the thing is, with letting no one have such a good start to the game, it means that, hold on, surely they're not diving this. Sure, okay. Ooh. Good dodge, Kuro. You can't even open up the map a little bit, right, to be able to potentially play on the top side. Run away.
Still, there's a fight breaking out of the T2 tower. FBZ will be able to stop the Wukongs. Now gets bounced back into the tower. It's not going to matter, though.
Where's your control now?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, now with that on cooldown, you've even got DM sweeping over, but no one's going to run into Kuroki up on the high ground. They might continue to hunt, and you are yes, it's just a kill into Kuroki, but importantly, this bottom side of the map, no one's farming it. Like, so where do you go now? How do you split the map with the numbers on Nigma to catch up? You have no farm.
I'm just on Miracle Cam right now, just running around in this Satyr Mindstealer just to give himself a little bit more speed to be able to get around the map. He's going top, and the thing is, with using that Rolling Thunder, A, you don't get a kill, and B, now you have no way to be able to get active for the next, like, minute, basically. Kuro's still not level 6. He would love to have his drums as well. You've really just got to try and commit everything onto one fight to take a tower.
Maybe you could do it here, but no one was in a prime position to be able to protect Katsuomi. Maybe there was that opportunity to blow up the Hoodwink, a squishy support, but in the end, the result, you are just too far behind. You can't even kill that hero. Now Miracle's even getting chased down.
He wants to steal.
You'll get GH onto the tower, but on the other side of the map, Miracle is also dying trying to farm, and this might be an earlier GG than what we even saw earlier. No, GH.
Oh, nice try.
You know, he's going to win some too.
It was a good try, for sure, to be able to try and make that happen as well. Oh, I have to be a little careful. You are not 90% HP, but he's just going to be able to get on out. 13k net worth lead, 14 minutes in. You've still got a Wisdom Rune up on this side of the map. Level 12 on no one as well, so it's not like he's even falling behind in levels with how active he's been able to get. Queues up the Gleipnir, of course, for himself as well. I mean, where to from here, basically, is the question. Maybe you could go and get a shard for yourself on the Sven. He likes to build into either the Blink Dagger or the Solar Crest next. And, I mean, what a way to be able to amp up the Monkey King or the Lina even further if you wanted to go down that route.
Surely not again, right? Surely not again. It's one Lotus, but... Oh, man. Okay, they might get Katsuomi. That's not too bad.
5 kill streak, yeah. He's going to Gleipnir as well. Stuns make games easy. I don't know, like it feels like it's been a meme for quite some time, but it's also reality, you know, coming into the equation, and it just seems like Nigma don't tend to learn over years and years and years.
I'll bite them in the back, especially in a elimination game. It's looking like that might be the case here. 14,000 lead, and we are almost at the same time as that minute mark in regards to the lead that entity playing with, continuing to hunt across the map. No one thinking himself as a presence up top that they're thinking about going for the Monkey King, but there's always this turn potential.
So I do like the vision that Nigma have set up, right? Behind the tower, seeing if there's people coming in. That's actually a really... Oh, maybe they get a quick kill onto no one before he can jump away.
See, again, Stampede's going to help him reposition, and now can you really use the Rolling Thunder inside the Wukong? We saw the damage onto FBZ, and yeah, he's going to have to dip, because meanwhile, the backline, DM finds the Enchantress trying to escape, and Kuroki's not going to slip out of this one. So Entity, you'll keep no one alive, you'll be able to kill the support.
It's reaching the point, like, does GH actually just try and right-click this tower down as a Rubik? Standing on the backside, because he was able to steal the tree dance, right? So he can look to play around that a little bit, you know, pop the healing salve. The tower's not going to get rid of that, just to open up the map the tiniest bit. Like, he's cutting waves, trying to let the creeps do the work, but no, I don't think creeps are going to do it.
Is Fishman going to solo key up? Is he? Hang on, what's going on? Okay, that was ambitious. Dude, he had so much confidence, and I was like, all right, I trust him. He popped God Shred's blood grenade and everything. I legitimately thought he had it.
At this stage of the game, I wouldn't put it past him, that's for sure. As GH, he's forced to push out this bottom lane a little bit as well, trying to find out where Watson is, but, I mean, you're not going to make anything happen as a Rubik here either. Don't think they saw him with the Observer Ward dancing around the tree line either, but it might just stop them from their aggression onto Miracle. But again, they're just farming in such a small area that this net worth lead is just growing and growing and growing, and, well, we were talking about that 90-ish% win probability. It's 98 now.
I have a tier 2 tower getting sieged at 17 minutes into the game.
Second tier 2 tower.
Rolling Thunder up, but of course, how are you going to use Rolling Thunder into Stampede? And this tower will go down uncontested. Are they high grounding? What's going on? They're sticking around.
I wouldn't begrudge them. Anyone that just gets picked off is such a quick burst down. Like, Katsuomi's playing behind a tier 2 tower as a Hoodwink. That's how confident they are. GH again, just trying to cut these waves, but there's only so much that a Rubik can do. That's probably the worst thing that he could dig up. It's kind of giving away his position.
Oh, FBZ. Right into the Pango, tries to get the ultimate off. Not gonna happen, though. Mid lane with the jump in, DM as well. Sees Sumail posturing aggressively. Not be in this position with the lead that Entity have. One slip up and we've seen they've been able to capitalize on all these opportunities they've been given. This high ground forced away momentarily with the glyph, but now once it expires, they can look to walk back up.
Even just stepping forward to be able to try and get a Fade Bolt to slow this down a little bit. I'm not sure if that's going to be all that successful. DM, it's at the point where he can just jump on in pretty damn easily. Stealing the Warcry feels, not bad. Maybe if he wanted to go the Aghanim shot as well. Can they catch no one?
Is he trying to invert? I don't know. I don't know if he was trying to invert, so it kind of looked funny. Yeah, because he was rolling in, Miracle was trying to catch up to him.
I don't know, Ares. I don't know what can really be said about this one. No one just TPing so that he can sweep across the map.
Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. He's feeling himself a little bit, understandably.
Miracle with the rage expiring. DM a bit off the mark there with the timing up, but the Centaur's kind of stuck, but of course can Stampede out. Double Gleipnir into one stun, into the second, and the burst. No infest for you, and a dead life stealer as well. Just... So you already have these stuns, you're an A, right? You have all these abilities, and then you just go multiple Gleipnirs. I mean, it's noticed so easy. Surveil steps up, look at the catch they have from afar. Shows for a second. DM's gonna get the stun under the towers as well. You got some buybacks, but you gotta continue to feed more lives, and it's 27,000 net worth lead at 20 minutes in.
I know it's Nigma, and I know they don't like to call GG until the throne is literally at 1 HP, but it's getting way too ugly. Just put them out of their misery, shift, enter, GG.
Oh. At least I cut the acorn. That was nice.
Alright.
Come on, dude. That was some individual brilliance.
Sure. I think they need about another 100 instances of that to even get mildly back into this one.
Fishman is just pumped. Oh my god.
Alright, this Rolling Thunder needs to connect onto everyone. Never mind.
He might not get it off. He's not going to get it off. DM with the jump in as well. And how are you going to be able to escape? It's a decent amount of damage. Fishman in some trouble, but it doesn't matter because no one can protect him. And again, they're just too far ahead. You've got nothing. You just had no responses. Almost kind of splits the middle. Sumail is able to get out.
They're very low. But the thing is, like, outside of FBZ and I guess a little bit Sumail, all the damage that you've got is so single target focused, right? Like, Lifestealer still doesn't have the ratings. It's actually just coming now on the Courier because he was able to be part of that that fight, right? It is a 21-minute Aegis. I love Aegis. Radiance, while your 2 lanes of racks down continues to be rough. They don't even need to go get Aegis on Entity. I'm also just having a look at the neutral item situation. I'm pretty sure they lost one of their tier 1 items as well on Nigma, and they've only been able to get 1 tier 2 item just because you've constantly had to address them trying to Entity trying to run at you, as opposed to even just go to the jungle to get what would be pretty effective at this point, right? Just get a little bit of cast range for yourself. Get a Philosopher's Stone. Maybe that lets Rubik get into a Blink Dagger a little bit earlier, or the Force Staff that he's got queued up. Go for another attempt here, but again, like, if you just run into the MK, then that's completely wasted. All or nothing. They're moving very slowly, though, I have to say.
Now they're stuck outside the base.
Under vision,
and no one's running them down.
Can they pick him
jump directly over the top.
Oh, he's
stuck on the high ground, but he's going to have time to activate the BKB. And now this attempt, you dipped everything onto no one. He's not even going to be killed. It was an all or nothing play for Nigma. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out for them. You run into the Aegis advantage, and now you will not be able to escape back inside the base. Miracle will die even without any stuns, and Nigma, they will be eliminated in 2 quick games. Never really got to be competitive here in the 1-win Summer Tour, and Entity, well, they will play in that Decider series later tonight.
rough is all we can say about that one, Aries. It was all Entity from literally minute 0. You know, they were able to get 3 kills, no one that was involved in. He was 2-0-1 to be able to start off, including the first blood. He was level 2.5 by the time that Samael was barely level 2. It was just such a good way to be able to begin the game, and that was a lot more of what I was wanting to see from DM, even though he didn't exactly have a huge part in this game, but you just saw how much more confident he was to be able to jump in. Like, when they went for that dive that enabled them to get the 2 lanes of racks, right? He's like, well, I've got maxed out Retaliate, I'm 3 levels higher than anyone else on Nigma, I've got a Blade Mail. What are they going to do? They turn around, they try and go onto me, double Gleipnir, double stuns, 2 people die, you get 2 lanes of racks. It was just as simple as that. So, simple Dota wins games a lot of the time. It's a very complicated game. It's the best game in the world, but sometimes it's just back to Dota 101.
Yeah, I don't even know what you do now for Nigma, right? This is it's been a tough run for them so far. Qualifiers didn't go their way. Now you're dropping 2 quick games as well here as well. So I'm pretty sure they got announced that they were going to the China tournament, the big one, the Snow Invitational, whatever it is. So I think that's a month away. So maybe they're gonna have a little bit of time to be able to work some things out, but something needs to be worked out.
Nigma on land.
Everyone wants
Copium. Let's go.
Yes. I have Copium. Yeah, we'll see. Nigma on land.
All right, yeah, thank you, Aries and Donog. And yeah, I think Donog said it best. The only real way to describe that is rough for NGX. Coming through, they've only got to play 2 games today, and both of them didn't really look too impressive. So, Hurry, if you're looking at this, how do you try and regen NGX? How do you get them back in? Because both of these games, they took a really good fight. I mean, this fight coming out at the very start of the game as well, where they were picking up kills, was great for them, and then everything else from that went downhill.
Even in that fight, it wasn't going too well. I'm not sure how to approach it on Nigma Galaxy, right? Some people can say, oh, Croaky, maybe he should retire. I'm not sure. But one thing that I did see on Dota 2 Pro Tracker is that, and I don't know if maybe he plays on somebody else's account. Oh, okay, wait, that's not allowed. But Croaky doesn't have a single pub being played. So maybe just focus a little bit more on that, because even, let me check GH. Okay, GH has been playing quite a lot of Dota, but FBZ doesn't have a lot of pubs being played, so a lot of these teams, and usually you do need a ton of practice. When Liquid, which is like 3 members of the current Nigma, won TI, it's when they had the highest MMR ever. All 5 of them or 4 of them were like top 10, and then Kuroki was like top 50 or something along those lines. So definitely you need the confidence in winning in pubs, just like you do in winning competitive games. So I guess play more would be, but that's an advice I'd give to anybody.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I honestly fully agree with that, because before this series I was actually looking exactly into that, and you look at, like, sure, some of the Nigma players have like a fair amount of games, but then you look to Yaroro, he has 74 pubs, you have Lara with 50. In general, everyone on Spirit, way more games. You look for Entity, way more games, and obviously Screaming is also important. Pubs and Scrims are different beasts, both important. But I think you need like a baseline of just like a lot of pubs, because I don't think it's only the team dynamics that are a problem. I feel like they've been outplayed like both series.
Yeah, and like I say, talking to Impostico, and we said, what do you do with your month off? And you said, Dota. We like this new patch. We played Dota, so that's maybe, like you say, something that NGX have to look at here. We will be saying goodbye to them today, though. They won't be moving forward any further. Entity will be coming up against Beastcoast in that final series of the day. It's going to be a best of 3 to decide who goes through into the playoffs and who's going to be going home. But yeah, looking at that one for Entity, though, they did get Monkey Kinged in the first game. Maybe learned that lesson. They were ready to try and pull it through. In this game up against NGX, it really did work out. And do you think you were talking about the draft, the Timber saw in the for the draft instead of the Razor? Do you think that would have paid off a little bit better here, Hurry, or was it just a case of the game was just kind of, it was always going to go that way? Do you think?
Timbersaw maybe would have been better than the Razor, but it's still a maybe. But it's a hero that does roughly the same thing. He does well in the lane and he does a ton of damage. Maybe in this game he would have been better, but it still wouldn't deal with the main problem that Nigma Galaxy had, and that is you didn't have no stuns, and and you didn't really respond to the big movements of the enemy heroes just kind of crashing down on you multiple times. You never had somebody to stand in front or somebody to stay in the back to turn the fight around, or in the worst case scenario, dodge them. So I don't think a single hero pick would have been able to change the outcome of that game. That just seems unrealistic to me.
Okay, and yeah, looking at this one, so we've seen them again. NC had one fairly bad game, one great game coming through. It's starting to even out for them, 23 minutes as well, so it's still a quick game either way here. I think the longest game we've had today was actually about 36 minutes. So Bowie, once you get yourself into a best of 3, do you think those games are going to get a little bit longer as teams try and think about, how to play not only that game but the series in general? How they try and want to approach that one, and it's not just going to be that kind of best of 1. We can just rush them and get the best opportunity we can out of that.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people when they looked at the C patch, the initial impression is that not much has changed, but in all honesty, I feel like that first phase of the draft that was basically Weaver Willow every game if it was open changed drastically. And now with Monkey King being this super flexible option, I feel like not a lot of teams have yet adapted to how impactful this hero can be. At the end of the day, there seem to be a lot of teams and players that can play this hero to the highest level. So these stomps I think are mostly due to alt drafts. This hero, I think it's first phase ban material. We're seeing other heroes that, I don't know, Grimstroke was first phase banned. I cannot believe, now after seeing this game, obviously, that you would ban Grimstroke over the Monkey King. I think it looked incredibly strong, and it was their first pick. That's just, that shouldn't happen. You can't first pick a hero and look that good. It's just, that's not how drafting works.
I like that point, right? The C patch in a tournament that comes out a day after the patch came out is going to have outdrafts. In general, when you have teams of this caliber, you're not going to be getting too many outdrafts. Very rarely will they happen. But here in the one-win summer series, we are getting a ton of them, and most of them coming from the Monkey King. It's kind of funny that teams are still letting it through, thinking they have a solution, and then finding out it's not there. Because this hero, Boy mentioned, he just crushes the lane, or he kills your couriers. He's so freaking flexible. He was maybe even this strong before the patch, but the thing is, some of the nerfs opened up the view of the teams to actually think about him a bit more.
Yeah, and you, like you're saying, even if you don't play it as that core, you're seeing, thanks to that Simeon Stride coming out now, it just makes it so much easier for him to get in the base, snipe out those couriers as they're coming out of the base. So as well, you just get your ward down, even if they are going to be sitting in that fountain as soon as they start to come out. And the fact that even if you don't catch them as they come out of the fountain, you're so fast with that Simeon Stride, you'll just be able to cut across effectively cliff movement speed coming through, cliff movement there. The Monkey King's just running wild.
I think Ice Frog, when he saw some players were playing it before the facets came out, the Monkey King that just hunts couriers, and Ice Frog saw it, he's like, I like this. I don't want only 1 or 2 players to be doing this. I want everybody to be hunting couriers, because I really love the facet, but it makes if you have an opening to play a position for Monkey King and hunt couriers, it's just way too strong.
Yeah, I think it's more than that too, because killing the couriers is cool, but a lot of the stomps we saw are from core Monkey Kings, and basically if you're ahead as Monkey King, what happens is you kill someone, you probably lifesteal off of the last attack, so you're 100% HP, and now you literally get back to the mid lane super quick because you have you have no cooldown on your 3 downs. So imagine if you're a spirit hero, you're mobile, but there is a cost to moving back and forth, whether mana or cooldown or whatever. This Monkey King, as long as you're ahead, it just keeps getting further ahead because you have 0 cooldown. In hindsight, that facet might be overpowered. I think we're probably going to see some aspect of Monkey King being changed, because it snowballs way too hard when you're getting kills over and over again.
Yeah, and do you reckon then, because already Entity, both Beastcoast and Entity actually have experience with the hero, Entity on that losing side of it again, do you think it's just going to be banned out for this series coming up then between the 2 teams, because they've both shown that they can play it so well in these best of 1s?
I wouldn't be surprised, but on the other hand, Entity might, for the sake of it, let it go 1 game to see if they finally have the hang of what to do versus it, because they're pretty good at playing the hero themselves, so they should have a rough idea of what to do against the hero.
Okay, well, we'll find out how it is going to go. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break here, and then we'll be back after this to see how that best of 3, who's going to be going through, who's going to be knocked out. We'll find out after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the One Win Summer Series. We're going to start it here with the final series of the day, and this one is a series. It is going to be a best of 3 to decide who's going to go through and who's going... Well, I suppose we're already home, so I can't say that, but who is going to be eliminated here as we get to see the Beastcoast lineup versus the Entity lineup to decide who will be the final team in the playoffs. And Harry, looking at these two teams, we've already seen the Beastcoast Entity match in that best of 1 this morning. You were on it. Are you leaning towards now that best of 3? Does it change it up a little bit, the style of Dota that we're going to see being played?
Yeah, for sure. Especially because Beastcoast, I think, even though they're a great team, I think they caught Entity off guard, and it wasn't a real measurement of the strengths between the two teams. I think Beastcoast have got a shot, but I still think Entity in a best of 3 should have the advantage.
Okay. And Bowie, on the other side of that, you know, looking at Beastcoast, played really well that first game. Sure, you're going to be able to back me up here as well. Beastcoast could be able to take this one against Entity, right?
I want to say this is more even than other casters and analysts would maybe say it is. Beastcoast, they're unknown, right? At the end of the day, when you look at Beastcoast this year, they didn't attend a single LAN. The entire journey for them was getting better. I think Beastcoast really tried hard to find a new set of players to kind of enhance and flourish, and they were able to do that. They gave Heroic a run for their money in some of the qualifiers, and qualifying to TI, qualifying to Rehab. Now here in this tournament, I know they are playing from Brazil, so that stomp that we watched, they were playing with 100 ping against the 10 that Entity probably has playing right now. That's not even their full power. All right, they are playing basically like Rock Lee with their weights. So I really think Beastcoast has what it takes here.
Okay, you know what? I mean, this series is close, but Bowie is biased, right? This is a South American team. They are playing from his country. Okay. I mean, it's not it's not fair. Sure.
Okay.
And Watson usually did come with different teams to Serbia to play from here, to boot camp here. I don't know if Entity with this lineup does that as well. So yeah, I'm a little bit biased towards the other side as well. I get it, Bowie. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just joking. I think this is going to be pretty close. The Monkey King, as we were talking about, I think it will definitely be a point of contention. Obviously, Entity doesn't have a lot of data points in general, because Beastcoast, they only played qualifiers for the last 2-3 tournaments. So it might be even hard to prepare against them compared to a team like Entity. And, with Entity winning so many qualifiers, I think it kind of puts a target under their back. I'm sure a lot of the coaches are watching and kind of talking about what they're doing well. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch.
It's hard to draft versus Beastcoast because they are bringing in a different style of Dota. I think I talked to DK Truman with it during the cast, that you just have a team that's from a different region. Their pubs are different. Heroes that they practice are different, and it's not something that you're used to. And I think that's the advantage that Beastcoast should have, and usually that has been the advantage of South American teams. Usually at the start of a tournament, we see South American teams do well. Remember, some of the previous majors as well. So I think here, this is a very good chance for them to, in a day where a group ends in just one day, for them to get the victory. It's not impossible.
Yeah, and again, they've already taken that one game off earlier on, so that's going to be giving them a little bit of confidence. Talking to Moose before, that's kind of what they said. They like to come over to different regions, try that different style out, and they do seem to fit well from the one match. So it's not a lot of data points, like Bowie said, but from that one match, they do seem to fit in. Not having too much trouble with the ping, really being able to lock that one down here. So we'll see if they are going to be able to do it in a full 3-game series, if they are going to be able to stand that test, or whether Entity over the course of, again, that marathon and not the sprint, will be able to kind of get themselves into a better position. They're warmed up now. They've played a couple of matches themselves, one that they did lose, but one looking really good up against NGX. So now maybe they are going to be up to speed here. 23 minutes in that game. Maybe, God, I hope we get more than, we go for the full 3 games and we get more than an hour of gameplay here, because all of these games today have been so quick. And again, maybe just a way to praise the teams that have been playing, because they've been finding ways to win. They've not been letting these leads go, and yeah, they've been locking them down early on. Apart from the Beastcoast Spirit match, which did go on a little bit longer, every game today, It's been around that pre 30-minute mark. So hopefully, like I say, I'm looking forward to maybe seeing just give me not even all of them, just give me one 40-minute game in there so I can properly appreciate the Dota that is being played. Looking at this one, we're going to have predictions coming up sometime soon, to see who's leaning where as well. But are you expecting, Harry, to go to all 3 games? No matter who wins it, are you expecting it to go the full distance?
I think there's a chance. I think there's a real chance here for the series to go full 3 games. And I mean, we talked about it. They're close to each other, so it is not something that would surprise either of us.
Okay, and we're going to be able to take a look at the predictions to see just who thinks what is going to happen here. Okay. So Barry believes I've got a, like I say, I like that underdog, the dark horse, coming in as well. So I'm looking to see Beastcoast, and that first game really impressed me. And yeah, it looks like, Barry, it's just me and you.
And I'm sandwiched between the two of you here, right? Look at how much allies I could have had.
Well, unfortunately, it is. You're gonna have to deal with us here, Harry. But I understand how strong Entity looks. I'm just a bit scared for them, not even in this tournament, but I guess it's a point I wanted to make, that maybe they're peaking a little bit too early. And you guys can maybe say what you think about this, because they need to qualify, so they're gonna have to look good before a tournament approaches. But usually when a team out of a change, in this case the coach change, just looks really good, sometimes they get figured out. And I hope that's not what happens with Entity moving forward, because they were really good last year, and then this year I think they struggled a little bit. They finally found their stride. And yeah, I do want to, even though I'm cheering for Beastcoast here, I love Entity, and I do know Astini, their current coach, and it's very nice to see South America representation, especially as a coach. I don't think we have a lot of famous coaches that worked internationally. We have some good ones, but usually they just stay in South America.
Well, I don't know, Bowie, why you are not a coach. That could have happened as well. You might not be sitting with us, but we might be saying, yo, Entity got a new Brazilian coach, it's Bowie, and he is just getting awesome results. But yeah, we love having you here, I think. At least I do, Rob.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I would say as well, he is a coach, maybe not for a specific team, but you look at the content that Bowie's putting out as well, that puts all the guides out, the specific guides he puts out on his YouTube. So everyone who wants to get better at Dota, definitely go check those out as well. And yeah, maybe not a team coach, but he is coaching as well. So I've got to appreciate that too.
For sure. Overall, though, interesting thing, we've talked about outdrafts today, and Entity got the second pick, so they're thinking about, again, cheesing their opponents. Usually we did see the first pick being picked up for the majority of 736 when it came out, and now in the C patch, Entity, they're taking a completely different route.
Okay, and we are going to be able to get into
more interesting than that is whether they're going to ban the Monkey King, right? Because they don't have second pick, so if they don't ban it, they're like, okay, first game, we're gonna see if we can counter this. Harry had the theory that they might just let it through to see what happens. And I think you might be right. I would love to see how Entity tries to approach it, because Nigma tried to do the same. I was a big fan of their first 2 picks against it, but then I think the draft kind of lost itself. Yeah, and they let it through.
They let it through, yep. Is it still a first pick? Did Beastcoast get it as a first pick in their game versus Entity? Yeah. I don't think so, right?
I think they did. Pretty sure.
No, it was... Was it? No, it was.
No, it was a Jakiro. It was a last pick Monkey King. It was a Jakiro, I think, that they picked up after they saw Phoenix. That was their approach, and now it's gonna be a Grimstroke. Just think.
So the full lineup for Beastcoast in that very first match, it was Jakiro, then Techies, then the Troll tied, and the Monkey King came out on the 24th pick. So it was the very last pick coming out here for Beastcoast. And they actually go, like you say, for that Grimstroke, leaving it in once again. So we'll see if Entity, do they want to be given away this? Maybe not even make it through the second phase here if they've got something they want to pick up, because the Witch Doctor is still here. The Tiny's still available here too. So there are heroes, that are on that popular track that Entity might go towards first.
So Grimstroke was not changed in the seed patch, right? Looking at like he literally had no changes. I'm very surprised
Nothing.
that out of nowhere this hero seems to be interesting again for a lot of these teams.
I think the idea is Dark Willow is no longer a top tier pick, or people just don't want to try it out without the Bedlam being thrown onto their teammates, even though that's how the hero was initially made. And now you're finding new supports to make work, right? Because Hoodwink is kind of popular, but then other than the Dark Willow and the Weaver, there weren't really super popular position 4. So I think we might see a little bit of Grimstroke, maybe some Mirana coming back into the play, a Snapfire as well. You know, we need some potential position 4s that can actually do well, especially now with the Dark Willow being on the sidelines.
Yeah, like looking at the stats of the last 2 weeks of professional games, Grimstroke had a 10% contest rate. So, like, he is very low in the, like, we care about him list. There's obviously a couple of heroes below him, but very interesting that Grimstroke goes through. They go for the DK, not surprising, probably going to be no one's hero, although, you know, we can always flex it up. I think this is going to be what no one wants to play.
That's a really good opening. The Dragonite, for me, has been the big winner of the 36 patch overall, right? No matter what they do to him, no matter how they are going to approach to tweaking his forms, unless they completely destroy the Corrosive Dragon, this hero is always going to be viable, always going to be available to get as a first pick. It's just so flexible, played in multiple positions in different ways. It's just a perfect pick. And it is surprising how much he wins some of the lanes. We saw him today demolish a Tiny in the mid lane.
No.
Yeah, I think that's been something that, because obviously we've been working together on other events, all three of us. I think that's the exact same reaction we've all had, that he's winning these lanes that, you know, in the past, before 7.36 came out, this Dragonite, that he really didn't deserve to win. You know, he was, or shouldn't really be winning, he has no business winning. And then he's just coming into the mid lane saying, yeah, no, I'm going to do it. Timsaw, no issues. Shadow Fiend, no issues. You know, Tiny, no issues. And yeah, this Dragonite, it really is just, it's got a long list and it's ticking everyone off as a win, it feels like.
The real question is the hero really supposed to win all those matchups that much, or are people underestimating the Worm's Wrath? Because I've seen a Dragonite bully a Timbersaw and then be equal with the Timbersaw. You know, there has been bully the Tiny, be equal with the Tiny. So I'm not really sure what the deciding factor is in the end.
I don't think DK should win some of these matchups that hard. I think that, you know, a couple of these DK wins recently could have been just outskilled. But in general, like, what was there was one matchup, I think maybe it was Timber, or maybe it was something else, that like the DK, I think it was a Monkey King. There was maybe a Monkey King versus DK game that I saw recently where the DK was like, had more denies than the Monkey King had CS, and that really caught me off guard.
Really?
Yeah, they go for an Enigma here. Okay. A lot of flex as well. No problem with that.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, we got him.
So, looking at it, are you looking to... Is this definitely the mid lane pick? You know, they picked it up early on. It is a flex, you know, can play all three cores as well as the two supports. Are you just solely looking to lock this in, though, into that mid lane?
I think what you want is, if the Enigma is off lane, you play it safe lane. But if you realize it's a support, you probably play it as a mid. I think Monkey King right now is a better mid laner. But if the Enigma is off lane, it's worth having him against Enigma there.
Yeah, imagine Grimstroke Monkey King versus an Enigma. That would be pretty sad. But it's very good that both DM and Fishman play it. And when I look at DM's recent pubs, he has lost every single one Enigma games that he has played in the last week. So you might just want to give it to Fishman just because of confidence.
Okay. And Gyrocopter coming out here for Beastcoast as well. So you are going to be able to deal with those. I assume it's going to be the... that carry Gyrocopter coming out up against the Enigma, so you are going to have that flat cannon to deal with the early Eidolons that come out as well. Entity, looking at this one here, with this, is there something else that you can draft in the lane though to help this Enigma out if it is going to be the 3 Enigma versus the 1 gyro?
I don't think so. I think you pretty much have to play support Enigma when you sit this Monkey King.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of teams try, but it's not only the Monkey King, it's the lane combination. Like this Green Monkey King looks really... even if it's a Gyro 5, to be honest. Like you just get Flag Cannon level 1 alongside Boundless and you just don't really get any CS.
I'm loving the flexibility of Entity right now, right? Because Wind Ranger can be pretty much all 3 positions of the core. Same is true with the Dragonite. And with this Wind Ranger pick, I'm kind of leaning more towards sending the Dragonite to the offlane, just because you have a Rubik. I mean, the Rubik Dragonite will do well against almost any lane, right? Because you have 2 spells that are going to be reducing the damage of the enemies. So I would definitely prefer Entity to play it like that.
Yeah, I think it's all right to play the Wind Ranger there as well, but they definitely have a lot of flexibility. I feel like this Enigma, especially after the stats of DM, not really having a lot of success with Enigma, probably makes it very likely it's going to be a position 5 Enigma. And now for Beastcoast, they need a core. Like they have some flex with the gyro, but you're pretty much guaranteed to pick a core here.
Okay.
Probably offlaner.
Like a Beastmaster? Beastmaster looks decent. So we're gonna have a BKB piercing disable. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Really good. Also, from the matches I'm seeing, no one is the only one who plays the Wind Ranger, so I'm gonna assume he's gonna be taking it himself.
Okay.
So, do you think that is just to try and you throw that maybe potentially, like you say, you have this Enigma 4 with the DK in the offlane, and you have that Wind Ranger just to try and deal with that potential mid pick on the Monkey King?
Yeah, in general, the Wind Ranger will do well versus the Monkey King. Versus all of these heroes, apart from the Beastmaster, nobody really locks her down that hard, so... I like the pick. It just makes a lot of sense. Doesn't lose the mid lane, and you're not gonna allow yourself to get stomped again if you're Entity.
I wonder if there's like a better mid hero for Beastcoast then, because if you're playing Wind Ranger mid, I think having the Monkey King there is not ideal. Like you don't really win the matchup as much. Maybe there is a lumpy hero that makes more sense. And yeah, they did been tiny in Hoodwink. So they think this could be what? Offlane Monkey King with carry gyro?
It's offlane Beastmaster, right? Carry gyro.
Why would they ban
4 Monkey King? And you run, I don't know, maybe something like the Storm Spirit, I guess, for Beastcoast? Is that something? I mean, I'm just trying to look up. I'm not seeing Lumpy on the Pro Tracker, so I'm not actually too sure what he's been playing.
Carry Tiny is pretty good versus the Wind Ranger, though. Not gonna lie. And the Dragonite doesn't like being tossed back either, so... I guess that's why. And then you thought it could be a 1 gyro, or maybe a 4 gyro. Yeah, the Hoodwink ban is... That one is escaping me because I see both the Monkey King and the Gyro as potential position for. It could be 5 Gyro and 1 Monkey King, not out of the question. Yep.
There you go.
Okay,
there you go for mid Zeus. I love this. They have 3 very squishy heroes. DK is not a pipe hero, neither is Wind Ranger. So I think Zeus really struggles when you have a hero that can just get an early pipe. Question is whether now Entity can find a solution for that, or if they're okay with you just pick a tanky carry and you still run mid Wind Ranger and offlane DK here.
Yeah,
we saw a DK today lose versus a Beastmaster though, but if not, I'd be loving something like a Mars here, but unfortunately I don't think you can run it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I suppose Beastcoast now, they all have ways to deal with the black hole coming out as well. Just to, another nice way to be able to run that. But yeah, if you're looking at this one, Entity last pick, they're going to go for the Chaos Knight. I can't believe I forgot about this hero. Yeah, the Chaos Knight coming through really strong. In fact, probably the strongest carry in the game at the minute, it feels like.
Yep, and if you catch the Zeus, you do burst him down. But if you don't start the fight off as Entity, and Beastcoast get the first vision, which with the Zeus, with the Monkey King, they should be able to do, then Beastcoast are going to be quite happy. But again, Entity has better initiation. The other side has better vision. I think these are very, very close drafts.
Yeah,
Okay,
I agree. I think the mid lane to me is going to be the most interesting one, because that's a matchup where if the Wind Ranger gets level 6 first, she can sometimes solo kill the Zeus, but Zeus can also do the same against Wind Ranger. So yeah, this is pretty even to me, and I'm going to go Beast Coast just because I voted for them, but I think anyone can take this.
Okay, well, we'll
I'm
see how this
staying with
first game
Entity as
is
well.
going to go. And Harry's staying with that. Okay, but we're going to be joining Aries and Denark to see what they think about it as we get ourselves into the first game of this best of 3. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. All right, Deno, we heard what the panel had to say. Sounds like they're pretty undecided overall. I know, Bowie gave his at least edge over towards Beast Coast, but it sounded like it was pretty even between the two. How are you feeling about this draft, though, in particular?
I do like the Zeus last pick. It's a lumpy comfort hero. I feel like he really styled upon Entity in the last game, and it feels like it fits this tempo that they're trying to go for, right? It's just constant, all-out aggression. You've got a Gyrocopter that's being played as a support. You've got a Grimstroke being played as a support. You've got a Monkey King that's just going to be jumping around the map entirely, and Beastmaster should have a relatively decent lane going up against the CK. So I'm expecting to see a whole lot of kills be initiated by them, and Entity maybe a little slower. Maybe you're going to try and, greed things out a little bit with Watson, go for like the Manta style build on the CK and just keep pushing out those lanes slowly, as they actually do get revealed by that Observer Ward, by the way. We're already in the game, so I don't want to talk too much, but, any time that there is that 0-minute mark, you've got to be careful about getting caught out.
Easy breezy.
That you do indeed. That you do indeed. So, no first blood. Very... I was going to say interesting walk, but I guess they're still sticking around to go for their own first blood with the cliff ward next to the T2 tower. We'll see if they'll be able to get it.
They seem to have an idea of what's going on here. It's a pretty decent Rubik game, right? Like the being able to steer, like it's a great Aghanim Shard game in particular for Kataomi. I want to see him looking to try and pick that one up as quickly as possible, just because you've got Inkswell that's going to be buffed up by it. You're going to have the Cold Wild Hawk that could be buffed up by it. You have a little bit of potential to... Hold on. Any action going on here? It just feels very versatile, this game, as well as, you know that they're going to be coming in and ganking you quite aggressively, so any sort of reposition, anything that's going to stall for even just a couple of seconds to let the reinforcements come is going to be quite big.
Yep. See the classic offlane blocking up the wave. They are even keeping moves down bottom for a little bit, but as soon as I say that, it's going to tip it top. We'll say that is definitely probably the one thing I'm not the biggest fan of with the draft on Beast Coast, is just their lack of being able to use the Inkswell. I think this is something you brought up though yesterday, right? That Entity, a team that are really prioritizing the Grimstroke, so maybe they felt like it was just a bit of a block pick, and then if we can get some strategy heroes with it, then we'd love to do so. Kataomi taking a lot of damage top.
You almost wonder if you're going to, like, I know Pyke, he is their position 1, right? And he likes to really play that harder style carry, but this does feel like a pretty decent Orb of Corrosion game just for the laning stage, right? If you're really wanting to put DM in the bin, take away a lot of that tower taking tempo that you're going to need, because again, if you're going this like aggressive style, then that's going to really serve you quite well, as Kataomi is really getting the business. I like the fact that they're getting so aggressive early on when Rubik is still relatively weak. Level 3 is where you start to spike in that laning stage.
What about bottom as well, though? We've seen the action up top. Looks like some spells being casted onto El Misho too. We know this Enigma hero can be pretty frustrating. Actually went for the Maleficus level 1 as well. So do we feel like there is a bit of an edge, though, in the safe lane for Entity?
I would say so. Anytime you've got a CK lane, I'm always going to feel like that, especially if you're feeding over boars like Vitaly just did. Got to be very careful at doing that against a CK in particular, right? Just one of those heroes that scales amazingly off of those early levels. Probably just going to go the 1-1-1 build to be able to out-sustain a little bit of this chip damage that he's going to be taking coming through from El Misho and Vitaly. Maybe even some body blocks from Fishman with the Eidolon. Nice. I'm about to say nice try, but might be a bit more than a try as he's forced all the way back underneath his tier 1 tower.
I think just got a self-delivered at a pretty good timing there. But they do know the Gyrocopter's now out of the lane, so they're going to make the attempt onto Vitali bottom and tries to chuck into the trees, but Vitali should still be chased down with one more click required, and I'll get him in a second. Wilson, enough mana now for the stun, and there we go. First blood picked up on the bridge as Entity strike first in our best of 3.
It's always the danger, right? Just having this... As soon as the Eidolon split is basically what you're looking to try and avoid as much as possible. So I like the fact that you picked this Gyrocopter. I liked when they picked it up. You know, it kind of left Entity guessing a little bit, right? Because you can run it full with just the 1 point in the flak cannon to be a little bit better at dealing with that and making this Fishman influence just feel a little bit less impactful. How's that mid lane going, though?
Pretty good.
Lumpy just being forced back a little bit, but I don't really see too much aggression coming from Entity either towards Lumpy, right? That's the big thing. They don't really have anyone that wants to be jumping onto the backlines. It's going to rely on you just walking up into the team fight. So I feel like Lumpy, his positioning is going to be pretty key, just making sure he's standing well at the back of a lot of these team fights. And the plus side is, yes, they don't necessarily have too many of those great Inkswell carriers, but you do have a Monkey King that wants to be playing in front. You do have a Gyrocopter that wants to be playing in front. You do have a Beastmaster that wants to be playing in front. So, you know, if he can get through most of these fights while expending most of his mana, you're just going to be dishing out a crazy amount of damage, especially considering, like the panel highlighted, don't really have any pipe builders on Entity at this point. Fishman might be the one that's forced to go into it.
So then what is that? Because of position 5 Enigma, like, maybe have a little bit more options compared to some other supports, but we've seen in the past it can be like the drums, the Vlads, bottom lane.
Look at Fishman,
Vitali is in a lot of trouble. I mean, Watson's power inside the lane is really showcasing here. If he gets a Core of Elmisho, might actually die to the Rocket Barrage. You got some creeps to be able to take the damage, but with the boars, I mean, both of them are still alive. At least one will now expire, but it doesn't matter. Elmisho, here's a real breadwinner. Level 4 waves going to get shoved onto the tower as well, so the Chaos Knight might lose some of the creeps here.
Yeah, very nicely done there, just to be able to influence that. I mean, it's not the worst for the Enigma, right, to be the one getting the XP, but of course you want to set up the CK to be able to scale. And this is why I really like the Gyrocopter into this lane, right? You just see how quickly Fishman died to flak cannon hits. It wasn't even just the threat for the Eidolons as well, right? So have to be very careful at how deeply you're going for these aggressive plays.
We do see mid lane as well, like, no one is really starting to put the work in onto Lumpy, who, I was going to say, maybe with the power shot connecting, may have been in some trouble, but no one's playing really aggressive. I mean, the constant one charges, so just spamming with the wind run, I mean, of course, has a little bit more damage over Lumpy, and this power shot as well. So 31-9 compared to the 21-2, and this is a much different performance. We saw, of course, previously, again, these two teams played earlier today, if you guys are just tuning in, and no one got bodied. But that was a very bad matchup. He did kind of play it, a little bit. There was some mistakes with the, under the tower tier 2 at 2 minutes in, but we're seeing really the strength of no one, and what has been the case for a lot of time here. His laning stage is definitely one of the best.
I also wonder what No One's item build is going to be, right? He's going the treads to be able to start off, maybe into like a Glipnir just to have both farming as well as a little bit of lockdown potential. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go an early-ish Blink Dagger as well, especially considering, if he wants to go for a BKB or something like that. You've still got the potential of being roared. You've still got, a little bit of that reposition coming out from, let's say, the Grimstroke, just to be able to lock you in place with the Soulbind. So I don't know. He needs to really make it his job to find the Zeus and just lock him down and enable the team to close that gap.
I'm going to see a rotation through the portal, though, so they feel like Pyke is okay playing solo. They will look to try and bring Moose down to bottom. We'll see what he can do. 2 points in the Inkswell.
Wonder if they might even bait that Lotus, but actually Fishman's the one getting dived on, even without his influence.
And now Watson's going to be in some trouble as well. Moose going to pop out of the tree lane. Nice rotation. They didn't need him for the first kill, but they'll use Moose for the second. Elmisho 3-0-1 on the gyrocopter, and this time it's another full wave, but with the catapult. You will lose, though. I mean, this is a solo kill for no one, so with the haste rune, by the looks of it, was able to come in handy.
All right, so you got to give and take in these sorts of situations, right? They get a double kill, they get a good amount of damage into this tower, they deny a full creep wave as well, and in exchange, you give up a kill onto the Zeus as a result of no one being able to claim that haste rune. So, you know, it's not all down in the dumps for Entity for sure, and in the other side of things is that you're still having a relatively decent lane up top for Pyke as well.
Trying to go for the Wisdom Rune snipe. It looks like Dim is actually reading this though, so Moo's probably gonna have to run away, but I don't know how he thinks he's gonna win. Maybe if he tries to time the ink spell. Yeah, but that's not happening, especially with Katsu over here, so Pyke is coming. Pyke got it! But look, he stole it. Is he kind of stuck? But he's, I guess, got one. He's got some Healing Lotus to try and get him up to a health pool where he can try and get the tree dance away, but he might be stuck. Nice boundless strike. It's not going to matter. So, yeah, Pyke stole it. That's good and all, but you're feeding no one. This Wind Ranger will be a big issue in the early game.
I wonder if it was the play to, like, instantly Healing Lotus. He had a good amount of charges in his Magic Wand as well, and that probably would have put the tree dance off cooldown and allow him to maybe get away. So, you know, a nice little play to be able to at least secure that Wisdom Rune, but yeah, paying for it dearly. As bottom side, they're putting so much attention into Watson, and this is what I love to see against the CK, right? You need to get off to that good start. As Fishman, he's actually probably going to be dying here as well.
Is really struggling to get anything done. I mean, even with 3 deaths, CK's second in net worth, but I mean, this Fishman Enigma is really not having a fun time.
I mean, have we had a look at what El Misho's net worth is?
Jesus.
That's the influence that this position 4 gyrocopter is having. More than the DK, more than the mid Zeus that he's got at this stage of the game. So, you know, he's making a lot of stuff happen. He's level 6.5 already at 8 minutes. Now it's time to give back, right? Make some stacks for your Zeus. Put yourself out there on the front lines. Fishman might be in a bit of danger here.
Oh, is Lumpy actually the one in danger? He's trying to get the leap away now, but the Thunders in the turnaround, they were ready for it. Beastcoast spring the trap, and the bait was Lumpy.
They know that there's an ward here as well because of that Thunder God's Wrath being used at the exact same time, so they're even going to get a nice little D-ward off. That brings Moose up to level 6 as well, and well, now you're going to have multiple Chain Lightnings potentially coming out. You have multiple uses of the Primal Roar. You've got multiple homing missiles coming out. There's a lot of stuff that you can really buff up with that Soulbind.
This is such a minor thing, but El Misho is having such an incredible game. He just ran directly to the T1 tower mid, dragged the wave around, which meant that the Rubik had to TP mid instead of maybe going to a different lane to make a play, because you would have lost the full creep wave under the tower because the Wind Ranger was still dead. So very little thing, but they are. I'm really showcasing that this is a team that does everything to the extreme and doesn't let your 1% slip by.
Bro, he's got an 8-minute Solar Crest. Sorry, 9-minute Solar Crest. Pretty nuts.
Yeah, wow. That's
I mean, if I'm talking to Pyke, I'm like, hey, bro, go to the lane. You are going to be able to get that Jingu up pretty damn fast. Oh, he also got a Fairy's Trinket. Like he needed even more damage at this stage of the game. Seems like they're a little bit disconnected, though, with Lumpy wanting to farm, maybe just wanting to play around that power rune to ensure that no one doesn't get off. Another bit of a rotation and a solo kill for free. Looks like it'll be an amp damage rune down bottom anyway.
Bottom lane, Vitali. It's a big opportunity. They're going to be able to cancel the roar. It does get some push away, though. Even though it's not on the re-hero, it's not going to matter because now Moose will step in with the Inkswell. Good kind of respect the Phantasm of the rotations, but actually no one is coming from Entity. Fishman.
Oh, nice.
Well, he'll still get taken down, and looks like there should be a D-ward as well for the boys on Beastcoast.
They're a damn good team. You know, I was thinking best of 3, that might be enough for Entity to be able to get the edge onto them, as there we see the Solar Crest up top, moving in onto DM. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get away from this. They used TPs, I think 2 of them, to be able to get down bottom, but he's just so damn tanky with that Infused Raindrops and the Spark of Courage.
Well, with the kind of reactions to the top lane, T1 tower mid does go down. No one continuing to have a really good start. This is going to be a very early Maelstrom for him.
Atos Gyrocopter.
Oh my god. I mean, it's quite the item versus the Wind Ranger in particular, so I don't hate it. We'll see. This is... It definitely can be one of the critiques about like a Gyrocopter support is just like how can you scale into the mid to late game once the BKBs are picked up. So at least this is going to continue to enable you to have some input in some of these fights with the Atos before that BKB.
Yep, not needing to really commit into the center of the team fights always feels really good as well as a Gyrocopter. Obviously, early on, you want to be there with a Rocket Barrage, but with those BKBs available, yeah, you want to be able to bait out a few of those spell usages to be able to try and get away.
Drop a little bit in the net worth as Watson's farming a gigantic stack. He hasn't had too bad of a time. Lumpy will continue to struggle versus no one's Wind Ranger. Might eat a roar to the face. And now you got both supports moving over from Beastcoast as well. Now to Kataomi, well, he'll get the missile point blank. Yeah, I mean, sure, Lumpy goes down, but the response was there, and Beastcoast very happy with the exchange.
Yep, once again, just getting some valuable experience through over to the supports as well. Level 7, level 8.5, nearly level 9. He's ahead of the Zeus in experience right now on El Misho, and pretty much level on net worth still. He just continues to roam across the map. This is one of those support duos that I love, right? Ones that are actually able to secure kills on their own, and, well, they're not going to be on their own this time. Pyke helping them out. Good timing for that rotation, too, with DM popping the Elder Dragon form up top, playing solo, not wanting to, you know, just be standing underneath the tower away from the rest of the supports, and it's a good call, because there are 4 people on Entity roaming up here, and they actually get the power shot.
Oh, I thought they cut him down. He actually fell.
So did I.
There, quick fingers from Pyke now with the jump in. Boundless in the ink swirl. They stepped too far. They thought there was an opportunity. Maybe got buried with the power shot. Somehow no one actually gets out. So I thought he was definitely dead. Pyke is still hunting, and no one showing himself for a second means maybe this opportunity. Pyke will respect the Wind Ranger, though.
Somehow got up into the tree again, despite being shackled, as Lumpy's just walked up into Watson. All right. Well, you'll take that, and you'll take that, too. Watson is just like, how's he there?
Can they go back for this?
I mean, the courier's kind of given them away a little bit. It still is daytime, so they have that bit of extra vision. They know that the courier's coming up, but they're not going to stick around all that long, going through the Twin Gate, trying to find someone else. Pretty decent vision being placed up by Beastcoast right now. You know, they know Watson's up inside the jungle. They've got 3 wards kind of covering the Radiant jungle area, so they're going to have a rough idea of where DM is, and to me, that's still the one that you want to be focusing. Yes, he's tanky, but he is your tempo. He is your tower taker.
DM's going to run into El Misho.
They're out of mana.
El Misho's got some backup. The Thunder God's going to give them the vision, so scouts up the Entity formation. And Vitaly with the fresh scepter completed. This is a lot of damage on the Beastmaster, but no one's going to try and take him out of the equation. No one has to commit really heavily to get the kill and the price. It's his own life. Watson will attempt to try and fight back, but now with Lumpy showing up, you're not going to have a way to get on top of the Zeus, so you need to respect the damage output, as they will do just that. The Delta split away, but unfortunately Kataomi doesn't have the ability to run away from Beastcoast, so it's going to be a double kill for Pyke.
Very, very nicely done. I mean, DM instantly just goes back up top, tries to get something out of that exchange in the form of the Tier 1 tower. Because again, you really do need to delay this game out, at least until Watson's able to get into that Orchid, right? Then you're a lot more free to be able to get these kills onto the sneaky heroes like the Beastmaster, who, especially now with that Aghanim Scepter, you let him get that roar off, you've got a good amount of healing just coming through with the Drums of Slom. Considering it's against the CK illusions as well, right? Just more stuff to be able to lifesteal off of.
Been hearing some... You could solo Roche, right? On the Beast? Is it at this stage? When is it?
It's like level 12, I think.
Okay. See if they want to control the area. That T1 tower going down, it's not as much of a factor. You have the outposts, of course, but...
Bro, speak of the devil. He's level 12. He's walking near the Roche pit.
Oh, Solar Crest too. Okay. Do have Orchid, and they're going to kind of posture aggressively with 3 heroes around the mid lane. They do scan, so this would be a good time to take a fight. And you aren't all here from Beastcoast. They're looking a little bit hesitant, in fact. Yeah, Vitaly will leave the area. Oh, maybe they want to fight. Never mind.
Fake back.
You need more. You need a lot more than this. Pyke needs to be here, I think.
Lumpy has his TP available. He's also 10 seconds left on the Thunder God's Wrath. They're going to want to have that, at least for a little bit of scouting potential.
No one's also not with the team. He's kind of setting up bottom. Maybe anticipating the Monkey King to try and push the wave. So it's going to be smoke from Beastcoast, looking to try and control the area, which is the important thing. Secure Roshan, make sure there is no response out of Entity. Well, they've scouted out that there's no one nearby, so Vitaly will go back.
Okay. There was one boar that actually wasn't under the cover of that smoke, and I thought that might be what gives Beastcoast away, but looks like they're still going to be able to get away with it. It took them quite some time to be able to get into this, though, right? I mean, you just have a look at the net worth graph. Over the past minute or so, it's grown like at least 1,000. They're going to be evened out by that Roche kill. But Entity, they're going to be not too dissatisfied with that, right? Like, Orchid now on the CK, he's working towards that BKB for himself. No one as well. BKB coming up very shortly as, once again, how does
I don't understand. Does it not?
I don't know.
Hang on.
I don't know. It must not.
I know that it's been a while now where they changed, like, what destroys trees and what doesn't. I know Power Shot, like... I know really there was something weird. Yeah, I know there was something really weird where, like... It used to destroy all... Okay, so I just saw it destroy one, but it didn't destroy, like, another one that it went straight over. I don't understand the spell.
Maybe it's the first one that it hits or something.
It went past the first one.
All right.
I don't get it.
I'm not Ice Frog, okay? I don't know.
It just didn't break one. I just watched the Wind Ranger shoot Power Shot into trees. I don't understand this spell.
That's why you're not no one, my man.
Well,
I'm sure he's kind of saying the same thing.
He's confused too. We've seen multiple times. I have to stop watching this. It's actually frustrating me.
It's tilting you.
Alright, let's see what's going on. So, Lumpy, Illusion Rune picked up. He's going to be actually working with the Ag Shard. Yasha queued up still for him, so... Very interesting. Mid push. Here it comes. We'll see if they're going to be able to respond from Entity. Of course, this Orchid fight we are yet to see from Watson in particular.
Yeah, you're not necessarily wanting to go into the Manta anymore on the Zeus, obviously because the Lightning Hands no longer is applicable, like you can't ghost push waves so easily, but you still need ways to be able to right-click if you're looking to scale into this, right? You don't want to be completely tied to your mana pool to be able to A, get farm, and B, contribute in a lot of these team fights, so something like the Yasha Kaya makes a lot of sense, not just for, you know, the attack speed, also buffs up your actual damage coming through from that, and even, like, cast speed a little bit, does help, you know? Might be the difference between getting off the Thunder God's Wrath or not at the start of a team fight.
Very close to being able to scout in time for Pyke to cancel the TP on the Dragonite. To continue on the point with the Yasha-Kai, I think movement speed is actually quite nice for the Zeus as well. Sure. If he does want to go into the Heavenly Jump, movement speed talent as well, I feel like you really get mobile across the map, and that was one thing we were saying, like, there is definitely possibilities for him to die this game depending on his position, whether it's Chaos Knight or DK jumping, but really that main person we're looking at is no one who has really fallen off in particular. Like, he was top net worth, had a really good lane, maybe 3-0, maybe at least 3-1, but you know, now we're seeing him dip a little bit down in regards to the net worth.
I can understand them not wanting to commit super heavily onto an Aegis for one, B, onto, you know, again, the sustain that you've got with this Beastmaster, right? He's third on net worth on Vitaly, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, level 2 ultimate, so it's going to get a ton of those Drums of Slom charges up really quickly. Basically, until you get BKBs, you don't want to run into this, because there's just going to be way too much damage coming back the other way. And luckily for them, it's probably going to come at around the time that the Aegis is going to expire. It's only got about 2 minutes left on it, and what, 500 gold away on no one's BKB? Similar sort of range, maybe a little bit further for Watson, but he's the one taking up the lion's share of the farm.
Would you like to see Beastcoast though force the issue? Like, this is a Aegis they have gotten... Was it just a T1 mid, honestly, that they got? I don't even remember, so it seems like they're pretty much gotten nothing out of it, though.
They need time for themselves as well, right? Like, Monkey King has got a Battle Fury and a BKB. He needs more. He needs to be able to just standard man fight a whole lot more effectively. And the Zeus as well, right? You need to make sure that you can secure your scaling for the later stage of this game.
It's like they've kind of had enough, though, with a little bit of the slow-paced status. Beastcoast will try and smoke and connect to the Beastmaster. For a minute left of the Ages, you've got the Wisdom Rune, but it is a bit too late. DM's going to get that, but Tormentor is still yet to be claimed.
I'm just constantly on BKB watch here for Entity. I think no one's is coming out on the courier right now. Still about 100 gold away for Watson, though, so you might end up giving up this Tormentor for free. I think there's a might about it, actually. It's going to be damn quick.
See if they give up the T2 tower now as well. So Shard will go to El Misho. He's got a Ghost Scepter queued up. And yep, by the looks of it.
This. There we go. Eventually they're able to do it, especially with the siege creep hitting it for so long. And some responses actually coming through here, wanting to protect their own Wisdom Rune, I suppose. Maybe El Misho is just going to drop the cooldown into the lane. Never mind. Doesn't even need to do it. Just flat cannons it up. So continues his scaling. Yeah.
Holy crap. They will smoke across the map though. Yeah, again, I mean, Drycop has been pretty important for them. Nice Thunder Gods. It's going to scout out the smoke. They got TPs, Vitali and Moose both do, and you're not catching up to the Monkey King, so maybe you can drop a ward down though. Katomi doesn't have any. I'm looking at Fishman, but he's already running away.
Really liking this Beastcoast movement across the map, right? Like, you use the Thunder Gods to be able to catch out the smoke. They've been out of vision for so long, and they're going to be able to secure another Tormentor for themselves. So maybe you're going to be able to get away with Zeus not even having to buy it for himself. That would be enormous if Lumpy can just get one completely for free. Oh, I'm not going to be so lucky. Still though, way to be able to instantly just get into the middle of these team fights, pop the BKB, pop the Wukongs, on top of a CK especially. You know, if you can get off a Wukongs before you get Orchided, save that BKB for a little bit longer, you're going to be so happy.
I guess scouting out maybe he didn't get vision of Katomi. I know there's some stuff going on up top lane.
He sees the creeps moving. Don't know if he can afford to play this far away from the rest of his team though. Very, very dangerous, especially with that Sentry Ward expiring, so if he was to drop something up there, Katomi might have been able to scout him out and enable the rest of the team to join.
No one bottom lane looking for a kill onto Vitali, but Moose is behind him. Is it going to be able to get the Dispel off? And now Vitali can protect himself, and no one greeted for the kill, but the response was there. Great positioning from Moose.
Really good positioning. I honestly think Vitali gets away anyway, though. Like, he is just so tanky at this point. With the Van Brace, of course, with the heal mini coming through from the Drums of Slom. Are you at a point where you want to go like a Lincoln's on anyone here, just to be able to prevent a lot of that coming through? Because
Misho, not a bad kill, but they got to get it pretty quick. They should be able to. There's a response from Moose, but no one else is really there. So DM, nice streak for him, and that's actually pole vaulted him ahead of the Gyro and ahead of the Zeus as well. And we were saying your DK was kind of fallen a little bit behind earlier, but now this is pretty close to his BKB.
Now I have a question for you. When are we going to see the first black hole of the game? I want a prediction.
Sure. 27 minutes around then. I think very soon. I think we're about to have a big fight.
Maybe next Roshan, because I feel like both teams will feel pretty ready to fight at that stage. Man, Lumpy is really just greeting this lack of an Aghanim shot out. He's like, surely the next one I'll get. Every single other person has a shard at this point except the Beast.
I reckon Beast just buys his. It's like, it's alright, brother, I got you. Definitely not worth it, but
that Shiva's is definitely worth it for Beastmaster to get up into, right?
Yes,
all of the healing coming through from CK and the DK. Of course, the mechanism as well, plus just the spell amp, right? For Zeus in general. And himself.
Yeah. I mean, you could literally say everything on the Shivers. I think armor is so important for them this game against the three heroes that you have on NCT, the cores.
Attack speed.
Yes, that was the next thing I was going to say. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, because you see the call from them. Like, Lumpy has an AC queued up. So even the Zeus is wanting a little bit of extra armor as well, just for him and the team. So Katomi will be able to skip a little bit, but the Thunder God's used. And Katomi is going to be chased down. So they'll kill into the Rubik. We do see Watson as well is in some trouble. Roared up, but Watson was able to pop the BKB. I didn't see what the actual sequence was there, but some BKB and Raw now used.
Very greedy, the cores up there. Didn't get rid of that Sentry Ward, so We'd hate to see that lose the next fight. They've actually got your favorite item as well on Beastcoast in the gem, purchased nice and early, realizing that they are in a really solid position. They were able to pick off a hero, not really using too many cooldowns, right? Just the Thunder Gods to be able to secure that one nice and easily, and it's going to reward them in a tier 2 tower. So just opening up the map that little bit more, taking away the Ancients camp.
No one sees an opportunity to look at the damage. Oh my god, the amped up Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
And they are coming, but Entity, we already see them step over to the right side, and maybe they can look to take a fight. Like, Fishman and DM are still posturing really aggressively.
How did that happen? Did he just walk into the lane? Did no one get a little bit lucky? I wasn't quite watching. They've got that lane ward there, but...
It was pretty much the lane. Like, Lumpy was going back to farm the creeps of the T2 tower, and no one was just walked past him as he just got to the lane.
Okay. But yeah, big pick off. How are those power runes, right?
Focus Fire's back up soon. They might not need it, though. Once again, the Inksword's actually going to give Vitaly an opportunity to pop the roar. Now they will go back towards where Elmisho is set up. Even Pyke is starting to pivot over if required.
I'd say this is a pretty big timing, though, for Entity. There's no tier 2 tower for them to really claim, but I don't think there's too much stopping them from going down bottom, other than the threat of Roshan being taken right now. So they're going to go for a smoke together. No one didn't pop the BKB
top
in
lane.
that engagement.
Watson got the stun onto Pyke. Pyke's just going to BKB and TPR. Oh, Fishman's there! Alright! Just after 27 minutes, Fishman gets that first black hole, and what a valuable one!
Oh, nearly died to the Aghanim Scepter Wukong statues. As, yeah, very, very worthy TP coming through there. Even without that, right, they were in a position to just be able to go and take Roshan, because no BKB on the Monkey King. Zeus still in the grave for a little bit.
How do they know Moose is there? What happened?
Katomi's just jumping around.
Alright, Entity. Couple of pickoffs. And now they're going to be able to steal Aegis. This is cheese for them as well. This momentum is completely swung.
They're just capable of fighting, right? They're not finished farming just yet, is the thing, right? They've still got room to grow. That AC is going to give them a lot of value as well, just to be able to... I mean, we keep talking about El Misho and his scaling potential. His flat cannons are actually doing a decent amount to be able to deal with not just the Eidolons, a tiny bit of damage as well to the CK Illusions as well, but once you're able to...
Not the CK Illusions, the Eidolons in the farm I was on board with, and then you're saying about the CK Illusions?
It's a lot of damage that you're able to dish out with how farmed he is. He's level 15, man.
Does he go, is Butterfly next? Well, what are we? Are we scaling Gyro? Daedalus? Alright. Oh, yeah, we've seen some position 4s that go greedy. We got these Weavers, we got these Hoodwinks. You're previously like Dark Willows. I know over in Southeast Asia we like that Midas Dark Willow. What do you like? Well, look, what do you go though? Honestly, like, how does he scale? Like, how is he actually going to have impact now? Because this was the concern we were bringing up, right, with BKBs.
Yeah, it was. So that's why the Daedalus is the right option. I mean, I doubt you can get away with something like a Glipnir at this point. It really just doesn't make a lot of sense for a Gyrocopter. But, I mean, you already got the ATOS. AoE just forcing people to pop a really early BKB could be quite nice, especially, again, considering you're playing with a Zeus. He just wants those BKBs popped ASAP.
So how do you start fights on Beastcoast? You got this blink, I suppose, on the Beastmaster. Katomi's going to try and jump through the trees and give them some information. As Beastcoast, that Hawk may reveal something going on. Thunder's God's going to give them the vision of the backline. Is Pyke with the jump in instant to Fishman, but this isn't an Enigma without Black Hole. Is it really that valuable of a kill?
Nope.
Is it Gem, actually? Did they get Gem? Maybe it's okay, then. Did he have Gem?
No, I think
he did.
Beastmaster had it.
Watson? Maybe with the haste they can... Oh, nicely done. The boar actually denied the haste. They will still catch up to El Misho, who has the Ghost Scepter to be able to stall this out.
Psychic Headband.
Yeah. Okay, bro.
Still, though, I mean, all you're really wanting to do out of this is if you can get a trade and just wait out that Aegis. I don't necessarily know you would call it a win, especially considering you popped another charge of the BKB, so now it's down to 7 seconds, and I'm not sure if you feel too confident fighting without that. You know, they've got a lot of lockdown, and does CK have the Bloodthorn finished up yet? No, just 600 gold away, so that is going to be something very, very scary to go up against, and might be what dissuades our good friend Gyrocopter from getting that butterfly.
And we've seen, of course, this Chaos Lad late game, like you were getting some arcane blinks from this hero and just being like the ultra threat.
Yeah.
How do we actually feel like he's going to be able to scale versus the Monkey King and your potential Zeus scaling as well? I know this is not the old Zeus, but do we feel like CK is still going to be this really big late game issue like we've seen so far in this tournament and of course in some previous qualifiers?
Oh, of course. Like, it's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. I mean, eventually he's probably going to get into an Aghanim's Blessing as well, so whoever gets roared, whoever gets caught, like, inside of a Wukong's during that, just give him a little bit of invulnerability, and, I mean, you've got drums, you've got mechs coming out, Rubik should hopefully get an Aghanim Shard soon. I'm sure that's the one thing that Kataomi is really hoping that he could get at this stage of the game, right? Just to be able to pull someone outside of the Wukongs, just, again, force big cooldown commitments from Beastcoast, and then look to re-engage, especially once you're into that, Arcane Blink timing that you were talking about. We're still a little bit away from it, though, and I'm very happy that we are getting a much more even game throughout. It feels very deserved from these two teams.
Yeah. Seems like you made amends from that previous game here from Entity against Beastcoast earlier today with the stomping that occurred, and we'll see now if how much the experience is going to pay off for Entity. This is definitely a big thing. Still, Beastcoast are a relatively young and new team, and how are you going to be able to execute some of these team fights? Because they do still look very scary. I mean, you have threats of your potential black hole solo onto one person, nothing too crazy, but Fishman's going to be waiting for the opportunity to do that. Of course, you've got to deal with 3 really strong cores as well, so we'll see Beastcoast.
Fishman's actually not opted to go for a pipe at all, which I'm honestly a little surprised about, right? Like, if he's able to pop it, like, really far on the back lines, maybe the Thunder God's Wrath still ends up going through it, right? But I just want more stuff that's not even going to disable his blink, for example. So, if you get hit by a stray Stroke of Fate or, a stray axes or something like that, you're actually still able to blink in and contribute into the team fight. Opting for the Greaves instead. I mean, I guess it's good, right? Against the stuff like the Atos that's going to be coming through for him.
Swinging back to top on Beastcoast. His age is about to be out. They will re-smoke as well. It's going to be Vitaly to jump with the Thunder God to give them the information. No one just gets out of range. Pops the BKB as well before the bound. The striking up. Pike is locked in the middle.
I'm watching Fishman.
Is there going to be a turnaround from Entity? Pike feels like the Wukongs is required just in case there was some defense to be had to keep Kataomi alive.
He turned into Roshan for a second with the mischief.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not his home.
Is this some old law or new law coming back?
Sure. Why not? He's around the middle of the map, basically where Roshan used to be. But now, you've been able to farm up a few of these big items for the Zeus. More importantly, though, brings him to level 20. So now he's got that extra damage coming out from the Arc Lightning. You really need to make sure that you're dealing with this guy. Otherwise, your team can start to get ripped through. He's still being very, very greedy, though. Not buying that Aghanim Shard. Not feeling like they need it yet, I suppose. Obviously, it would have been a huge power spike for them to have it and might have led them to have that second Aegis for themselves, but they're just banking on this Tormentor to be able to claim it for them. I wonder if they're even... It's still a minute away from the Thunder Gods. I feel like they're just hoping that Entity aren't being revealed on the map, and as soon as DM and no one reveal on the lanes, they're just like, alright, safe to get it. He still doesn't get it. Come on, man. How much luck do you need?
Can you do? I know, we're still... This game is very close. We're not getting any big fights, though. I feel like we saw this yesterday, too, in some of the later series, where, yeah, the games were going late, but they're really stalling out. Either side just continuing to farm across the map. I mean, feeling pretty confident with their scaling potential, importantly.
With the Beastmaster, even like a little bit of a timing for him as well, right? The Primal Roar cooldown used to be a while ago on the level 20, now it's level 25, so that doesn't feel that great, but with his new facet, the Inner Beast, just amping up the damage that you're doing just purely from right-clicks with the Wild Axes, just getting that plus 30 damage, it can really start to ramp up that percentage really quickly. And, I mean, Lumpy, again, still no shard, but just 80 gold away from being able to get into that AC for himself, so a whole lot of extra survivability about to come for Beastcoast.
Look how scared they're kind of posturing though on Beastcoast. You clump together as 5 where you see Entity have a really good read of what's happening across the map. I mean, you've got your cores farming, no one's kind of farming down bottom, is going to go top now.
You just got to regen too though. It feels like they're just about to go for a smoke, I would imagine, right? Like, take away the outpost, Roshan's coming up in 5 seconds, potentially, so it's going to be spawning up on the top side of the map, and I think that's where they're really wanting to position themselves. Let's be very careful with where he's farming, though. I suppose they've got sentry coverage, but he was a little bit too far forward away from the rest of the team. Especially considering Watson can use these CK illusions to help scout and push in lanes. It just makes it so you're kind of on a timer to do something, because if you don't, a lot of your movements become really obvious.
Bumpy.
Thinks they've got vision there, but it's actually a little bit further up above the Mighty Mines.
I like that spot, especially this game in particular into the Zeus, right? Like a little bit more unorthodox for Lumpy to get the D ward.
Yep. How long is that? 1 minute till Roche. So again, still going to be top. Maybe... I mean, he doesn't exactly have the greatest neutral item right now with a Dandelion Amulet. I'm sure he would love to have a Timeless Relic, perhaps, for Lumpy.
Fishman? Again, another smoke. Surely this time they're at least going to be able to get Fishman. We'll look for the TP up, but Pike is there to stop that short. This is like 3-4 smokes, though, from Beastcoast, and I feel like one of the first to connect in a while.
It's a very important one to connect, though, right? Again, they know that Roshan is going to be spawning in the next at least minute and a half. It's going to be there in 25 seconds, so they're going to get rewarded for it. And the fact that they've taken away the Enigma, not exactly easy for him to join this team fight. So what Entity do is they just try and force them back a little quicker.
Roll with the jump in, look at the damage onto Vitali, but they'll turn it still. A massive boundless strike, and down goes no one, and now Watson as well is going to try and escape. DM as well. The Nightfall Classic, BKB, TP out, they are fine.
I wonder how Nightfall feels about that, you know? Do you think he likes being known for that sort of play?
Probably not. I don't think so. It's just...
Is that a Scythe that he's going for, or is it an Octarine?
Or,
it's a refresher, actually. Okay, that's what I was wanting the Beastmaster to go, right? Now you've got, you know, potential Soulbind into the Raw, or stops the Nightfall from going on, right? You can't just BKB TP away anymore.
Oh, Scepter from Roche.
Freebie for... I mean,
Probably
not the worst
Zeus
for Grim as well, right?
Oh, true.
The DK feels pretty nice at this stage.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm actually very intrigued. Okay.
Boo.
Yeah. We've seen a... They're walking down mid.
Yeah. No Mantas for Lumpy to just push this this lane in either, so they're going to need to actually address it with heroes. Vitali, he's the one putting himself up there in harm's way with the Craggy code as well. So I'm sure in the middle of all of these engagements, he's actually popping that tough enough activist. Yeah.
Be very cautious, and she's just kind of poking in and out. Watson's underneath this high ground observer ward. Watson in some trouble. They're going to be able to scout up the real chaos, I think, to the Thunderclouds. Lumpy's still in some danger, but once they deal with the illusions, they know who to roar. Now Pike as well. Boundless strike into the river. DM is now in trouble once again. TP out anyway to cancel it. This time there is not. Didn't want to pop the refresh on Vitali.
Okay. I mean, he wouldn't have had buyback if they were able to kill him, and, you know, no CK, no DK. And I think there's, you know, maybe a creep. No, never mind. The lane was fairly well pushed out, so they wouldn't have been able to really claim too much in terms of real estate for themselves, but feels like it's been ages since Beastcoast have actually played on the Entity side of the map, right? It's been very passive, very defensive, getting Zeus into those next few items, and it's paid off. I mean, just in that last fight, he did 4.1k damage on his own, and it was pretty fast as well that he was able to dish it out.
I'm just... Why they've had difficulty getting across the map? Because I'm just watching... It's either no one with the win run farming the lanes, either the Chaos Knight or even the Eidolons as well. Just the ghost push from them must be so frustrating.
I mean, again, though, I don't think that Beastcoast wanted to take any unnecessary risks. Like, Zeus wasn't strong enough to be able to fight at that stage. He was still very, very vulnerable to dying. But now he's got the Trickster's Cloak, he's got, BKB, he's got AC, he's got Cheese, he's got Lightning Hands, which he had to buy it, unfortunately, for himself. But still, it's just so much more damage output that Lumpy can now look to play around.
And if someone wants a DD, I'm hearing a black hole does get cancelled. So yeah, cool. Black hole for what? And now the turn's going to be there. There's an opportunity for them to maybe get a couple kills. Vitaly with a double raw. Dim, can he get inside the base? This time Vitaly, they've locked it a Lumpy though. Watson can't even kill the Zeus. Phantasm illusions go to the Scepter, but it doesn't matter in the end. Once no one's able to have a free fight, this Wind Ranger will be able to chase down Elmisha. Now Pyke, well, off the back of the respawn, he is surrounded. A buyback from Elmisha, but he will be too far away from the team fight. And that finally is one that goes Entity's way.
Good God, that damage coming through from the CK. I mean, you talk about his scaling potential. That is what we're talking about, right? They were just able to burst through a Beastmaster with plenty of tankiness. He's got a Craggy Coat. He's got a Shiva's Guard. He had the full Primal Roar going.
No way.
With the
Are they actually going to get him?
Ooh, maybe.
Yeah, to Omi, potentially. Elmisha, is there going to be anything they can do? Hard Dispel is there. Lumpy's going to be able to get the jump into the base. Are they going to hunt? No one tries. But the Nimbus stops him short. Lumpy may be out. DM wants to stop him, but they're going to go for the easy targets in the supports instead, diving deep without the buybacks. There is nothing for Entity to fear, but they do not have creeps. They do, actually, apologies. Okay, there's some creeps in the mid lane, so objectives now for them.
I almost wonder if they might have been able to kill no one if he popped the amp damage just a little bit sooner, right? Like, he was able to turn around and pump a little bit of damage in, and like you've been saying, no buyback is really devastating for the amount of damage that they're just able to output. No one cares. And yeah, he's super deep.
He's got a buyback at least, so he's going to try and waste a couple of seconds. We'll see if it's going to be long enough. This throne exposed. Watson is doing so much damage to the buildings. Beastcoast, is there an answer? Is there a response? Vitaly should be able to deal with him, but it's not going to matter. They're not on top of no one. No one just turns to the old throne, and that will be all she wrote. Entity, they'll take it in the end. 43 minutes in. They showcase that game earlier on was just a blip on the radar.
Super back and forth, Dota. Really what we're expecting to see coming out of two teams of this caliber. It was back and forth the entire time. And they were just able to, pull out one of those clutch team fights right at the very end, right? Right underneath the Tier 2 Radiant Tower. Buyback from Fishman. Not even needed. He ended up using it, but it was really the Watson show coming into the equation at the very end of it all. And having a quick look at the damage numbers here. Pretty much expected. Top damage on his team. Only really dwarfed by the Zeus's damage at that stage. But stopping the second use of the Primal Roar was what changed that game around for them.
Having buybacks is...
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, and thank you, Aries and Danok, for taking us through that one. Beastcoast, they looked really good to start all the way through. And like I say, there was that back and forth. I think it was Danok that said that. They just played it back and forth. In the end, Entity will be able to claim number one. And it is a best of 3, so it's not quite over just yet. But Beastcoast, still incredibly impressive in that first game here. And Bowie, letting you take that one away because, again, they are that young team, like you were saying. They've looked super impressive. Just weren't able to close that one out. But they made Entity work for that win.
Yeah, they definitely did. I think the biggest problem they found was taking fights. Like, they were outplayed in a lot of these fights. They were picked off a couple of times. There was that black hole on the BKB Monkey King. I think that really took some of the momentum. They lost second ages. They were even able to get the third one. But in general, it felt like, I think the Rubik specifically played so well. Some stolen roars that made a lot of difference. I think the game was overall even, just that forcing high ground was not easy for Beastcoast, and they couldn't really leverage the advantage they got throughout the game.
I think it was their impatience here at the end. I think I can't say they had the game, but it was definitely swinging to their favor the most out of all of the parts of the game. It was at that point where they were favored to win, and they just thought, oh, we have a refresher, we have an Aegis, we have a cheese, and we can do whatever the hell we want. Well, that's not going to be happening because you're in front of the enemy base, and we saw the CK twice killing the Zeus, right? Because he had the cheese. He comes in, he smacks him down to like 200 HP, cheese gets used, and then you go back in again. I mean, it's a CK. He's going to do the exact same thing just a couple of seconds later. So I think it was impatience and not really respecting the amount of burst damage that Entity can do. Because in the later portions of the game, both the CK and the Wind Ranger, they just choose a target, and that target is dead. So you can never give it to him. And Beastcoast, well, they got ahead of themselves.
Yeah, and do you think that was a case of, like, say, the overconfidence then, because they did start off so well, and maybe the inexperience of being able to close a game out, just be patient like that and just wait for the Entity players to push out a little bit further, take another fight, and then look for the base?
Yeah,
That's generally how
probably.
you do it.
I feel like they are used to. I think that is South American teams, they have the same problem that North American teams have. Like, you're screaming, sure, like you can scream European teams, but you're so used to like doing something and that working. But then against like a better opponent, against an opponent that's more prepared, it doesn't work out. And I think that's it. Like, they had a strong timing, but Harry, I think, put it really well. They just got ahead of themselves. They didn't really need to force it as much as they did, especially with no buybacks on their heroes. And yeah, I mean, like, they had some really good plays, right? This one turnaround, I think, really put them back into the game because the lanes weren't like ideal. But yeah, just a little bit of a mistake that would unfortunately cost them a lot.
A lot of the highlights, would be from Beastcoast, because they really have been having some awesome performances in this game, individually as well. But we come down to it, that Bowie mentioned, it's a South American team, and generally the advantage of European and Chinese teams are in the fact that their supports, they prepare the terrain better, and of course, everybody's going to be more disciplined. So it's just that the region, we cannot even say it's young anymore because it has been in the scene for a long time, but it is younger than the European region where Entity are playing every single day. And then those mistakes that Beastcoast make are just going to be uncharacteristic for Entity.
Okay, but do you think, Harry, that Entity need to iron out this early game, though? Because we saw in the safe lane, they were getting aggressive with finding kills on the CK, but they were also putting the CK at risk of being ganked out. We saw a couple of times the Gyrocopter, get a good couple of kills to the point where it was looking like he was the core in that lane. So, Entity, do they just need to be a little bit more aware of how they need to play these laning stages?
I mean, sure, the same thing, that is true for Beastcoast not being used to playing versus these disciplined teams. Entity are not that used to playing versus chaotic teams, so you need to think long and hard what Beastcoast actually wants to do in the laning phase and try to prevent it, because Beastcoast pulled Entity into the type of game that they wanted, and they really did look well just because of that.
Okay, and finally, just to touch on it, because we saw Fishman play on the Enigma, you only got a couple of black holes off. Do you think that was a case then of him just being aware of being counted out? Do you think they would have? Because I mean, I know they won the match, but it felt like Fishman, he didn't really have the best game. Going 1-10. Bowie. So do you think they could have gone for a different position 5? Was he just kind of forced into that role as well with all the picks that Beastcoast went through after he got picked up in the draft?
Yeah, no, I think that he had a hard game, but that also meant like it had a lot of value, the Enigma pick, right? You force them to pick support gyros, force them to pick this Monkey King in the safe lane. I think that it's totally okay he has a bad game because, again, it is an early pick. He got countered, but that allowed Entity to prepare better, to knowing that those are probably going to be the picks they're going to go for. You can draft around it. I think it's totally fine. Like, you probably want to pick the Enigma again because you can flex it to position 5 in the next game. They're going to be like, oh, do we actually try not to counter this Enigma too hard, or do we like do it again but maybe we lose? Because that one black hole that he had in the Monkey King with BKB, that like was so impactful.
Yeah, stopping that TP out, just being able to, like you say, slow him down. Harry, did they even let the Enigma through? Because that is one of the heroes that we're seeing ban out in that first phase. And do you kind of look at this now and say, okay, Fishman had a hard game, but he had that impact anyway. So do we just go back to what is the usual and ban out that Enigma before there's a chance to even pick it up?
I think so, because I was very impressed with how Fishman in generally itemized. There was a discussion between Ares and Danog about him not buying a pipe. But I think at that point, what happened, that first black hole that was ever used in the game, the Aghanim Scepter of the Monkey King almost killed him. And then he understands, yo, I need armor to actually get a good black hole off. And then he buys Guardian Greaves instead of a pipe versus a Zeus. So I think when you're this comfortable on a hero as a team in general, and then Fishman and DM individually, that it might just be better to get rid of the hero, because even under different and uncomfortable circumstances, they're gonna make the hero work.
Okay, well, we'll see as we're not too far away from that next draft, so we'll see if Beastcoast are going to be able to bring it back. And don't forget, everybody, this is an elimination match here. It is a best of 3, but there's so much riding on this one here for both teams. It is the difference between being eliminated and going through to the playoffs and being able to play for the top 4, being able to play for that prize money coming through. Even 4th place, $5,000. You are in the money here, so you need to get through here. And Beastcoast, it is their last chance saloon coming through for them one. They've only got one more match that they can lose here before they're eliminated, so we'll see how they're going to be able to respond. And yeah, Bowie, looking at the lineups here, we've seen already a couple of different picks coming out for Beastcoast. They went for in a couple of games so far, they've gone for that Jakiro Tech. He's come out as a reliable support player, excuse me. So do you think that's something that they might go back for, just for that comfort in game number 2?
Maybe. I think to me, the biggest, if I had to complain about a specific pick of Beastcoast, it was probably the Lumpy Zeus. Like, I know the hero is in an alright place, but he's a shadow of the hero he used to be. So unless you're picking this in, like, as a 24 pick against some like Terror Blade, like some really impactful counter, I think there could have been probably a better hero for Lumpy. He did fine in the game. I'm not even like complaining or anything. But I think Zeus is going to be discontinued. As a Zeus spammer myself, I just losing the lightning hands on your Manta Illusions really makes the hero a bit worse. There are other play styles that you can go for, but I think they are supposed to be 24 picks, where you know exactly what's going to happen. I think the CK really made Lumpy's life hard, and it goes back to Entity drafting quite well.
Was Coddle in the pool? I
think he was.
I can't help but feel that Coddle is a little bit of a better Zeus right now. Doesn't really give vision with the ulti, but he finishes people off faster, and he is under a lot less threat of dying, let's say, in the mid lane. Because what we did see, Bowie, you called it out during the draft, that if a Wind Ranger gets her level 6 first, there is a real threat of the Zeus dying, and that's exactly what happened. Of course, some of those times, some of those dives were punished, but overall, the Wind Ranger threat, then the CK threat, you get on top of the Zeus and he dies, and he wants to be somewhat close to the fight. A hero like a Coddle, he's so freaking far away that you might not even have the slightest idea where he actually is.
Yeah, I think the problem is that I don't think he plays. Oh, he actually does play Coddle. Yeah, Lumpy does play it.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, it was probably a better pick. Honestly, even like something like a Leshrac, I don't think I would have a problem with. I think it's very effective against Wind Ranger, kind of forces early BKB. It's decent against the CK. It's another hero that he plays really well, but was kind of ignored in this game 1.
Yeah, and we'll see. And talking about that Wind Ranger, like you say, he got that 6. I think it was a haste rune he got as well. That initial gank that he was able to get the rundown onto Lumpy. And yeah, there was just nothing that Zeus could do about it. So we'll see if it is to be a bit of a change up. I'm just looking through the heroes he's played. Yeah, so he's got a few games on the Cube of the Light. In fact, he has about the same games on the Zeus here as well. Storm Spirit, Lesh, he's got even more. He's got 3 times the game on his Leshrac. Playing the Queen of Pain as well, Void Spirit. So there are choices. It's not like he's only got 2 heroes that he's played. It's like, if one gets spun out, I have to play the other. So yeah, there are choices on the board, and we'll see if they're going to go back for any of them coming through in the next draft. Getting ready for this one. It looks like, like say the Beastcoast, they play the early game well, and it was kind of the same thing against Spirit, right? They play this early game quite well, but they just didn't know how to transition that into the objectives, into the map control that they really needed to close out the game. And Entity, maybe taking a look at that game as well, from Spirit, and just seeing how they could delay it out and get to that point where Beastcoast would be a little bit uncomfortable. So coming through in the second game here, Entity, they are 1 game away from being able to move through to the playoffs. And if you're looking at this one, Hurry, what are you you saying? Because we've talked a lot about Beastcoast, but what are you saying if you're on the entity camp? As we are going to be able to get ourselves into this draft, are you just saying you're more of the same? Look towards picking up those same heroes for entity, trying to get as many from that last draft in, playing those comforts, or is there a different way you want to try and play this for entity?
I mean, this worked out, so I wouldn't want them to change much. I think I would maybe prefer them to change their approach to the laning phase unless they are 100% certain that the lanes are going to go their way, like that you have better matchups, then sure, you can play aggressively. But before your big timings, before the big rotations, maybe just be a little bit respectful of the potential of the South American teams and understand that you don't understand them wholeheartedly. Maybe that's the only thing that I would change in terms of an approach, but overall I think Entity had a good read on what they need to do. Maybe they underestimated Beastcoast a little bit because they did lose in 18 minutes in the first map that they played, but here into the series they came in 100% serious. Beastcoast are just that good that they can hold their own versus Entity.
I'm surprised about this Lina ban. I know that Watson plays it a lot, and he had some really good highlights, but did they ban it at all in Game 1? I wonder why now in the first phase rather than the other game.
I think they didn't.
Did. Yeah.
Oh, they did?
No,
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. Yeah, they did. It was the 7th ban.
Okay.
No,
all right.
first phase. Yeah, first phase.
All right.
Okay.
So they do go for the Monkey King on Entity now, and Beastcoast letting it through. So how do you counter this? It's tough because it's so flexible that you don't want to necessarily like counter directly. I do like the Phoenix.
There's the Monkey King counter.
Yeah. As a support, it counters him in the lane, but later on, just by breaking trees, getting vision, I think it is one of the best ones. I'm surprised it went through. I don't think we saw... This might be the first Phoenix game of the entire tournament, actually.
Today Entity, they played versus Phoenix. I think it was first game that Entity got it. The Beast...
Yeah,
wait, let me check.
Against Beastcoast? Oh yeah, I guess I didn't cast that one. Yeah. You're right. But...
Yep. Okay, and then either way, though, it has been banned multiple times for a good reason. And it's really good versus the Monkey. You already mentioned breaking the trees. You can do it with pretty much 3 of your spells. Of course, if you're a Monkey King and your tree gets broken by a Sunray, then something is terribly wrong. That should never happen. But overall, this hero is awesome. Also, if you use a Wukong's command, if there's an egg in the middle of it, you might just have to run outside of it, depending on the other heroes that Beastcoast are gonna pick, and I like it. I like it as a response to Monkey.
Yeah, now Beastcoast probably thinking if they want to ban Nigma, that gyro ban is definitely a little bit sus. It's not like usually that type of carry ban, especially gyro, that's not like super popular right now. Doesn't happen in the second phase, so it's probably a little bit of a bait. I think Enigma is really good against Monkey King, though, just because you can Midnight Pulse the trees and also look for him. So I wouldn't be mad about Beastcoast trying to pick it up. It's just a question of will Entity get it earlier than you.
I don't know if Beastcoast can pick it up. If Beastcoast would pick up an Enigma right now in the first pick of the second phase, then they would get a Rubik to the face. And Entity, when they see a Phoenix Rubik support duo just doesn't feel too good. So I actually think that Entity are literally preparing for this. If I was Beastcoast, I'd just ban out the Enigma just in case, because I'm not sure if they have what it takes to deal with it. Yep,
yeah, there you go.
And so running through them quickly as they actually go for the clockwork, where we are going to be seeing the Tin Man reappearing once again. So yeah, the Shadow Fiend, the Pangolier, the Wind Ranger this time being banned away, not going to be seeing that a second time. Tiny and the Gyrocopter, meanwhile on the side, yeah, the IOTA, Weaver, Lina and the Enigma. Is the Monkey King, you think, the better Weaver coming through in these drafts? Because it does feel like, you know, you've got that flex potential, but it's just, you know, teams, they're letting it through, they're letting the opponents get it, and it is kind of doing a lot of work.
I think
I would
if
still
it was
prefer the
really
Weaver.
Truly better, yeah, I think it would be banned for a phase. So you know, the fact that Monkey King goes through probably says it's not as good, but there is an argument, you know, with Weaver being banned, nerfed, sorry, and Monkey King not being touched in the latest patch, we might transition into a meta where Monkey King actually takes the place of Weaver being first phase banned, and then Weaver is gonna be allowed again. But Entity taking a lot of time here with this pick. You definitely, I mean, you could go the Snapfire route to try and deal with the egg. I think that is definitely a problematic hero. It also helps with cogs, so I do like it. It's just that it's not a hero that anyone really touches at the moment.
Not really. I don't think they're gonna be going that route. What about the Witch Doctor? It's still in the pool, right? Why not?
Garbage.
They go Centaur.
Garbage.
What?
No,
100 AoE on the heal was lost. The hero is just absolutely terrible.
Yesterday Group 8 was picked up quite a lot.
Yeah, he lost a lot of games, right? I think it probably lost more than he won in this tournament.
I'm gonna check. Yeah, one lose.
I need to fact check this. Yeah. So, what's that?
Bowie is right.
Actually, yeah.
He played 3 games, lost all 3 of them. So yeah, okay, he's garbage. Obviously, 0% win rate, so it makes sense.
Is that? Go on.
They got a disruptor.
Yeah.
This is awesome, right? Versus a Phoenix, versus a Clockwork, it can really do well. Also, you have the Stampede, you have the Monkey King as well to give you vision. It is a Fishman hero. The only thing the Entity currently are lacking is a hero that's going to be able to do the burst damage, so you do get the initial kill and can then go for the chase. But they have 2 picks to get that, so that shouldn't be an issue whatsoever.
They need a backline jumper for Disruptor now. You need a Void Spirit type hero, Puck hero that doesn't really care about Glimpse and that can find a Disruptor and kill him before Static Storm. CK can be that hero later on with the Blink Orchid, but I think you need a mid hero that does that.
Okay, so would you be looking for? I know you've mentioned the Void, but even with the changes to the Meteor Hammer, Harry, do we still need to fear the Storm Spirit as well?
I mean, sure, it's weaker now, and people are probably not going to be picking up the Meteor Hammer, but even before the Meteor Hammer meta, the Storm was relatively popular. So sure, but they'll go Lesh, so in my mind, it might not be enough catch for the backline of Entity.
Yeah. Looking at Lumpy's heroes, he actually doesn't play a lot of Storm. It's kind of in the bottom there. But yeah, I don't know. When you already see both supports being picked, I wouldn't be scared of picking Storm. I'm surprised that they go for this Lash and not in game 1 where I thought it was pretty decent. Entity gets catch now. Still liking a bit of damage.
It's some poke, which I can say I love it, because there is a decent amount of sustain on Beastcoast, right? CK self-sustaining, you have the Sunray, and then you're gonna have a Bloodstone hero in the Lesh. So poking isn't really the best approach. Usually you want the Lesh to die, right? From 100 to 0, make him useless. And the Ember Spirit doesn't contribute in that department. The Void Spirit and the Storm, if you were gunning for that, would have been better heroes.
So now they lack a carry / support on Entity. Beastcoast definitely needs an offlaner for them. So Darkseer ban. What else do you ban if you're Beastcoast?
I think if you're Beastcoast, you're banning carries here, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see Monkey King as that good of a carry here, right? Because CK can take him out. You are versus a Phoenix as well. Clockwork is also quite annoying to you, fighting you in the trees. I don't see the Monkey King carry. Plus, you do not have that fat frontliner who just stands his ground to bait for a Monkey King's Wukong's command. I would just put this monkey on a support role, to be honest.
Okay, and it looks like Beastcoast, they are going to take your advice here, ban out the Ursa. What else? Would you ban out the
Troll?
Are you going to ban out the Troll? Yeah. What then would be left? I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because I mean, it kind of does, but Watson, he plays so many heroes that you just have to ban out the scariest ones, it looks like.
What about Pudge for Watson's game? Because like you have a lot of healing on both the Lash and the CK, and it's all lots of instances of damage. I mean, I guess you kind of have to ban Troll, which kind of maybe forces could give them the chance of picking Pudge. You have chains, you have a lot of ways to set up for hooks.
I see a problem in that one is that they don't have any tower pressure whatsoever. And sure, Pudge is the type of hero that with one hook you can open up a tower push, even a high ground push. But I would call that risky, and I'm not sure if Entity are willing to take that kind of a risk.
So, are you favoring
like Radiance hero, Lifestealer Alk?
I'd be okay with that. I would like both of those heroes, actually. Maybe Alchemist a little bit more, just because I know Watson likes it more than the Lifestealer, but then on the other hand, Alchemist can be pressured in lane. Lifestealer, not so much.
Okay. Well, they've used a lot of reserve time here to ban on the Vengeful Spirit. So yeah, maybe looking for the potential offlane to come out for Beastcoast. I have a big feel about how I don't like the core Venge, but we'll skip that for now as it has been banned out. Entity. Yeah, we'll see what the final pick is going to be. They have themselves just over 20 seconds now for this final pick, and with it being Watson, like I say, it's about as predictable as, well, the British weather here in summer. Could be raining any second, and yeah, we'll see what it is actually going to be this final pick. They actually do go for that Alchemist. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What about... I know I'm forcing the Pudka here, but what about some Pudge? You have a save for the Static Storm, have a save for chains. You can hook the Monkey King out of Wukong's. You have a save with your shard. I don't hate. I don't hate the Elk.
This is a Slardar pick for Beastcoast. I think first of all, I don't think Vitaly plays a Pudge.
Okay.
And
Underlord.
They're gonna go Underlord.
See, I was gonna guess. Yeah, I was gonna guess that. I definitely wasn't gonna say Brewmaster or anything like that. Spirit Vessel build or anything like that. So. Underlord, what are the strengths coming through here, do you think, up against the Alchemist, Harry? What's the advantage that he's going to have in the lane?
It's not so much the lane, is that Entity have poke damage, and with a lot of auras and a lot of heals and self-sustaining that Beastcoast has, they might just be able to sustain through that poke constantly. And
I think it is the lane as well.
Okay
Underlord has a lot of base damage. Like, Elk gets out of the lane with like 52, 53. Underlord has 70. I think the right clicking is hard, especially if you have this clock with you. I think you just run at this disruptor and you kind of zone the Elk. Yeah.
You're actually right. Lanes of Beastcoast in this game, they look very scary. Not gonna lie. Really, when you look at it, I think they've got it, actually, that we're gonna go to game 3.
Okay. Well, there's confidence. Bao, are you saying the same thing quickly before we move on? Are you Beastcoast favored?
It's ride or die, baby. It's ride or die. I'm going with Best Coast.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out how it is going to go. We've got 2 casters waiting to take it away. So, Aries, Danog, take it away. See if we're going to go to a game 3 or if it's just going to be here and ending right now.
Thank you, Rob. Yep, time to find out if we will go to that deciding game 3 or not, or if one of these teams are going to be eliminated out of One Win Summer Tour. How are we feeling about the draft then, Og? Entity pulling out the Alchemist in the last phase, and then we get, of course, the Underlord as well. Is there a draft we are favoring between the two?
Everything that the panel is saying is right, assuming that it is an Alchemist position 1. But it is not. It is Kataomi playing the Alchemist.
I haven't even noticed,
Went
actually.
for the seed money facet, and I assume that he's going to be feeding a bottle over to good old mate No One, just to be able to get himself off to a really nice start, go for something a little bit more jank, and the Monkey King in the position 1 certainly does not have that weakness that they were talking about in terms of having a rough time getting a lot of these trades happening in the lanes, so I think that might be enough. Kataomi does play a little bit more of the unorthodox position 4s, but this one makes a lot of sense to me.
No bottle. No bottle isn't up there. We guys will see what his starting items are shortly. I was all on board with you with just buying the bottle for the mid laner. I thought that was actually a pretty cool idea, because I've been thinking, because I have the Alchemist carry games that I've been seeing sometimes. I'm like, what do you actually go with this facet? Because the other one's not that good, and we're not really seeing the other facets. So what do you actually go with the 250 gold to have that extra advantage in lane? I'm not really seeing it. And I was all on board with like this position for Alchemist, with just like screwing over his lane and going bottle for the mid lane. But no, he did not do that.
He did not. Very, very sad at that. And you know what? I'm not going to go away from what Kataomi thinks is right. You know, he is just so good on these unorthodox heroes. I feel like the lane is going to go okay for them, right? Like, you always need to be very careful when you're playing against a CK, but level 2, I do feel like there's a good amount of kill threat, actually, from Acid Spray, plus War Stomp, Hoof Stomp, excuse me, plus Double Edge, plus Concoction, yeah, and a couple of Blood Grenades. Even a CK can die.
Yeah, definitely could be a volatile lane, so let us see. I mean, the boots don't particularly help, though. Like, I feel like if you got boots, it feels like you're not trying to fight in this lane.
Yeah.
Is that the read you get?
I mean, I guess they're pulling, especially maybe they weren't decided about whether or not they're buying the bottle to be able to start off with. But then when Moose selected the Phoenix, they're like, well, now we're going to do it because we're going to be able to pull. What's a Phoenix going to be able to do to stop us? But then Beastcoast said, you know what, screw that. We're going to put El Misha, our position 4, on the clockwork down in the bottom lane to make sure that you're not able to get these pulls. So it's like 4D chess going on between these two teams.
Wait, hang on, I mean, even more 4D chess. We got lane swaps. When was the last time we actually saw this? Like, yeah, you spoke about the supports being in a different lane, but
True.
I cannot remember the last time that I saw the cores actually rotate away from their lanes.
True.
Dude, El Misha. No, is DM dead? Did he just... Oh my god. El Misha just sailed on DM. I kind of wish he got first blood. That would have been a crazy first blood. I think he hit maybe 3 cogs. At least 2. Maybe 3 all on the Firestorm.
You need the 3, the Windlace to be able to hit those 3 cogs. Otherwise you just don't have the speed.
You can't give him this clockwork next game. Oh my god. That was
good.
Picture perfect. Like, to the knock placement to him to go back on the other side. I was Elvisha. I'm not looking away from bottom.
There's your seed money right there. It's first blood that Elvisha is just able to pick up, gets himself his boots. So that's what I was kind of saying before, right? Without that Windlace, you only have time to hit maybe 2 of those cogs into the enemy. But now that he's got the Windlace and now that he's got the boots as well, you might be able to land 3 and maybe even 4 once you get up to that level 3 on the clockwork himself. Get 2 points into the cogs.
So, while we're probably going to continue to have action in the side lanes, I just want to mention no one is kind of botting mid 13-3 compared to the 7-0. Lumpy's still got a little bit more creeps, but as I say that, no one just gets the range deny. So it looks like, again, like no one, if he doesn't have a bad lane, he is having a pretty good time. And they took the water rune. Oh my god.
Nice little rotate from Kataomi. That's another one of the bonuses of having those boots to be able to start off with. But DM's going to need to be very careful here as, never mind, El Misha ends up diverting his path. Actually, you just want to just stand in here with the Alchemist? I kind of feel like you do. How many bounces is he going to get? Just the 1. How's top looking? This is honestly a very scary lane. Like, Disruptor's not the strongest laner, but against a Phoenix, kind of is. You know, and when you're looking to trade against a melee core, even if it's a CK, like, just get a bunch of those Jingu stacks up, right? And then if they try and run away, glimpse them back, deal even more damage. So I feel like this top lane is going to be going favorably for Entity.
I feel like a lot of it comes down to the Fire Spirit usages from Moose. Like, if you can land that onto Watson to just at least slow down how fast you get the Jingu, and there will be actually no contest for the Lotus as well. So DM at least does get the Lotus down bottom and somehow slips away from the cogs.
Watson actually missed a range creep there and ended up getting denied despite him using the Boundless. I don't even know, like, yes, the Fire Spirits are nice. Do they, like, at what point does Beastcoast actually want to bait them in, right? Are they waiting for their own level 3 to be able to have just that little bit of extra damage going forward towards Watson?
Like you said, probably level 3 is maybe something you're looking at here for Beastcoast. Potential to play aggressive moves. Might give the Jingu stacks over to Watson. Glimpse back. Oh, they just expired? And now that's actually going to be an opportunity to turn it back around. What was the timing on that expiring? A bit unlucky for Watson. A high roll of the damage as well. What? What was that roll?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was a really nice use of the Boundless as well, though, by Watson, right? Making sure that he got the Phoenix before he was able to complete the Icarus dive to maybe get a couple of extra right clicks in. But, yep, that's just what happens with CK, right? Randomly, you just get a little bit of that extra luck. And I think they need to nerf the innate a little bit. The Reigns of Chaos is too much, and so is El Misho for this bottom lane. It's just so much to deal with this pesky Clockwork.
So is this... Because if I remember correctly, I know some people were speaking about the Clockwork maxing cogs at the start of at least the patch. Is it different now, or was that never the case?
It really depends, right? Like, if you're super dependent on that to be able to get last hits on your mana, I think you do max that one out. But I feel like he thinks he's got enough movement speed to be able to just chase around this Alchemist. So, yeah, Battery Assault is going to be a little bit more impactful.
Issue being a little bit frustrating is going to be able to block the camp and steal the Watcher, stopping some of the value that Kataomi is providing them. And so they're going to try and hunt down Lumpy. Lumpy is set up though, not level 6, which is a bit of an issue for the Lesh, but if you land your spells, probably not going to be too much of a concern. No one is starting to move over, but
he doesn't have mana.
Yeah, exactly right, actually. He's out of mana, and they're going to TP in the Phoenix in case if the further fight breaks out. And that will be the case. Lumpy's falling low. Stun's going to connect. Do they have the damage? So Glimpse back. Fishman, are they going to get him? Lumpy turn one. I thought he greeted it for the Lightning Storm, but he doesn't even go down. Now Moo's attempting with the body blocks, but they're going to see Kataomi TPing back in. Nice use of the cogs, however.
It just ends up scurrying away. Why not? Yeah, it was so close. It was actually the Fiery Spirits that ended up slowing him down just enough to be able to not get that last right click in. So very nicely done by Moose.
El Misho? Yeah, this time Kataomi is going to get locked inside the cogs and no one coming over. Look at the slight kill, so they might even look for more. Lumpy still in at level 5. A big opportunity for them. The level advantage from no one, showcasing his strength on this Ember Spirit. Looks like they're a little bit cautious about how far they dive, and while Kataomi, he didn't read the memo. And now Lumpy's got 6, which may be a concern of the depth. Oh, does he go back? Oh, he's gone back. So no remnants, but it ain't gonna matter in the end. He's got a haste rune. Now we'll pop out of the truth. Lumpy's like, come on, really? A haste, bro? Anything else? Sure. Maybe I could have dealt with some other runes, but you got a haste rune, and now Moosey's like, too. He's like, are we serious, brother? We're just getting died by a haste, but
is he gonna get okay. Wisdom?
Dude, there's some other stuff going on the map. What's going on?
I think he's going to go yoink away this Wisdom Rune, dude. That is a very, very important thing to do going up against a Phoenix. You saw the retreat that had to happen by Moose. It actually doesn't make much sense for him to TP out there. It would have just been giving up his life for free. And, yeah, kind of crazy that they were able to get that one working. So who else ended up dying there? Watson ended up dying as a result of, you guessed it, El Misho and his Clockwork.
It's quite the hero. Very fun to watch. Especially when you obviously seems like he's played, I was only gold tier, but I feel like he's played a little bit more than that. Seems very comfortable. Top lane, Watson?
Oh, broke him down.
Lord,
super
no
cool.
way. No way, Vital. Alright. I gotta bring it up again, man. I gotta say, Vitali, Game 3 against Boom, TI Decider, the best Underlord performance I have seen. And this guy he does stuff like that so regularly on a hero that doesn't make plays.
Yeah, it's pretty clutch to be able to do that sort of thing against the bane of so many teams' existence in these TI qualifiers, not TI qualifiers, in this group stage of the one-win tournament. To be able to take out a Monkey King, and just to be able to do that with an ultimate that no one somehow wasn't able to actually get the kill onto Moose. Looks like he's going to go for the dive underneath the tier 2 to be able to do it, and he's on a killing spree.
Does look like El Misho is actually able to TP up. Meanwhile, top lane Pyke is alone, and Watson's going to hold his stun because some other heroes are starting to run over. Let's see if Pyke's going to be able to juke through the... It's a little bit difficult. I mean, a Monkey King can always play on top. Yeah, you cut down the tree. It's cute. Pyke, what are you going to be able to do, though? You're stuck. I mean, you're in Entity's territory, or are you? Vitali pops out. All of a sudden, you got an Underlord with 4 points Firestorm. And now Pyke is able to get over to Roche. You need more heroes. It's starting to come through the threat of El Misho. Kataomi is going to be able to charge up the concoction as well. Let's see if we'll find an angle. El Misho presents an opportunity to get rid of it, but now Pike,
way too close.
He steps back in, and yeah, Fishman might get away. Is he going to take the last firestorm? He doesn't. Has a stick charge. Some crazy stuff is going on top, but no one died.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I thought he was going a little bit too deep there, and you just see the difference with Monkey King not actually being that 90%, right? He's not able to be this just jumping beast.
Again, dude. This Ember Spirit really making the plays. They're going to try and bring the Underlord through with the Rift. Is there anyone else that's going to pop out?
No, I don't think you can afford to do it. Well, I'm kind of wondering, does Entity decide to go into this? Because it's right next to the Tier 1 tower where DM is playing, but seems like they've got their eyes on El Misho instead.
No one is cooking this game. I mean, this is probably top 3 of no one's best heroes.
Oh, yeah.
You're back in, of course, the days on Virtus Pro, and to see him in a game where there's really not a lot he has to be concerned about. The fact he's got a really good start, he could just take over this game.
Really great way to be able to reduce a ton of the damage coming out as well, right? He's going an early Mage Slayer, realizing that, you know what, I've got a Monkey King to play around. I've got a Centaur that's basically been left solo on the bottom side of the map, and he's already got Blade Mail coming out? He does.
This just highlights what does no one really have to... He's actually going to get... Is he in
Stampede
with the Remnant? Stampede as well. Pike might need to fight to try and hope for some crits, but the lifesteal is not enough, and now with the Root, no one out of Remnant, but they're out of damage. No one slips out. Vitali can't do anything. El Misho's still only level 4 as well, and Lumpy's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, because he got crushed so hard in that lane by no one, it just means that he needs to spend this little bit of extra time farming, right? You don't want to join into these team fights until at least I would assume you've got the Voodoo Mask to be able to play around with, a little bit of that lifesteal coming through, but he's actually put himself on basically 0 mana when you've got a very, very big creep wave hitting in under your tier 1 tower, and they're going to get a kill on top of it.
I'm so impressed with no one. They are playing incredibly well around this Ember Spirit. Like, this is starting to look very similar to what we saw with the Quinn game. I mean, that game was much closer, but yeah, this one is just early game no one. 5-1-3, really doing a lot of work for them. And meanwhile as well, DM, we haven't spoken about this guy for a while. He's been alone by himself for quite a while. Second in net worth, Blade Mail, T1 tower claim for free, so you're going to have a really farm Centaur as well.
This is another one of the winners of that lane swap as well from Entity's side, right? Like, Underlord against you, really don't care all that much, right?
Okay, they should be able to take the fight here. I mean, much closer towards their side of the map. Nice use of the glimpse. It shouldn't matter in the end, though. El Misho, is he actually going to be able to catch up? A Static Storm to cover the escape. Kataomi will be able to get the stun up, but it's probably not going to matter in the end. There is a double damage rune if no one's able to get it. Maybe they can actually turn him. They have no damage. Lumpy actually can't even run into the middle. No one's got the chains, but Stampede a little bit too bad. Look at the damage, dude. The double impact with the slight glimpses there as well. Vitali, well, he's going to have the Monkey King straight on top of the head. As Entity, they are just rolling in this second game.
Yeah, and they're not sacrificing anything to be able to make it happen, right? You see the entire time, DM just sitting on his merry way on the bottom side, continues to farm, takes up a bunch of neutrals. They've got the creep wave pushing in. It's a lot of XP and gold being lost by Beastcoast underneath towers while this aggression is happening. And you haven't even had to worry about a Blink Dagger yet, right? Now you've got the amp damage to have to worry about. You've got the Mage Slayer. So how are you supposed to even fight into this?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. How are you going to fight into this one? This is 6,000 lead from Entity. It's really, I mean, I'm so surprised how much it is. 7-12. What is happening? I mean, sure, the Alchemist is maybe inflating that a little bit, but it's not a lot.
Couple tier 1 towers, they got a 1 tower advantage, and a lot of the farm that Beastcoast is getting is jungle. A lot of the farm that Entity is getting is A, heroes, and B, lane creeps. I think that's the big difference. Lane creeps just give so much more, especially since the addition of the flag bearers. And he hasn't even really reached close to his final form on no one. He has just been, like, obviously really strong around his abilities, but doesn't have huge damage yet at this point. He's going into that Maelstrom, so having that going up against, you know, a Leshrac, not needing to commit your body into the center of these team fights, but more importantly, the Chaos Knight, right? Once he's really starting to get impactful into a lot of these engagements, once he's like level 12, you're really going to start to see some big Maelstrom procs go up. Is he going to steal another rune?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ah, no one.
They haven't got a single Wisdom Rune this game on
Oh, Misha's
Beastcoast.
5.
Yeah.
He should get 6 now. He
He
should also
should
probably
die.
die, apparently. Okay.
And no one just says thank you very much.
Middle tower is under attack.
This is wow. What a performance. They are on a roll right now. But what do you even do? Vitali has Greaves queued up. Do you need to pit stop for an Aethos? Can you? I know pipe your pipe and Greaves and the always are really important. As top lane Lumpy shows for a second from mid to top they go. The mobility from Entity, they're just too quick on the map.
Way too quick, and I think this was the big weakness coming out of their draft, right? Like the lane swap, sure, it was trying to solve a few things, but this Monkey King is able to be in so many places at once.
Misha, nice hook. It's going to be able to stop the Wukong's command. Now with the egg drop directly on the head of Watson, this will be a big kill for them to find.
And the true carry gets the bounty going his way. Elmisha is actually the one going the Atox instead of the Underlord, so clearly something that they're concerned about.
Speaking of the Underlord, Vitali tries to protect himself with the mechanism, but they are coming over. Maybe the Sunray. It's only level 2 though, so the bonus health to keep him up, it's not going to be enough. Pike should be able to get some revenge, but where is your response to no one? I mean, this Ember Spirit once again can do anything inside the team fights.
Must be Europe lag, not Brazil lag, coming through from the teams, but yeah, even there, DM going a little bit too deep, right? Just his first death of the game, but being dragged underneath the tier 2 tower, and yeah, just on your point, it feels like that's kind of what they need. They need the towers to be able to help them out a little bit, because they are quite lacking in damage right now. You know, Elmisho is being incredibly annoying to have to play around, but annoying can only get you so far. You actually need kill threat, and at this point of the game, Phoenix not really providing it that much. Clockwork, you saw he just reached level 6 at like 14 minutes, 14 and a half, and Pike, he's not quite ready. He still needs, what, a good 800 or so gold to even have an Orchid to try and deal with no one.
Wait. I don't know, it just kind of clicked like no one's net worth.
Yeah.
Is this one of the most farmed heroes ever at this stage, besides an Alchemist? Because I was looking, I'm at like 10, 1, and 6, and then I saw the number under him, and I'm like, wait, 110 last hits. And then I looked at everyone else. How has he got this many last hits while getting kills? Usually it's like one or the other. Like, usually you don't have both. I don't know how he's farming and getting these kills.
I mean, some of them are cogs. He's just constantly picking those off. And Katomi's done a pretty good job stacking as well. I imagine that that net worth is only going to balloon out larger, because unless he's given over that Ags to the Disruptor, I imagine it's no one that's going to get it. That's what Katomi's farming up for himself next.
Some good Ags this game as well. I mean, the Monkey is another one that we didn't mention. Definitely the workhorse is probably the best option for them. So
not for this draft, I don't think.
Nah, come on, man. You just put the Monkey in the workhorse, and then you just run him down.
If they had a Leshrac and they could just drag the Leshrac around in fights, I'd be on board, but not this one, unfortunately. I mean, it feels pretty great for Disruptor, right? You go Bloodstone on this Leshrac and then can't even pop it? That's just so devastating.
Alright, well, we got Orchid though, so this is the big thing. Pike has been able to still find a decent amount of farm across the map, all things considering, with really the pressure that Entity been putting on. So this and Bloodstone coming out surely is going to be the ultimate thing for them.
And level 12 on Lumpy. He needs it. Like, he's like a couple of creeps short. Moose actually ended up soaking up a bit of that lane experience, but should be able to claim it just now. I'm just keeping an eye on that Observer Ward in the mid lane as well, just to see if they're going to smoke right underneath it, because they've got a sentry in the right area, but it's not exactly covering it, so this could be a disaster if Entity are able to set up in a prime spot.
Here's the Orchid reveal. They're going to have the damage inside with the Phantasm popped. It will be enough. That is a gigantic kill. Pike instantly rewarded. He's already one component towards the BKB.
Just getting a little bit too cocky there. Was old mate no one. Going for the Yules. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, yes, it's going to provide you a little bit of safety for yourself, particularly if you're inside of the route, but kind of feel like a BKB game, going up against all of this, the blind coming through, going up against the potential cogs, going up against the Shrek in particular. Nice little sidestep there.
I think he missed. I think you're giving... did he sidestep? I thought he missed.
He sidestepped.
Oh, Kataomi will be able to get the kill onto the clockwork. They're going to try and TP and DM as well, so... Once you fell me, sure, what happens?
Fishman didn't even right-click him
no
once, I
one?
don't think.
Playing with the Leshrac, and now with the Static Storm in as well. They're going to try and protect him with the gate. Maybe they've got some of the auras to keep him alive, but is it going to be enough in the end? Sunray moves along with the Greaves. Lumpy, is he going to tick out? DM tries to jump over the top. They got the Stampede. It's still on cooldown. Now with the egg, they're going to try and turn to that, but the Boundless Strike connects even from Watson. It is a ambitious TP. You are not escaping that, and apparently Vitali's not making it out as well as they tried to commit heavily to keep their Lesh alive, but that's going to cost them in the end.
They did a really good job at it as well, but something that I didn't even realize, like, they're using Kataomi as an egg breaker as well. Like, he was the one that turned onto Moose there with the Phoenix, and yeah, it was enough to be able to stop a lot of that blind coming through as well, so that they did actually have the damage to continue following through. Oh, another power rune, and it's amplified damage on the top side of the river. No one is just continuing to ball out of control. Some extra Flame Guard DPS coming through as well. It'll be very nice up against the Leshrac, and I have to imagine that's why he's feeling he doesn't need this BKB, just because the Flame Guard's going to be doing so much work.
So important that no one was able to get those 2 kills though in that previous engagement, because this Your Scepter is practically complete. I mean, 500 gold, but it is still pretty close to it. So yeah, that opportunity you had with the Orchid is now really not going to be there. Top lane Lumpy, they're setting up again. I mean, just the constant spam with the poke from afar. The chains, the glype near the Lesh can never reposition, and always been a big issue for this hero is just a long range catch, and we're seeing that continue to be the case. Now mid lane DM giving them another opportunity, opening up onto Vitali. Fishman's gonna have the glimpse, drag back into the Static Storm, and again, like we saw earlier in the game, they are just everywhere across the map. From top to mid they go. There is nowhere safe for Beastcoast.
You saw there. It was like they're kind of playing with them at this point. That was a battle with Cores trying to snipe last hits on the team fight, and yet no one. Just with a simple sleight of fist, it's a little bit faster than the Boundless Strike. Able to outlast hit Watson, giving him the tip for his troubles. So now he's got plenty of items for himself. He's queued up the Aghanim Scepter right around the time that Kataomi has got his coming out on the courier, I believe, unless he's already fed it through to someone. Yeah, I think he's given it over to Monkey already. Alright, cool.
Fishman's like, brother, come on. My Static Storm, though.
I mean, he could just rush Blink Dagger, which feel pretty nice. Could have had it at this stage with that Glimmer Cape, but maybe, I mean, understandably, to be honest, they're feeling like Lumpy isn't really the main threat. They've got enough damage where they don't need to care about the Bloodstone that much. You have to remember that it's only if you're actually doing damage that the Bloodstone is going to be healing you, and look at all the heroes that they've got, right? Alchemist is always staying well away. Ember Spirit is basically just chipping at him with the Sleight of Fist. Monkey King might look to commit, but by the point that he's in, he's actually dishing out a ton of damage and has the Orb of Corrosion as well to be able to just reduce that healing even further.
What do we think Amisha's up to?
Cutting waves? Sniping couriers?
Doing
ancients?
I see mid lane Lumpy. A jump on the glimpse. You're going to send him away from Vitali, so he has to go the long way around. It's going to be there in time for the mechanism, but still no pipe. That big aura item to potentially mitigate some of the damage will not be available. Meanwhile, El Misho farming ancients was sniped as well.
Oh, he must have walked underneath the Watcher just for a split second, and that's all that a Monkey King needs to just quickly punish. And I mean, it just goes to show that how confident they are, feeling like, well, no, that's actually not a real CK illusion. Just wanting to bring it on back, and DM still got to pop the Blade Mail just to kill it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
They are showcasing that at least the game earlier today. And we're not looking to repeat it. The first game of this series was much closer. Of course, 43 minutes. We saw Beastcoast really contenders for a lot of that game, but this one is completely different. I mean, probably the first 10 minutes, maybe just a little bit less. Honestly, I think Beastcoast were doing very well, but that turned at a very quick rate, and now this one is almost insurmountable. I mean, this is a 17,000 net worth lead at 24 minutes in.
I mean, no one is on his own in front of its tier 3 tower just farming out lanes. I mean, he feels confident enough to do it, right? He's basically 5 levels ahead of the Leshrac at this point. One little interaction that I didn't actually realize up until this point, which actually provides Ember Spirit with a lot of farming potential, is the fact that with the change to Flame Guard, just having passive damage, it's always on. Once you get that level 15 talent for the plus 100% DPS to it, it actually just deals a constant 60% damage around you. So you basically get a Radiance for free.
Okay.
Kind of nuts. And he's got Whisper of the Dead as well, so it's actually doing 65 damage, so it is a Radiance. And he's got Axe. So screw you, Kataomi, don't need you.
With the smoke gonna sweep towards Radiance Triangle. Is because where did they want to go with the smoke? They're a little bit split. Fishman and Kataomi on the back. These supports holding the rear guard, but not the position you want them to be in. Entity will be able to respond, but they're going to be down at the shop. Is this the opportunity? Lumpy, looking to charge for DM, lands the first stun. Pyke is a bit hesitant though. We see this Chaos Knight not really being able to find an angle in. Maybe that's the opportunity. El Misha with the hook shot, but it's not going to matter because they are all stuck inside the Wukongs. Watson's damage output. Down goes Lumpy. And now with the glimpse back in, Fishman off the back of the buyback. They're going to be able to keep them inside the golden ring. And they'll even catch another as well. What a value buyback out of Fishman's Disruptor. And they're not even done. Watson gets the +1 with the boundless strike, clipping onto El Misha. Maybe they can drag him up to the low ground. He's kind of stuck in there. That's a bit awkward. Do they know?
They see. He traveled
now
over
they
it.
get the opportunity. Oh my god, he's got the BKB, but...
Not how you wanted to pop it.
That's a yikes.
Yeah. It's a little unfortunate. Obviously, the cogs, it's a bit bigger now, so you end up making those sorts of plays. But like you mentioned, what a buyback coming through from Fishman, right? They know how strong they are. They know that they've got... They had to commit so much just to try and kill DM on his own, and that was all the while Watson was just raining down damage. Dealt nearly 7,000 in that team fight, but this is how you punish the CK, right? You force these bad lanes, and they've been able to just go from strength to strength.
Put on to 2. Kataomi might be in a little bit of danger. They're going to be able to get the more valuable kills, so it's the question. No one... I mean, the damage output from Pyke, just the cogs into the stun, and... That's another big streak that goes to Pyke. He got the previous one, which was 1,000 gold. This one's 840. Of course, it's at the cost of full set of barracks and multiple fights that have gone Entity's way, but it is still something for Beastcoast.
That was all El Misha, dude. He gets the hook shot in, he uses the Atos onto the Ember Spirit, he gets the perfect cogs that actually gets the pushback onto him as well, into the Chaos Bolt to be able to kill him. So that was, what, a 7 times kill streak? Yeah, wicked sick that Pyke was able to claim. So 2 times now, he's basically gotten 2,000 gold from no one, saying thank you very much, and keeping himself... let's say within arm's reach, because we've still got a very, very farmed Ember Spirit without being given an Aghanim Scepter.
Can they do this? They are coming. It's much faster than I thought, but they're probably still going to be a fight 4v5. Does it favor them 4v5 though? You've got Egg in a pretty good spot.
Monkey coming from the back line.
Can DM actually do this? So the cogs blocks off the angle to escape. That's a great Wukong's commando inside the pit. You are stuck here. And the Supernova is just too far away. They're going to take the fight on the other side, so this egg will give them no value at all. And damn, he didn't even die on the initial goal, and now you've got the Ember Spirit back alive. Moose is stuck here. Ambitious attempt to try and go for the steal. He almost gets it. Super close, but just not enough for that little play. And in the end, Entity 4v5, they still take the fight, and they've got the Aegis now as well.
It's the sort of play that you had to make, right? You finally killed off the Ember Spirit, the real issue that you've had this entire time, but the Wukong's was perfect, right? Finding the backside. It was actually a little bit of luck there from Pyke. He ended up using the Phantasm right as the Boundless Strike came out, so neither him nor his illusions were affected at all by it. Pyke needs to be a little bit careful. He might get glimpsed back here by Fishman. Maybe just feeling like there's not the cause to actually cause him too much distress.
They're going to annoy him. They're coming. Okay, Kinetic Field holds him in. There's no one. There's Watson as well, popping out of nowhere. What could make it a little bit frustrating for Watson, but it shouldn't matter in the end. We're going to see no one snipes. El Misho now also moves over to deal with some other heroes inside the bases. Vitali tried to step out to protect his carry, but he wasn't able to get there in time. Now puts himself on a silver platter as Entity. Probably just going to turn for the tier 4s by the looks of it.
Sure. I mean, Phoenix has nothing at this stage. A couple of Fire Spirits, not even wanting to go for other towers, other racks rather. May as well just go straight for the throne. This is the only refresh that they're going to get as he's diving the fountain. Why not? No one. He has had a game to remember. 18, 3, and 10. Involved in so many of the kills to enable Entity to get this. At this point, it is an insurmountable lead.
One more fight to be had. Still 10 seconds without the Chaos Knight. Unfortunately, Glyph, of course, on cooldown as well.
The statues are just doing the work.
And that'll give them all the space they need. Lesh just going to try and zone them away, but he's on the other side. Wukong's will expire surely. It's a big bounce strike. Lesh is still alive. Watson's falling low. Of course, he's got the Aegis, and he's got the BKB for the second life.
Well, what's the time?
So let's see what no one's going to be able to do. Pyke is trying to assassinate the backline. Pyke's going to be able to deal with the Centaur. Now can turn to Fishman, but he's got the detection. So down goes to the Disruptor. And Watson's still stuck inside the base. So he's got the BKB. Will try and escape with the tree dance. Still on cooldown. Can they get any damage out? Last second. Jump away. Watson is okay. El Misho, though.
A little low on mana. Oh, still gets away. Did they have Orchid up? No, they didn't. Used it to try and get onto the Monkey King. But yeah, holding the BKB for that long with the second life. Only really popping the Wukongs to be able to try and close this one out. And it's still... I mean, it's a couple of heroes that you lose, but you just have to lose so much more, right? And no tier 4 towers remaining. Buyback being expended by El Misho. And they're still trying to take a tier 1 tower on Beastcoast. They should get it at least. Tier 1 mid.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Winnable.
Let's go. Nice.
Maybe no one. He's only got one remnant. And there's the Orchid.
Silence. They shoot up the pit as well as soon as he drops down. And they're waving at him. The audacity. You're down 26,000 gold. Wow.
That's 20. Yeah, well, it was 28. Now 26,000 gold, right? Winnable. I keep telling you, man. And it does feel like this sort of territory for Moose, right? He's going into the Scythe of Vice next, a gem, another possible option. What's some of the neutral items that they've actually got? Because I like Phoenix's. Anytime you're going up against an Ember Spirit, you got to get that Gossamer Cape whenever you can. Does El Misho, do they even have a fifth? No, he just hasn't used it. He's holding on to the trusty shovel for quite some time.
Oh,
Nah, I love it, but I love a Gossamer Cape even more.
See what they can get out of the smoke. There's a big advantage. They want to try and take a fight. They're going to run into Wartsman and Fishman, though.
He's got better Ags as well.
Have they got the control to... Nah, they don't. Just a... Oh, that's a long-range hook shot. BKB still with the potential with a turnaround with the Wukong's command. That's a huge stun. Oh my god, DM.
That's an Ag
and that is an Aghanim Scepter Static Storm as well. You are knocked out. What a fight from Entity, and the response was perfect, MJ. Katomi, he deserves the tips. Brother, you have farmed incredibly well this game. That is all you did for them. Just give them the Scepters. 2 Scepters. Get that ultimates up, buff them up, and Entity, what a fight for them.
Even able to land a multi-man concoction as well in the middle of that one, right? Just putting it beyond any shadow of a doubt. Fishman hasn't opted to... Well, actually did have the Blink Dagger prior to that fight, but didn't end up needing it just with all the AoE damage that they had to be able to just walk on in El Misho. I mean, all he can really do is sit and watch in the cover of the tree line. As, I mean, one buyback's going to at least cause them to back up a little bit, but run away!
A buyback.
Hook shot the creep wave.
Oh no.
This is bullying.
Oh, look at Fishman. Dude, they're all waving.
That's not fair.
I don't know if they were too much of a fan of them wanting to high five no one before.
Just give it back to him, you know. What it does do though, with all that high five, is it means all the cores are alive. So They might be holding on by their fingertips, but they are still holding on. Until Fishman jumps in like that.
Onto Pike, they've got the Sunray on the other side. There should be enough to actually keep him alive, or will it? The damage with no one in? No, it's not. It's just not. They're too far ahead. No buybacks. G's a drop. And they will be knocked out. Entity, live to see another day. We got some smiley faces as well. So Entity, very happy with their performance.
As they should be. You know, this is... I don't want to say it was personal, right? They just got absolutely stomped by Beastcoast in their best of one. But that's the difference between the best of one and the best of three, right? It just goes to show how a team that obviously is at the pinnacle of Western European Dota is able to use a lot of their learnings against a lesser experienced team, right? Because that game one, it could have gone either way, but it just felt like they took the more correct team fights on Entity. They didn't look to overextend themselves a little bit too much. This one, it just felt like a draft victory. You know, they just set themselves up for success in multiple different lanes, but at the end of the day, it was the no one show.
Yeah. Yes, it was indeed. So incredible performance from no one, and for Beastcoast, unfortunate for them, they're going to be knocked out of the tournament just like that, where you have a great start, and unfortunately you only verse entities as well. Like you don't get lucky enough to verse some other teams. I mean, these players, even though Nigma are struggling, that would be, I'm sure for them, would have loved the opportunity to play versus Nigma, loved the opportunity to play versus Spirit, but of course they will be playing at Riyadh and TI, so they're going to have the opportunity to play against some other regions and some other incredible teams. But yeah, for Beastcoast, we are not going to see them in the playoffs. So it does mean, though, that we've got Spirit and Entity representing Group B. But with that being said, incredible victory for them, incredible performance from no one. We've got the panel to break this game down.
Congratulations to Entity. Commiserations coming out for Beastcoast. Yeah, Bowie, you've got to pull a face a little bit sadder than that, as it looks like Beastcoast, they will be knocked out. We're going to have our top four coming through as well to come through to the playoffs. But Hurry, Entity, it feels like they took advice. They sorted out that lane stage here in that second game, and they really made it count here and, get themselves through to the playoffs.
When I saw the lanes go as bad as they did for Beastcoast, I was like, okay, this game is now over, because you drafted to win the lanes, and Entity found a way around it. But for me, the biggest way around it wasn't that Monkey King being put into the carry position. It was no one completely trashing the mid lane, and I don't know when I'm gonna stop being surprised by the 736 patch just giving us some of these heroes completely dumpstering matchups that it shouldn't be that bad.
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, it is Ember, like Leshrac does really well against most melees. Ember has ways around it. I think specifically when you're playing with way less ping, I think it's really hard to land the split earths, right? It's very easy for it to dodge split earth on Ember. But even despite all of that, I feel like this was the no one show. He played really well. He's been very consistent ever since Entity, started looking good. I think he's a big part of why this team is looking. We love to talk about Watson, but I feel like no one is pretty much back to form. And when you look at players as old as him, I feel like pretty much no other player was able to, after their peak, look as good as he's looking right now. So it's really fun. I'm a big no one fan, and seeing him back, I think, gives maybe hope for the other old timers that it's not only the Zoomer era, the new faces era.
You know what, Bowie? Okay. The exceptions only fortify the rule, right? So I think that it's just even worse for the old timers, him being that good.
Yeah, and
maybe it is.
Maybe you forget a little bit personally that first game as well. That you're the best of one. That he kind of got. Well, he did dive a tier 2 tower in about the first 3 minutes, but no one here, like you say, in this best of 3, 2-game series, effectively, he was just absolutely switched on. He was looking for revenge after that best of 1 in the first game this morning.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight the Disruptor this game. To me, this hero was absolutely crucial for Entity to look this good. Like, everyone has a mobility spell, but they don't have a way out of Glimpse, right? Heroes like Void Spirit, heroes like Ember, they can somehow deal with it. Underlord goes with Portal, is Glimpse back. Phoenix initiates, Glimpse back. Hookshot, same thing. And that was such a problem for Beastcoast. It feels like they're always playing a little bit separate, trying to connect with these engagements they go for. But the glimpse was always really detrimental to a lot of this fight. So I really like that they ended up drafting this hero. Not at all a popular one, but no, draft-wise, Entity is looking on point.
I agree. Also, the thing is that Beastcoast's draft really didn't have anything to get into the backlines, and it really allowed Fishman to have an easy game, actually. But so that's why they needed those lanes to work out. And the second they didn't, I think a player that is as good as Fishman is on the Disruptor is always going to punish it heavily.
Yeah, and the cherry on top is just the support Elk with the eggs, right? So if the game wasn't already impossible for Beast Coast, out of nowhere, he gets a 25-minute eggs or something, and like, how do you even think of dealing with this? It was an overall stomp. I mean, yeah, it was a stomp for Entity. I feel like they
I think so.
really play their lanes well. Even matchups that shouldn't be that good, and they control the game. I think Beast Coast had some good moves, but they were way too far behind. It's just a hard comeback draft for them.
Yeah, and they are going to take this one into Beast Coast. Maybe just a bridge too far for them here in the one-win summer series. But we are going to be seeing them going forward, in the future. Like you say, they've qualified to multiple events coming forward. I'm looking forward to seeing how this team grows as well, because the cause, I know Ares and Denag mentioned it this morning as well, that the cause, you're very young, I think 18 and 21, Pike as well as Lumpy, so there is a bright future ahead of them there as well, and they've got the teammates, they've got the org to back it up. So even if they didn't get ahead today, I'm sure we're going to be seeing them in many more events. And yeah, and touching on it a little bit, because they did, I mean, they took the 1-0 off in the best of one, and then the first game as well, they did win those lanes. Like you say, Hurry, maybe just a little bit more experience needed to know when they can really push it to the very end of the game, right?
Yeah, it's, Entity are a team that has very individually skilled players, and they should be able to do well in lanes versus every team, right? So when they got outplayed in lanes in the first game of the day, it was kind of surprising, but you can see that it was just a fluke. Maybe they didn't wake up properly.
Yeah, and we are going to be able to take an interview as well with Fishman, I do believe, to just hear his thoughts on not only the best of three, but that first game as well. So as we get into it, Fishman, welcome in and congratulations to getting through into the playoffs.
Hello guys, thank you.
So, looking at the, just to touch on quickly, the best of one this morning, was it just a case of you weren't up to speed with Beast Coast? Were you just a little bit unaware of what they were drafting? Was there a couple of issues there? Or was it just a case of, Beast Coast being a little bit better in that best of one?
No one didn't want to play Storm, that's why we banned Storm, we picked Primal Beast. Enemy Monkey King made diff mid, and we lost. Unluck.
That's right. Also, I have another question regarding that. A lot of teams don't GG out that early, but you do it. Is it just that you thought at that point that game was impossible, or are you more inclined to GG out early if things are going badly?
Trust me, Team Entity will never give up before it's 0% to win.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. And yeah, you won where it counts here. You've won the best of three, so you get yourself into the playoffs. Just to quickly touch on the Nigma pick that came out in that first game, was it always going to be your hero coming through into that one, or did it get shifted around when the Beast Coast lineup came through?
It was flex. Enemy pick Gyro, and we decided to put it in support because we thought it's Gyro carry. But in the end, we thought it's Monkey or Gyro carry, and yeah, I mean, I like their idea, to be honest. This is Gyro 4 did work out very well on lane stage versus Enigma. Enigma position 5 very strong on lane. Yeah, but I could not.
Okay, so since we're talking about position 5s, I have a question with Poshka. I'm not sure if you've been keeping Fishman, if you've been keeping tabs with Miposhka on Dota Pro Tracker. Have you seen his Morphling position 5 that he's been trying recently?
Yes, he's zero wins, 7 games. Yes, my Morphling is very bad. I will not use it.
So you don't think it's good? You're not gonna try it?
No, I'm too low skilled. Honestly, it's Invoker or Morphling. It's not for me. No.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Also, you don't have to reveal it, but is there any hidden position 5s maybe that we might see from you in this tournament or future tournaments as well?
Undying?
Okay.
I- I'm look-
I'm
I'm
really looking
looking-
forward to that.
Yeah, I'm looking to play Undying once. Yes.
Yeah.
Hero is good, but I don't know. Not a lot of situations, so
Okay.
I want to pick Undying.
Okay, and just looking through at the second game, it was a lot more in control. You seem to be comfortable in the lane stage as well as the game itself. Was there any worries when you saw, because you got that Monkey King locked in? Was there any worries when you saw like the CK coming out, that Lash on the other side there as well, the unlock? Because they are strong heroes, or were you just full steam ahead? Really comfortable with your draft?
Which game? It was game
Game
1 or
2. Yeah,
Well, I mean, I honestly never was worrying. I thought we will win the game anyway. We just need to farm. This team will just give 5 numbers all the time, and so I wasn't not worried. Yes, I thought we will win anyway.
Okay, well, congratulations once again. We're going to say goodbye now, and we'll be seeing you going forward in the One Win Summer Series. And
Thank you,
hopefully we'll
thank
be able
you.
to get
See you
another
tomorrow,
interview
guys.
with you.
Have a nice evening.
Bye-bye. So, yeah, it looks like, they seem to be, from what Fisherman said, they're really comfortable coming into that second game. No doubts after that best of one as well. It looks like they shook it off, got themselves into a good position. So we are going to be seeing them going through into the playoffs with Team Spirit as well as One Win and Gaming Gladiators here as well. And looking at these 4 teams that are left, Terry, is there anyone that you're looking at? Again, is it your favorite changed? As we are going to be able to take a look at the bracket as well, just to see how these break down through Group B.
Okay, so those scores probably need to. Oh, this is the Group B. I thought we were gonna be seeing the bracket for tomorrow. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you asked me about who am I gonna be looking to win. I still think out of all of the teams that we have seen, that Gaming Gladiators have looked the most convincing. But you never know, because both them and Team Spirit have only played best of ones thus far. So I really want to see them in a best of 3.
Yeah, I agree. I think GG looks like the most impressive one. Entity probably is a close second. I can see One Win taking games out of them. I think series remains to be seen. They do have the benefit of being the first ones to play and just watch Group B unfold. So I think they probably have a good shot. To me, those are the 3 teams that I would probably hide the highest of all the other ones.
Okay, well, we'll see how everyone's done on those predictions as well, to see just how my analysts have predicted these game wins. And it doesn't count for me. I'm only the host. It doesn't really matter. But, okay, rocking the 7 points. I'm not last. I'm okay with that. Bowie, explain yourself.
I mean, I think I have the
Don't
same
do it
as
like
DK
that.
Truman, which is totally respectable. Okay.
That's your response. I have the same as DK Truman. Okay, DK.
Yes,
I love you, dude, but I'm not sure what Bowie meant
Rob
to say with
literally
this.
has one more than I do, and he's acting all high and mighty as if this is like some.
I'm not the analyst.
Exactly. You're just throwing guesses out there, and you just got lucky, right?
You know
Wait
what,
for the
Bowie?
third and
You
fourth
can,
day.
Bowie, you can say 1 point more than you, but it's like 15% more than you, basically. So that's not a small number, right? Imagine if it was 100 games being predicted.
6 to
That would
7
be
is 50%.
15, a little bit less than that, obviously, but around.
All right.
Yeah,
God damn, you guys are unbearable. Hopefully, thankfully, this is the last game of the day. I'm not gonna have to deal with both of you clowns, but the next series, I'm gonna be a bit more serious. All right, I'm not gonna be going with my heart. I'm gonna go with my gut, and at the end of it all, we can discuss who.
Isn't that the same?
Right? It's not over.
Isn't that kind of the same? I mean, Rob, you're from Britain, but going with your gut and going with your heart is kind of the same, right? In the end,
you can
your gut's like your
romanticize it a little bit
whole
more.
body, and your heart's just a part of it.
okay.
Okay, well, we'll see if you're gonna. You still have 2 days left to improve that score. Leave me in the dust. I would think at the end of it, if I'm not in last place and somebody's doing something wrong here, they might have to have a word with themselves. But coming through, we've taken a look today at Group B. So Bowie, with the games that we've seen so far, have you got any thoughts on today? Anything that you think we might be seeing going forward as well once we see the Group A and Group B mix?
I think we're going to see a lot of Monkey King. I think drafting against Entity is really hard. Out of all the other teams in the tournament, I think GG is probably the other one that I can see kind of making them fumble over themselves. But I feel like Entity is really, like they're very delicate with their drafts. Like they don't take huge turns. Like they show one thing, they get another. They never really react too hard to anything, and I think that's why it's so hard to really predict what they're doing. I was very impressed with the way they drafted this game. Obviously, like the performance is expected. Entity has amazing players and they qualify to everything, but draft wise, I think they definitely have been looking really good, and that's probably at least a big part due to the coach. So yeah, I mean, just excited to see tomorrow's bracket and how the games are gonna go, especially because it's all BO3 now. That's when the games really get spicy.
I actually think that Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators, and Entity, all three of these teams are incredibly good at drafting. One win, a little bit more predictable, but they still have a wide hero pool themselves. So overall, I think in the playoffs that we're gonna see in terms of drafting some very nice approaches, and it is gonna be a different approach in every series between the teams, which is definitely gonna make the tournament super fun.
Yeah, and being able to see the way the meta's evolving too, because I do believe before today, correct me if I'm wrong, because again I wasn't on it, but I suppose over the 2 days, you know, we're seeing that Monkey King come out a little bit more. Teams getting comfortable with shifting the draft around from the Shadow Fiends, the Weavers coming through, so they are finding new heroes. And again, you know, that's happening with the patch. It'll happen for another couple of months now, so I'm interested to see how they're going to be able to change up the draft, you know, a little bit further going ahead in the playoffs. You know, when it's, like you say, when it is going to be those best of threes, and the mini metas are going to start to come out between every series. I think we're going to be able to get the schedule at some point here too. What's going to be coming up tomorrow? It is going to be 2 best of 3s tomorrow, and then we have 2 best of 3s coming up on Sunday there as well for that 3rd place, and then the grand finals, which is going to be, I do believe, a full best of 5. So even then, we'll see how that meta is going to evolve even more, because it does seem to be, you know, when you get into those best of 5s, when you get into the grand finals, it's a bit of a chess match going on. You see how the teams try and draft around each other, try and outwit each other, and yeah, we might even see heroes aren't even being picked up. But for now, that is going to be it for the day. Before we do leave, don't forget, use those banner blows to stream, follow everyone's social media. You'll follow the channel social medias here too, so you can follow along, because there's going to be even more one-win series coming up throughout the year, not only for Dota, but I'm sure going to be more esports as well. But for now, that is going to be it, and we're going to be saying goodbye now, so we'll see you tomorrow for more Dota.